Volume 1, Part 1, of Tastes and Odors, Epistle Dedicatory to the Right Honourable George Lord Dartmouth, Master of the Horse to His Majesty, General of all His Majesty's Ordnance and Armouries, Chief Governor of His Majesty's Tower of London, Lord Lieutenant of the Tower Hamlets, and one of His Majesty's most honourable Privy Council. My Lord, question not but this essay will be more kindly received for having your name prefixed to it, since that is so much honoured for your great services to the public, and signal loyalty to His present Majesty. And all persons must needs therefore greatly esteem your merit, courage, and experience in military affairs, since the King hath manifested his approbation of them, by the great and honourable trusts conferred upon you. My Lord, I will give you a few instances of the design and usefulness of these papers, that I may obtain your protection against those morose men, who endeavour to oppose this new undertaking, though they cannot but acknowledge, that they approve of it. The design of this essay is to vindicate the art of curing diseases from the common scandal of being conjectural, by describing the tastes and odors of medicines and also of animal humours. For by these, medicines were first discovered, and the humours of the body examined, and from the observation of the agreement and contrarieties betwixt the taste of humours in the body and the medicine, it was easy for physicians to infer, that by a medicine of the same taste, the humours of the body are preserved, and by the contrary taste in the medicine they are altered and corrected. These are the true fundamental rules of physic, built on the testimony of our senses, and not on the whims of chymists, or the fanaticisms of occult qualities, by which medicines work, like charms, insensibly. Hence quacks give to their medicines very many, and too unreasonable commendations. They also pretend to an experience of a particular medicine, as well as the best physician. But 'tis only the taste and smell of the medicine by which its virtue must be tried betwixt the physician and the quack. By these the true physician knoweth its virtue, the manner of its preparation, the suitableness of it to the humour to be corrected, and to the constitution of the patient, of all which the quack is ignorant. When the several compositions of tastes, and sometimes odors, in the same plant, are well considered by those who shall read the descriptions I have given of them, I question not, but that the artificial jumbles of many medicines together will be rejected, and every ingenious practitioner will chiefly make use of simple medicines, by which his patient will be more suddenly, safely, and pleasantly cured. I have further proposed some notions about tastes in general, for the easier discovering of the nature of such plants as grow common in England. I have mentioned those I have met with near Lichfield, and I have added exotics, that by comparing the tastes and virtues of both, we might the better understand those of our own. It is a great shame to our profession, that the ignorant Indians should know more of plants in their native country, and do greater cures by them, than our artists can by ours. I thought it absurd to write a Latin discourse about English plants, which is designed for the use of English men, who are further to try and examine the tastes and virtues that I have mentioned. Hippocrates and Galen wrote their physical books in the language of the country where they practiced, and the learned Mr. Boyle hath both honoured and improved our language, by his physical discourses in English. I have therefore wrote in English that I might the more encourage our countrymen to inquire into the virtue of our native plants, we being hitherto obliged to our old English herbals, for a collection of the virtues of many plants from the countrymen, to whose sagacity and experiments the greatest physicians are hitherto obliged. And since there have been so many false commendations given of medicines, and mistaken notions of physic, I thought it reasonable to give my countrymen some advertisements of these abuses, and to enable them to a better judgment of the right nature of physic. By the instances I have given I hope I have convinced your lordship of the great usefulness of this essay, and presume all who have a generous love for their country will pardon the fault of writing in English. I here present your lordship with the first fruits of my studies, as an humble acknowledgment of your great favours to me, and that I might make this public declaration of my being. My lord, your lordship's most faithful humble servant John Floyer. To the reader, the famous effects of the Cortex peruvianus in curing of agues gave me the first occasion of inquiring into the tastes of the barks of trees in our own country that I might find which were like it. And from thence I proceeded to inquire into the tastes of herbs. For these 3 or 4 years last past, I had then no other herbal by me, but Mr. Ray's Catalogue of English Plants, from whence I took the names of plants, and the method of placing them in an alphabetical order by themselves, but because I could not meet with all he mentions, I resolved to supply that defect from our country gardens and apothecaries' shops, where I tasted some plants that were dry and old. The virtues of those in the shops being more experimented and known, I thought by them the better to understand our country herbs. And when I had tasted, and set down the tastes and odors of those plants, I perceived it was ease for me to give an account of their virtues collected by Dioscorides, Scroter, Etmuller, Mr. Ray, and others. By the reading of Hippocrates, Dioscorides, and Galen, I found that the ancients had the same way of finding out the virtues of plants by their taste and smell, which is most evident in Galen's books of the nature of simple medicines, where I found the tastes and odors of many plants described, as I have done. which gave me a great satisfaction when I found my taste to agree with theirs of former ages, which I had not read till I had finished my descriptions of tastes and odors. This summer I visited the famous Physic Garden at Chelsea, in which I found a great number of curious plants, but have not given the tastes of above 40 or 50, my affairs not permitting me to go above twice. I was pleased with many curiosities there, which the ingenious and obliging Mr. Watts shewed me, especially the tree which bears the Jesuit's bark. We observed a turpentine in it, and not the laurel bitter taste evident in ordinary bark. I have since observed a turpentine smell in the fresh young leaves of laurel and walnut, and also of black currants and some others. The leaves of the tree mentioned were then very young, and the taste could not then be so certainly described, as it may be in the midst of summer, but the taste of the bark would best discover the specific taste and choice of that tree. I very much admire Mr. Watts's ingenuity in ordering his plants into a method for learners, and in his artificial heats for the more early ripening of fruit. His taste and smell did very much agree with mine, and did readily acknowledge my right classing of many plants. I was also obliged to the company of Dr. Baynard and Dr. Betts Jr., who tasted some plants at Chelsea with me, and concurred also in the description of their tastes and smells. I have not wholly trusted to my own taste in the description of our country herbs, but have consulted the tastes of all sorts of persons, and for that am obliged to divers divines, apothecaries, chirurgeons, gentlewomen, and young persons, who have been my patients, whose judgments, as Galen says, is uncorrupt and unprejudiced. I must needs acknowledge that the palates of women are more critical than men's, who generally dull it by intemperance and tobacco. I shall readily retract any error I have committed, but advise the reader not too confidently to conclude my mistake on the sudden. For it did require a long experience in tastes, before I could distinguish many compositions, and how to express them, and I took notice, that by tasting many things together, I could distinguish nothing. When I had collected my tastes and smells, I found it necessary to collect the known virtues out of Dioscorides, Mr. Ray, and other authors, that I might give an account of those virtues by their taste and smell, all which are mentioned in the second part of this essay, which was first wrote, and out of which I made the notions about tastes and smells in general. So that if any assertion be obscure, for want of instances, in the first part you may find them in the second. And if the reason of the virtue doth not appear clearly in the taste given in the second part, consult the taste in general in the first. I added the tastes of resins, gums, and turpentines in the third part, because they are the oily specific juices of plants. Because plants grow amongst minerals, and are at last turned into an animal substance, I thought fit to add what I knew of their tastes, that thence the tastes, nature, and virtues of vegetables might be better explained. The tastes of animal humors were long since observed by Hippocrates, for there is in man a bitter, a salt, a sweet, a tart, an acerb, an insipid, and 1,000 more, which have all manner of faculties. Or said another way, in man the bitter, the salty, the sweet, the sour, the pungent, the bland, and countless others have various powers. I have reduced, in the fourth part, medicines into specific classes, and distinguished the several specifics by their tastes, that physicians might more readily find what taste is necessary for the correcting of particular humors. In the fifth part I have reduced plants into the summa genera, by these 8 tastes being all, but the first the tastes of the specific juices of plants: earthy, mucilaginous, sweet, bitter, aromatic, fetid, acrid, corrosive. These summa genera are subdivided into species by their several compositions of tastes, or a particular distinguishing smell. I might have added some particular external accidents of either seed, leaf, root, or flower for the distinction of the individuals in each species, but for that I shall refer the reader to Mr. Ray's Catalogus Plantarum Nova, or his History of Plants, where he may read a full collection of all the accidents of plants, and find a great many tastes collected by him, which excellent book came not to my hands, till the greatest part of my book was transcribed, and since I have read it, and given some account of the virtues there mentioned by him, I hope I shall make it manifest in the ensuing discourse, that there is no virtue yet known in plants, but what depends on the taste and smell, and may be known by them. This was certainly the foundation on which the old physicians raised the art of physic, but they were strangely led from it by Aristotle's philosophy, which taught them to express the virtues of medicines by hot, cold, moist, and dry, to which, and to occult qualities, they attributed all effects, neglecting the information of their senses. But we have now more advantages than the former ages. By chemistry we distinguish the principles which produce each taste, and the learned Mr. Boyle hath given us a clear and satisfactory account of qualities. The famous Malpighius and ingenious Dr. Grew have discovered the several vessels of plants, and the last hath given us his curious reflections upon tastes. From the famous anatomists of our age, Harvey, Willis, Lower, Needham, Glisson, and C., we have a clearer description of the vessels, viscera, and humors of animals than was known to former ages. All which improvements I found very useful to me, in the explication of the virtues of medicines by their tastes, and therefore I ought here to acknowledge it, not having leisure to make particular quotations. I hope the reader will hereby be excited to promote the further descriptions of tastes without which the nature of a medicine, nor the manner of its operation, cannot be understood, and let us not confine ourselves to 5 empirical medicines, since there are such varieties of tastes, and every taste hath as certain an effect, as the laurel bitter in the Jesuit's powder, if we use it in its due time, place, and quantity. The chief business of a physician, being to choose and apply tastes, and not to compound medicines, for that is done by nature itself. For in those medicines we call simple, there are divers compounded tastes. I suppose there is some fear upon physicians that they should do themselves some injury, and therefore have been discouraged from tasting. But I hope it will be considered how disingenuous it is in some physicians, who cause their patients to swallow what they dare not taste themselves. The corrosive and narcotic plants may be warily tasted, and though some of them will, by being tasted, get into the stomach, yet a little can do no harm. It is true that Gesner poisoned himself, but it was by taking 2 drachms of Doronicum root, and not by tasting of it only. I cannot believe I have received any prejudice by tasting, though I have oft blistered my mouth and disordered my stomach. I hope the candid reader will pardon those faults which have happened in these papers, by my distance from the press, and the many long and frequent interruptions I have had by a country practice, and ill health which have hindered the making of some corrections that should have been made both in the style and method of the following book. In the highly elaborate work of the very learned man, Sir John Floyer, Knight Doctor of Medicine, the mystical qualities of nature are revealed in many flavors, a cleansing virtue, dispersing and clear. The tincture of rose, dock, watercress, myrtle, with common sense, the astringent taste of the tongue, the spread fragrance, truly reflecting the secrets of healing. Why should it not be as great as the flavor itself? As the roses breathe among their mixed lilies, frankincense, aloe, musk, and galbanum teach this. Read this, which Floyer often brings to you from experience, mixing the sweet with the useful. It has scored points. Nothing tasteless is brought, if salt flavors all, to the scent nothing unpleasant is brought. Roses breathe everywhere. J. Groenevelt, M.D. from the College of Physicians, London. Medicine, accustomed to addressing complaints to nature, says, "O mother, your daughter asks you, what strength do unknown plants have throughout the lands? How much benefit does an animal provide in my art? What helps or harms, hidden in the blind recesses of minerals, and what is your pulse, which you now bear in your lowest bosom? Would these things not appear in wondrous ways unless you reveal them to the world? If only these effects could now be discovered by chance." Nature responds, "From my secluded retreat all things are evident, to be examined in due measure I present them, plant, animal, mineral, and the scent which the gentle breeze carries to the nostrils. Behold, diligent Floyer enhances your skill, he cultivates it from the beginning as it arose." With these words, to the most wise author, grateful Christopher Krell, M.D., colleague of the London College of Physicians, joyfully sings in praise. A Phytological Essay, ANC, the first part, of Tastes in General, Chapter 1, the division of tastes into simple and compound. The organ of taste is curiously described by Malpighius to be certain nervous papillae, placed upon the tongue, and about the mouth and throat, which are affected differently in every sort of taste. Dr. Willis affirms that gustatus is quaedam quasi tactus species, depending on the different figures of bodies, which by the different texture and motion produce diverse affections, alterations, or modes of tastes on the organ, as soft, hard, moist, dry, smooth, and rough, grateful, as sweetness, ungrateful, as bitterness, greenness, and unctuousness, cool, hot, or temperate, sharp, corroding, salt, slimy, or astringent, contracting the lips, and choking, vesicating, exulcerating, pungent, penetrant, aromatic, fetid or abominable, nauseous, detergent, burning in the throat, pricking in the mouth by rough leaves, and divers other modes might be added to these. According to this consideration, no plant has any simple taste, but produces different modes. Neither have the most simple principles of plants one simple mode or affection, but 2 or more depending on their motion and texture. Acids have a different and less agitation of parts than the organ, and therefore they taste cool, and by their angular figure or edges they are pungent. Water cools and moistens by the globular figure of its particles, and by their less agitation than the organ of an animal. Oil of plants is of a congruous temper or heat, and by the ramose or viscous parts is slimy, and of a smooth taste. Earthy plants are gritty, hard and dry in taste, from the solidity and unequal particles of earth. In distinguishing of simple and compounded tastes of plants, I do chiefly consider the different textures and motion of the original principles, as producing simple tastes, and not the different modes of taste. Therefore, because these 4, earth, watery, acid, and oily, are the original principles of plants, out of which some other compositions are immediately made, as salts, gums, turpentines, and mucilages, A and C, and because these have a determinate texture and motion, whereby they produce some certain modes of taste, I think fit to call these 4 tastes, earthy, watery, oily, and acid, the only simple tastes in plants. And where any taste depends on diverse principles that taste is justly esteemed compound, having a certain texture and motion, resulting from the composition of the different textures, and agitation of the principles which produce a different taste in composition from the taste of any principle. First compound tastes arising from some of the four principles of plants are 1. Bitter, which is compounded of oil, acid, and earth having an unequal texture. Detergent, unpleasant, compared by Dr. Willis to the head of a teasel or brush. 2. Astringents are compounded of acid and earth, having a roughness in texture, contracting and exasperating. 3. Mucilaginous is compounded chiefly of oil, acid, and water, and of a smooth texture, cooling and moistening. 4. Pungent is compounded of an oil, acid, and with some earth united by fermentation into volatile salts, or by fusion in the fire into fixed salts, both of which taste salt, pungent, penetrant, drying from their long sharp-pointed figures. 5. Sweet is compounded of a rarefied and well-digested oil and acid, whereby it is of a smooth texture, grateful and easily convertible into bitter, having the same principles by the alteration of the texture only. Note, I do not find any saltness naturally and considerable in plants but only externally from the seawater, and therefore do not reckon that a taste amongst plants, because the natural salt of plants tastes only pungent. Second, diverse tastes are compounded of a simple taste, and a compound as 1. Acrid is compounded of a little oil and a great deal of salt, being hot, pungent, and burning. 2. Acerbs are compounded of acid and astringent, being partly of angular, and partly of a rough figure. Third, tastes arising from compounded tastes mixed are 1. Nauseous, which is compounded of bitter sweet or bitter slimy, and of a texture, deterging and smoothing. 2. Austere are compounded of bitterish and astringent, and are of a very rough texture. 3. Nitrose is compounded of cool and bitter. Plants of this taste are watery, slimy, and bitterish, as beets. Fourth, tastes compounded of other compound tastes, and a particular smell, are 1. Aromatics, which are compounded of acrids, bitterish or sweet, with a fragrant smell. 2. Fetid tastes are compounded of bitter, acrid, or mucilaginous tastes, with a fetid smell. 3. Cress tastes are compounded of a bitterish and acrid taste, and a quick, pungent smell, which flies from the tongue into the nose as mustard seed and sick. And we find many plants tasting as they smell. To describe the different affections of the organ by taste, I think unnecessary, for the eyes know particular colors, without discerning and distinguishing the manner of their impression. And by the feeling we know many things, though we distinguish not all the qualities we feel, so the taste, whose sense is like the touching of an object, knows immediately, without considering the particular mode by which they affect. And because these are the common known tastes, out of which other tastes are made, therefore these respectively may be called simple tastes, because the compound tastes of plants are product by a mixture of these. And these compound tastes are observable, either in the same liquor, as in turpentine, bitter, slimy, and acrid may be tasted, and in many milks of plants, bitter, acrid, and gumminess, or else the compounded tastes are lodged in different vessels and liquors, as in the lymphatics, is a sweet lympha, in the muciducts, a mucilage, in the lactiferous vessels, a milk, which is either bitter acrid or bitter smoky or sweet, in the balsam vessels, a turpentine, in the parenchymus parts of plants, a crude juice, in the ligneous parts, a lympha, in the skins of fruits, and the stones and seed, a different taste from the juice of the pulp part. The roots, stalks, leaves, and fruit of some plants have their different tastes from the different digestion, mixture, texture, and colorature of the juices of those plants in their several parts. Chapter 2 of the Virtues of Tastes and the Principles of Production. If we use the testimony of our senses for the discovery of the principles or ingredients, out of which the juices of plants by different mixtures are product, they will inform us of earthy, watery, oily, and acid principles, and a pungency which is a salt. First, earthy parts are in mosses and woods, from whence arise dry tastes. Second, water in all plants, which is sufficiently evident in distillations of them, and in their juices. The watery part is supplied by rain and dew, whose great quantity this year has made many plants prodigiously great. But in the 2 last dry years the want of them either dwarfed them in their growth, or hindered their production, or preserved them not sufficiently from the scorching heat. This is the vehicle of the other principles, in which the acid swims readily, as also the pungent particles, and combine together, as acid and alkali. In this the oils are mixed, by means of the acid and earth. From these 2 principles of plants, these following tastes arise. From much earth in plants arise, first, a dry earthy taste, as in mosses. Secondly, a woody taste, as in trees and barks. Second, from much water mixed with earth and acid, arises a crude or raw taste, as in spinach, chickweed, and sea. Third, from much water mixed with acid and oil, or from smooth oily earthy parts like marl or boli diluted, and some acid, arises a mucilaginous taste, which I refer to the watery tastes, because water most abounds in it. Chapter 2. Concerning mucilages, that mucilages in plants depend on the oil much diluted is manifest from the following instances. Linseed affords an oil by expression, and a mucilage in decoction. Almonds afford an oil by expression, and a slimy mucilaginous milk in emulsions. Poppies are very mucilaginous, and contain an oil, as appears by a milky juice, and an oil is pressed out of poppy seeds. Henbane smells oily and is mucilaginous and feels oily and clammy, and the seed yields an oil by expression. These plants that smell of a rank oil, as goss flowers and most of the pea taste, are mucilaginous, so that from these instances I may infer that a crude oil diluted well with water makes a mucilage, which may be farther proved by the effects of a mucilage compared with the effects of oil. Mucilages cause a smoothness in the palate, and outwardly are emollients as oils be, and ripen in posthumes. Inwardly they are more cool than oil, though of a congruous nature. They defend the throat from the sharpness of rheums, the stomach from corrosive humors or medicines, the ureters from sharp choleric or acid urine, and smooth the passages for the stony gravel. They cool the hot scorbutic blood, by their crude and ropey parts, stop its violent motion and inactivate its acrid saline particles. Oils have a mucilage joined with them. I distilled some gum arabic in an open fire, and in an earthen retort, and found an acid spirit of a smoky smell and a good quantity of oil. But the earthy parts exceeded all, gum arabic being a clammy mucilage. But I cannot but think the mucilage in comfrey, which tastes as if meal and water were mixed together, depends upon a mixture of some farinaceous parts, which are the immediate causes of mucilages, and which are proper nourishment for the parenchymatous parts of plants. These being in plenty mixed with water, cause a slimy slipperiness observable by rubbing in the fingers, as well as by the taste, such as the mucilage in Althea, Mallows typha A and C, which also being dried to powder, produce a sort of mealy powder. All the farinaceous plants as barley, oats, wheat, do yield an oil, and Bonetus gives us an instance of roots of Althea which applied in the form of apultes raised blisters, and comfrey roots discuss gouty tumors, so that these crude mucilages have more volatile parts frequently mixed with them. Those diversities of taste that arise from mucilage compounded are either cool or hot. Cool mucilages with much water, called the watery mucilages, as in purslane A and C. These have the effects above described, being the most simple mucilages. Second, the earthy mucilages, such as in mushrooms, and these repel, and cool inflammations outwardly. Third, if the water be little, the mucilage is thick, gummose, clammy or mealy, as in comfrey and watery gums, they stop fluxes and correct sharp humors. Second, hot mucilages. Mucilages with a rank oily smell, as in goss flowers and the pea taste, are proper for anodyne ointments. Second, mucilages with an aromatic smell, either in leaves or flowers, as in erigerum, and the lily kind. These mealy mucilages, with a lily smell, digest, ripen and suppurate tumors. Third, the bitter mucilages outwardly soften and discuss inwardly, are vomiters and purgers, being the truest character of nauseousness in plants. Fourth, mucilages with pungency acrid, as in Lysimachia, and these are properly diuretics. By the mucilage, they smooth the passages of urine, and by their acrid salt, they dissolve acid tartareous concretions in the kidneys. Fifth, mucilages with a narcotic smell. By their hot narcotic parts discuss and allay pains. By their mucilages they soften and are anodyne. Sixth, mucilages with astringency have their taste from the different parts of plants, as in plantain seeds the husk is astringent, the pulpy part of the seed mucilaginous. Chapter 4. Concerning acid in plants. The third principle our senses discover in plants is acid, perceivable by taste and smell, in sorrel A and C. This seems to affect the taste with a cool sharpness, not unlike the spirit of sulfur, and is probably supplied from the mineral kingdom. This acid has not the bitterness of nitre, nor the saltness of common salt, nor a vitriolate relish from any mineral, but is pure cool acid. The crystals of tartar are sour. Crystals of wood sorrel are also sour. Like tartar, the essential salts of plants differ not from tartar. Vinegar is more spirituous than the former, being a winy subacid liquor. The acid is obvious in the most bitter plants, as in extracts of wormwood and horehound, and in all extracts. In the plant they are not perceived, because of the strength of the bitterness that affects the palate most, though the acids temper the bitter, and the bitter the acid. Acids are never altered in the plant so as to lose their nature, though they undergo divers mixtures, but when they are reduced into volatile salts, by being compounded with oil and earth. First, acids mixed with much water are the purest acids. Second, acids mixed with a little water and much earth produce an astringent taste. Third, acids with water and earth more loosely mixed produce a rough taste, as in sloes, which is a greater degree of astringency, and in this taste the acid and earth are in equal quantity. Fourth, the fourth acid composition is acid oleose, as in terebinthinates, and these always have an astringency joined to the bitterness, which arises from the oil and acid in turpentine. Dr. Grew asserts that many stilititious oils digested with any strong acid will acquire a bitter taste, and therefore myrrh, gentian, and all bitter gums distilled yield acid liquors. I shall hereafter deduce the bitterness of plants immediately from turpentine, but remotely from the mixture of oil and acid. Fifth, acid acrid as in Rosa solis. In these the volatile and acid combine. And since Rosa solis is accounted a caustic, 'tis probable other caustic plants may have the same mixture. These are proper for treacle water to cool by their acid, and sweat with their hot parts, or to provoke urine. Mixed salts and hot herbs tempered by the mixture of acid are profitable in fevers. Sixth, acid sweet, such as in all ripe fruits, as cherries, ripe grapes. These make the acid more easy to the stomach, and less fretting, as in spiritus salis dulcis. These excite appetite and cool the blood. Seventh, acid and bitter. These promote urine, as in alcacangi berries and quickie berries, and have an anti-febrile virtue from acid and bitter, as in besortic mixtures, which are bitter acid. Effects of acids in the body are to coagulate and fix choler and the volatile salts in the blood by uniting with the salt and rendering them like common sal ammoniac, and so acids become diuretic, as also by dissolving the gritty matter of the stone and mixing with it by coagulating the serum of the blood, as serum sanguinis turns white by the mixture of the spirit of nitre, and by thickening its consistence, which is a less degree of coagulation. Acids hinder the rarefaction of the blood and its extravasation, as also all heats and sweats, choleric loosenesses and thirsts. Rough astringents do the same thing but more weakly, having the acid obtunded by the earthy parts, but by that they are more proper for loosenesses and fevers. Acids do also excite the appetite, by stimulating and hinder the over-quick fermentation of the chyle, and separation of its spirituous parts in windy exhalations. And for that reason we mix vinegar with hot meats and herbs, and eat cool fruits after meat. Vinegar is the best antidote against any poison from acrid herbs. Chapter 5 concerning astringents. Astringents are, either watery astringents, in which water is most plentiful, which are convenient in hot diseases with fluxes of blood, or stools, as plantain, knot grass. I distilled the roots of flags in an open fire, and had a great deal of acid, and very little fetid oil, and much caput mortuum. This was like the distilled liquor of woods. Second, bitter astringents, where the astringency is mitigated by the bitterness which depends on accrued turpentine. These, by their bitterness, make the astringent faculty more agreeable to the stomach and blood. By their bitterness they help and preserve the mixture of the blood. And by their astringency, which is an acid in potentia, precipitate some feverish parts, which are separated from the mixture of the blood. So Jesuit's powder works, and tormental roots have been used for the same purpose, and so may the barks of that taste. 'Tis manifest that upon giving the Jesuit's powder, a sharpness of urine is sometimes observable, and when it succeeds, the water, which at first looked like strong beer high-colored and reddish, turns after a while muddy. The separable feverish sediment is precipitated, and the top of the urine is thin and clear by the separation of parts, so that, after the use of the Jesuit's powder, whose virtues are evident to the taste, being bitter astringent, the prevailing bitterness preserves the mixture of the blood, and the astringency separates some easily separable parts, which not continuing in their right equal mixture with the rest of the blood, cause the fever, as being heterogeneous, and raise a fermentative commotion for their segregation. And it is usual with practicers, to guess and assert the alterations in the blood, to correspond to those observable in the water. It may be our country cannot afford such an exact mixture of bitter and astringent, as in the Jesuit's bark, but I believe it does. It may be we cannot mix bitter and astringent tastes in the same proportion as nature has done in the cortex. However, it's evident that these qualities of bitter astringent are in the cortex, and we cannot imagine any other so probable to work those effects which it does. For tormental root and cinquefoil have been tried and approved in putting off agues. Third, Swedish astringents, or the fern tastes, which have a slight bitterness also. These ferns are good vulneraries, stop fluxes and abate the fermentation of the blood in hypochondriac scurvies. By their crudity and astringency, so chalybeates as vitriol of Mars taste sweet astringent. The sweetness is most perceptible in the polypody root. In the female fern the mucilage is great, the astringency is evident in the male, and in longitis, but in the leaves of osmunda, the mucilage, in the root, the astringency, bitterness, and orris smell. Maiden hair is sweet astringent, which seems to me the true character of a fern taste, though some varieties are observable, as I have noted. Fourth, the aromatic astringent must be considered amongst the aromatics. Chapter 6 concerning bitterness in plants. The fourth principle our senses discover in plants is oil, which produces bitterness and aromatic tastes, plain turpentine and fetid smells, with a taste contrary to an aromatic. The most crude state of oil vegetable is in mucilages and sweetness. The next is in bitters, which have their taste from a turpentine mixed with much earth and fixed by an acid, as the following instances will convince. Hypericon leaves, the roots of valerian, herb Robert, and especially the leaves of chamaepides or ground pine, taste bitter and smell of turpentine. The taste of turpentine itself is bitter, and so is the taste of most gums, which are the product of turpentine trees and plants as myrrh, ammoniacum, ANC. If we consider how many plants are aromatic, arising from turpentine, how many are resinous, and the constant greenness of many trees and plants, which depends on turpentine, it will seem more probable that bitterness depends on turpentine, which is compounded of oil, acid, and gumminess. Bitters yield a great deal of oil by distillation, as wormwood, centauri, bitter almonds, olives have also a bitterness. The milk of bitter plants as Sanctus, Gessia, and Celandine is exceeding bitter, and it must needs be allowed that the milk is oil, diluted by much water. Bitters have generally some fetid smell or aromatic odor which shews us that bitter plants abound in oil, from whence odors chiefly arise. The flowers of orange and elders are bitter, and so are the fragrant flowers of other trees, as sloe trees, jessamine, roses, hawthorn, lilies of the valley. The turpentine in bitters is fixed by an acid, which readily coagulates the oleous parts, if it be a strong acid, but a mild acid only detains oleous particles in their mixture with water, as it appears by milk. For in the making of butter the oil is visibly separated in the form of butter, and the acid which kept it fluid is apparently in the buttermilk. This acid, by dividing the viscous oleous parts of the butter, rendered it fluid in the milk, and from thence its whiteness depends. In distillation of fats and oils, an acid appears, as also in the distillation of gums, which may artificially be produced by the mixing of oil and acid. Acid in bitters, joined with much earth, an astringent faculty depends, which is eminent in many bitters. That much of earth concurs to the production of bitters, and fixing of turpentine appears, in that all bitters produce much salt, which we call fixed, but the oil in which the bitterness resides is easily driven away by the fire, and remains not in the salt or earth, whence it is also proved to be an oil, fixed by its crude associates, acid and earth. I distilled half a pound of gentian roots in an earthen retort in an open fire. From it was stilled an acid liquor with the water and a bitter oil without any volatile salt, which confirms my hypothesis of bitterness being an oil fixed by acid, and the caput mortuum exceeded all the liquor in the receiver. Chapter 7. The table of the varieties of bitter tastes, compounded, and their virtue. They are either I. Cool bitters, I. Bitterish astringent in the dock kind, hydrolapathum, sorrel, tormental, and C. These cool inflammations inwardly and outwardly. They check the paroxysms of agues. By their astringency, by their bitterness adjoined, they cleanse the stomach, excite appetite. By their astringency and their bitterness, they preserve the blood from putrefaction. In short, they imitate the effects of bezoartic mixtures consisting of bitter and acid. Second, watery bitter, when the bitter is much diluted by water, as in fumitory succory A and C, which cool the blood and dilute it by their waterishness, and by their bitterness amend the acidities and cleanse the choler, by taking off the coagulating acid, which coagulates its lymphatic vehicle. Therefore these tastes are cholagogues and diuretic, cooling also in fevers. Third, bitter acid, which works stronger than the bitter astringent. They are diuretics and antifeverific by their acid bitterness. Fourth, bitter sweet, as in the pea taste. By the sweetness they lenify the sharpness of humors. By the bitterness they cleanse the stomach, kidneys, and lungs. Second, or hot bitters. I. A middle state of vegetable oil is observable in turpentine plants, as in hypericon, and their smell and taste will evince them to be pure turpentine. Their taste is bitterish and astringent, and their smell terebinthinate. In these the acid fixes much on the earthy parts, and produces an astringency, whereby the oil is more loosened from it. It's well known that all turpentine and gums have a latent acid, whence they are more easily distilled by additions of absorbents, and their true virtues best extracted by tinctura salis tartari. The virtues of turpentine plants depending on the oil are pectoral, cleansing, and diuretic, and by their astringent faculty stopping, but by both vulnerary. For what better vulnerary can there be than that which is cleansing and astringent and smells balsamic, as turpentine plants? These plants do bear the name of balsamic, which are terebinthinate and aromatic, as botrytis, mecabalsam, juniper, laudanum segatum, and these are more agreeable to the stomach than ordinary turpentine. And besides, their vulnerary faculty may be cordial, they being also aromatic. To these I must add another class of balsamics, which having turpentine in their smell, give a smell like dead nettle. So in red lamium there is a turpentine flavor, but another smell is perceived also. In Panax coloni and sideritis there is the same dead nettle smell, and in Galeopsis both smells are perceivable. A third degree of balsamics is in the Geranium moschatum and Geranium columbinum, which taste astringent and smell of musk. And since other geraniums smell of turpentine, but these of musk, I do suppose that the highest state of the oil vegetable is a rarefied turpentine which thereby becomes odoriferous. Hence terebinthinates taken inwardly after a farther separation from their acid by the salts of the blood cause a violet smell in the urine. Because aromatics produce the same effects in the urine, therefore aromatic odors and turpentine are of an agreeable nature. Many turpentine balsams are of an aromatic smell, as balsam de Tolu, balsam Mecchi, balsam Peruvian, Benjamin storax, and many herbs, as Laudanum segatum and botrytis, which have a fragrant terebinthinate smell, and so has juniper, cedar, and sassafras. Besides, oil of turpentine will easily extract these fragrant oils from vegetables, and is frequently mixed with them by sophistications, whence I may argue that they differ only as turpentine is mixed with a latent acid, and as the other are more pure from acid, and therefore more ethereal or odoriferous. The roots of valerian smell like turpentine, and the flowers like jessamine a little dried. Second, strong bitters, with a fetid odor, as belote. These by their bitterness correct acids in the stomach and blood, and by their fetidness amend the acid in the nervus juice, and cause an equal expansive motion of the spirits and prevent their unequal distribution into some nerves, as in fits of convulsion. Third, strong bitters, with a pungency or acrid bitters, as in celandine. These correct acids, and open obstructions also, by giving a quick motion to the blood, which is done by their volatile bitter oil, and volatile pungent salt, on which their taste and virtue depend. Fourth, strong bitters aromatic, as in wormwood and Eupatorium cannabinum. They work by their volatile oil and salt on the blood and stomach, whence they are accounted antidotes against coagulations, venoms, and pestilential infections. Fifth, strong bitters only, or pure bitters, without any aromatic or fetid odor or pungency, such as the bitterness in bitter almonds and centaury. Their parts are more fixed than any of the other strong bitters. These cleanse the stomach from acid phlegm, open the liver. By correcting the coagulating acids in the blood, they mix with acids, and pass by urine. They preserve the blood from coagulation, and help the office of the crude bile in hydropical cachexes. They have an astringency by their acid and earthy parts, which abounding in bitters, help the oil in correcting acids. The principles of bitters united by the fire produce fixed salts which correct acids better than bitters, which also act as fixed salts in all their effects. Sixth, elder bitters and smells, as in scrofularia. These have a discussing faculty outwardly, by their fetidness and bitterness. Seventh, nauseous tastes, which are 1. Nauseous bitter, which depends on a composition of mucilage and bitter, as in bryony roots, squills, berries of Spina cervina, and foxgloves. The mucilage in the stomach relaxes the fibers, and causes the bitter to stick longer on them, and so to act more strongly in vomiting and purging. The same taste is in polygala and senna. 2. A nauseous taste depends on a sweet bitter, mixed with mucilage and pungency, as in aloes, agaric, rhubarb, and docks want only the sweetness, but have bitter, slimy, sub-acrid astringency. 3. Too much sweetness is nauseous, so is manna, honey, polypody root. A sliminess or gumminess is in honey and manna. 4. Too much bitter is nauseous, thus, in sweet gall, the overmuch sweet or bitter, over-impregnates the papillae in the mouth and stomach, and cause an aversion in the stomach, as too much light offends the eyes and makes them water. 5. An ill smell gives a nauseousness, as in air and pouches, whose smell will make any one vomit, and such have been the smells of many herbs which I bottled with warm water, as henbane and spurge. Taste depending on a volatile oil of vegetables, this oily salt produces either an aromatic or fetid smell, and a pleasant aromatic or offensive taste. The taste is aromatic, when the sense is briskly affected, and a pleasing agitation of spirits produced. Aromatics affect both the smell and taste gratefully. They have a motion of particles and texture, agreeable to the motion and texture of spirits. Spirits of vegetables differ nothing from their oily salts, but by their being largely diffused in a vehicle, and an oily salt is a spirit contracted, and without a vehicle. The effects of aromatics on the body are to warm the stomach and discuss wind, and these constitute the class of the sweet aromatics, or phenyl tastes. These are accounted carminatives, because they rarefy the flatus exhalations from the chyle in the prime vi, and so disgust them. These by their sweetness allay the sharpness of rheums and lenify their acrimony. They are full of an oily salt, by which they open the passages of the lungs and kidneys. They extraordinarily disgust tumors outwardly, by opening the pores and attenuating the matter included. The same taste is spread through all the parts of the plant. By the oily salt, these plants are umbelliferous. An oil may be distilled from these plants, which has the taste, smell, and virtue of these plants, whence I conclude, the taste and smell to proceed from the oil and volatile salt associated. The second class of aromatics is the bitterish aromatics, as rosemary, marjoram, basil, calamine, and pennyroyal. By their bitterness adjoined to their volatile oil and salt, they correct acids in the stomach, cleanse the lungs, and open obstructions in the glands, caused by coagulate serum. The same effect is produced by the saline pungent oil in altering the acids in the glands of the brain, in correcting and attenuating its lympha and succus nervosus, which, as all other glandulous humors, are prone to stagnation and acidity. These aromatics, by exciting their motion, correcting acidities, and thereby rendering the succus nervosus more volatile, deserve the name of cephalics, and it's not improbable that the volatile parts dispose the medicine to circulate towards the brain, as windy liquors disturb the head, and no other part. These medicines evacuate serum from the blood, promote its circulation, and attenuate all the humors of chyle, serum, lympha, and succus nervosus. These agree in virtue with the phenyl class, except that these work more by their bitterness as well as by the pungent oil. The same taste in these is spread through the whole plant, only the bitterness depends on a fixed oil or terebinth, but the aromatic on the oily salt. Third, aromatic acrids, as pepper, ginger. These have a very acrid volatile salt and oil. All aromatics are cordial, by rarefying the blood by their volatile parts. But the acrid aromatic is the highest, having most volatile salt in it, whereas the former have more oil than salt. These acrid aromatics have either a sweetness or bitterness, and may be referred to the former classes. Fourth, aromatic astringents. As aromatics they are cordial, and from their astringency they strengthen the fibers of the stomach and membranes, and all nervous parts. And by an acid evident in their astringency, they hinder the greater rarefaction of the blood by their fragrant pungent oil. Chapter 7 of tastes joined to fetid smells, making them contrary to aromatic. When the oil and salt of plants are in very great proportion in any plant, so as to emit violent steams offending the organ of smelling, but chiefly repelling the spirits towards the brain, a fetid smell is perceived. Fetor proceeds from oils, appears by the smell of rancid oil and all distilled oily substances, as fat, butter, and oily olive distilled. That a fetor, in the highest degree, has also a volatile salt admixed, is proved by the excrements of animals, putrefied flesh, urine, blood, and putrefied vegetables, which yield a volatile salt. It does appear by divers herbs bottled with water for 2 months, that a fetor is produced from the mucilaginous as mallow leaves, from the bitter as artichoke leaves, from the narcotic, an exceeding fetidness, as henbane leaves, from the excoriators as spurge, these smelling like the excrements of animals. Horseradish smelt like garlic, sorrel like horse dung. Putrefaction concurs to produce these fetors by separation of a volatile oil and salt. From the acids and earthy parts of the plants, so spirit of soot has an oily salt, and the fetid oily salt is easily separated from urine and blood after putrefaction. Many acrid plants are fetid, so Sophia chirigorum and the pouches of Iran are abominable. Cotula foetida, nettles, garlic, and onions have an acrid taste and are very fetid, so is galbanum, asafoetida, and cigapanum. Divers bitters are fetid, as stinking horehound, and all elder smells as scrofularia are bitter fetid, so the stinking gums are bitter, as well as acrid and fetid. The mucilaginous are also fetid, as in Atroplex olida, that there is but a difference in degree betwixt aromatic and fetid plants appears by many instances, as Galeopsis smells fetid at first handling, afterwards aromatic. The flowers of valerian are very strong, and offensive at first getting, after a little drying they are aromatic. So in the preparations of musk and civet, if in a great quantity, or while fresh they stink, afterwards in a small quantity, they are more grateful. So the leaves of coriander stink, but the seed is aromatic. Elder leaves are fetid, yet the flowers are very fragrant, so are the flowers of saponaria, though the leaves resemble elder. The blossoms of most trees are fragrant, though the leaves smell crude. From the aforementioned instances, fetids are 1. Bitter, 2. Acrid, 3. Mucilaginous, which are generally narcotics. From the aforementioned it may be inferred that fetids inwardly are of a very hot nature, discussing tumors outwardly and opening the pores. Inwardly, fetids by their volatile parts do pierce the channels of the nerves, mend the crudity of their nervous jice, and by their fetor they excite a different motion from that in hysteric fits, and in convulsions, and do remove the cause of that tumultuous motion in the spirits, by correcting acidities and stagnation in the succus nervosus, which is disposed to them. As all other glandulous liquors be narcotics, have all of them an heavy offensive smell, like poppies or solanum, or have a sweet heady smell, like roots of bear's ears. Narcotics taste mucilaginous, bitter, and acrid, as poppies and lettuce. The milky juice is an argument of an oil, and the acrid of a volatile salt adjoined. Opium is a bitter acrid, has a resin, and gum inflammable, though it's easily extracted by the spirit of wine, yet the bitterness and acrid, in which its virtue is founded, is most corrected by spirit of vinegar, juice of lemons, juice of quinces, or any other acid, as well as by drying it, and evaporating some part of the narcotic fume. The second class may be of bitterish, subacrid mucilaginous narcotics, as solanum lethale, baxiferum, stramonium, cynoglossum. Besides the pungency, Solanum lignosum has a bitterness. The roots of sinigloss boiled smell like spirit of hartshorn. Fresh tobacco smells narcotic about the flowers and is bitter, mucilaginous and acrid. It much resembles henbane by its figure, oil and clamminess to the touch. 2. The third class of opiates is sweetish, acrid and fetid, differing from poppy smell, as Cicuteria napellus. The roots of henbane are very sweet. These produce giddiness with a stupor, and their best antidote are acids as vinegar. Narcotics taken inwardly immediately affect the nerves in the stomach and produce an heaviness there, by which they blunt the sharpness of the spirits and retard their motion. By their effluvia in the stomach they deprave the joints in it and obstruct the fibers by their mucilage. This gives them also a capacity to appease all acrid humors and procure sleep. By their oily adhesion they stop the nervous joints and the animal spirits in their motion, which is evident in poppy joints and other narcotic milk, which must be by virtue of their oily salt which adheres to the stomach. Narcotics externally applied, as in cataplasms, do allay pains by cooling the fibers by their oily mucilage and stopping the effluvia of the spirits by their acrid bitterness and pungency. Solanum lignosum. Third. The third class of opiates is sweetish, acrid and fetid, differing from poppy smell, as Cicuteria napellus. The roots of henbane are very sweet. These produce giddiness with a stupor, and their best antidote are acids as vinegar. Fourth. The fourth class has a bitterish, acrid taste, as cowslips, and these have also a fragrancy very heady, being of a low degree amongst opiates. The roots of cowslips are very acrid and bitterish. By the aforementioned instances it appears that opiates have very hot effluviums which offend the smell. By the same, opiates inwardly produce sweat in so small a quantity as 1 or 2 grains, and are very fetid by their oily acrid salt, which runs through all the classes of opiates. The bitterness and sweetness in some opiates no way conduce to increase their soporific quality, but are different in many opiates. Narcotics taken inwardly immediately affect the nerves in the stomach, and produce an heaviness there, which I have been sensible of in tasting the solanum and poppies. And they cannot pass a digestion and separation, nor by a circulation arrive at the brain, so soon as their effects are produced therein. Therefore narcotic fumes must pass through the pores of the nerves, and begin to fix the spirits in the membranes and nerves of the stomach, by which a stupor is communicated to the rest. Something of the opiates passes a digestion, and afterwards a circulation through the blood, where it makes no alteration by its narcotic quality. But being bitter and acrid, it produces a diaphoresis, as others of that taste do. In the nerves these narcotic fumes weaken the brisk expansion of the spirits, and their too great agitation, and likewise stops their tumultuous motion and convulsions, and the violent motion of the heart and pulse, as well as any flux of humors whatsoever, by abating the violent contractions of the irritated fibers. Humors that are acid are corrected by the acrid taste and bitterness, but choler can no other ways be helped, but by abating the acid combined with it, and making it corrosive, as well as by stopping the motion and evacuation of it. From the symptoms allayed by narcotics I argue that they work not as oils and volatile salts, though they have them, for they rather produce an expansion, agitation and tumult in the spirits, and I also conjecture that the narcotic faculty is best deducible from such a combination of the volatile oil and salt with a mucilage, as to gain thereby a particular figure, motion or texture, by reason of which it weakens the motion of the spirits, and in too great a quantity destroys their fluidity. Burnt alum mixed with gunpowder destroys its elastic force and weakens the burst of a gun. Water loses its fluidity by the small particles of cold, and mercury is made solid by the fumes of lead. Nothing can be more easily fixed by divers additions of other things, though in itself it has a greater agitation of parts than other fluids, which being stopped in their internal motion, become solids, and if opiates do weaken or deprive the nervous joints of its internal agitation, from thence all their phenomena may be explained. All narcotics have offensive smells, by which we are taught by nature to avoid them, and this antipathy can proceed from nothing but the disagreeable texture and motion of the narcotic fumes to our spirits. Opiates cause not sleep, unless in great quantity, in consumptive bodies, for in them a little quantity troubles the head, and disturbs the spirits with giddiness, because their spirits are very hot and fiery, and their motion, for want of a serose vehicle, very violent. But it seems not probable, as some conjecture, that 1 grain of opium should force so much serum to flow to the glandules of the brain, as to fill them and produce sleep, by too much diluting the spirits, whereas we frequently drink a full gallon of water, or other liquors which supply a greater quantity of serum without causing sleep. Opiates by their sharp acrid salt stimulate, as venereals, and by their bitter sliminess and acrimony, they purge. A slimy mucilage attends opiates, which outwardly has a good effect to temper heat and inflammations, whilst the effluviums that are narcotic abate the agitation of spirits. By their mucilage, opiates may repel, and also inwardly given. By the same they allay sharpness of coughs and corrosive salts, whilst their narcotic fumes fix the motion of humours. By robbing the spirits of their activity, by their bitter acrid they discuss, and by their mucilages mollify tumors as inwardly. Their bitter acrid corrects the acid. The mucilage tempers the choler, and for this end the poppy syrups and waters are the best, having more mucilage than acrid or bitter. But opium more bitter and acrid than mucilage, wherefore it is more convenient in acid humours. Chapter 9 of volatile salts, and the tastes and virtues depending on them. In many plants there is a volatile salt, discernible by the acrid pungency, produced on the tongue, as in aron roots. That this pungency is a volatile salt, though it has no saltish taste, appears by the following experiment. I distilled some mustard seed in a retort, which afforded both oil and spirit, which being rectified, turned syrup of violets green. Though this salt in its natural state will not so readily turn syrup of violets, as animal salts do. The infusion of aron roots in water did a little green the syrup of violets. After some time, spirit of scurvy grass, or aqua ruffani composita, would not turn syrup of violets, nor horseradish roots. Infused in water, though the leaves bottled with water, turned the syrup after some time. Choice of aron roots would not turn it. The leek roots sliced into water, mixed with syrup of violets, turned it after a long time. The mixture of other principles with the salt hinder its greening of the syrup of violets, so a decoction of hartshorn for the same reason will not do what the spirit does in turning the color. It's well known that vinegar and other acids, as lemon, citron, sorrel, do best correct the pungent acrimony of the vegetable salts, and therefore vinegar is used in salads. Oil is used for the securing of the stomach from their corrosive acrimony, yet the acrid salt of vegetables will not ferment with acids as the animal salts do. Choice of aron roots and spirit of scurvy grass will not ferment with oil of vitriol. These different classes I have observed in the volatile salts of plants. First, the watery acrid having a pungent smell like mustard or scurvy grass, and the cresses, these have a tolerable pungency, and but a little oil with their pungent salt. Two of these cress-tasted plants is first from their salts, which excite appetite, and volatilize the acid ferment in the stomach, and therefore are stomachics. In the blood they amend the coagulating acids, open obstructions in the spleen and brain, and all the glandules, and therefore are antiscorbutic, splenetic, diuretic, and sudorific. Outwardly they discuss and have the virtues of volatile salts, in pains, and scald heads and scorbutic spots. Ondim spend SP, and BSP and BSP by the watery crude parts adjoined. They temper their own acrimony, and make it more agreeable to hot bloods, as in brook lime. I distilled colowort roots which tasted like horseradish, and had an acid mixed with pungency, which would not turn syrup of violets. This distillation was in sand, in a glass retort. There are many degrees of pungency in this class, so that choice may be made for particular constitutions. On BSP and BSP and BSP and BSP, there is a bitterness in many of this class which helps the operation of the acrid. If the acrid prevail, they belong to this class. If the bitter, they are referable to the bitters with acrimony. Second, the second class of volatile salts is in rank tastes and smells like garlic and onions, whose smells are rank fetid, and their tastes very pungent hot. From horseradish leaves, bottled up with water 2 months, and from their smelling like garlic, as well as from their pungent taste and quick flying up the nose and eyes, like sal ammoniac, I conclude that the sapaceous kind would very properly constitute a second degree of volatile salts, and a much stronger than the former. They correct acids and phlegm in the stomach, and excite appetite by their pungency. They attenuate the phlegm in the lungs, and open obstructions there. By their volatile salt, and therefore are good pectorals and stomachics. They alter the blood, as volatile salts, and are good against infection and the scurvy. And as diuretics by their salts they are good for the dropsy. Outwardly they discuss more than the former class, and their mucilaginous roots are emollient, and ripen aposthumes. And by their salt they draw forcibly, and discuss and attenuate. Flaspy tastes like horseradish, and smells like garlic. Third, the third and highest degree of vegetable acrid salt is in the exulcerators, vesicatories, or corrosive tastes. These have an acrimony that destroys the organ of tasting. As among animals a fierce volatile salt is in cantorides, which is vesicatory, and strong spirit of sal ammoniac blisters the tongue. So in the first class of exulcerators, there is a very acrid taste and quick pungent scent, depending on the salt only, the plant being watery, having no strong oily smell, and these may be called watery exulcerators, as the ranunculus, anemone, aron dragons, ranunculus flammeus. Vesicatories pierce the pores, and by their pungent acrimony irritate the glandules in the cutis to send forth their serum, and separate the cuticula into a blister. The corrosives have a higher degree of acrimony, they pierce the cuticula and cutis, with pain, they alter and tear their pores, drive out their serum, and thereby induce an ulcer, and corrosion of the cutis. Note that the first class is vesicatory, or corrosive watery. The second class is where the volatile salt is mixed with a hot fiery oil, as in euphorbium, ivy gum, and these plants have a strong smell, with an acrid taste. The milky or resinous exulcerators have an oil more fixed, joined to an acid-acrid salt, as Tithomalus and Asula, and these smell acid, rather than of any hot scent. Mezeron and Laureola have a faint lily smell. In these the oil is not much conducing to any corrosiveness, but that depends on the volatile salt alone, made more volatile by addition of some oil. The third class of corrosives is in the acrid acid, as Rosa solis, which is accounted vesicatory but very mild, the acid being contrary to volatility. Acids mixed with minerals, as in crystals of silver and aqua regia, become corrosive, and divers other minerals which are not in themselves very sharp, by their mixture, become corrosive, as appears by sublimate. Lime has a mixed salt. This sort of corrosiveness happens in the fixed salt of some plants, as in the salt of ash tree. Acids become corrosive in the fire, by their separation from earthy parts, as in saltpeter spirit, oil of vitriol, aqua fortis, and spirit of vinegar, but this way I know no plants corrosive. The acid of plants cannot be so attenuated by digestion in the plant, as that of minerals is in the fire. Fixed salts and soap ashes, by being united in a solid form, act all together and so corrode. So a vesicatory is made out of ashes of ash tree. But this way cannot happen in plants because there is naturally no fixed salt in them but what is made by fire. Oils of themselves cannot be corrosive, they pierce by their tenuity, but cannot corrode. Their pungency is from the salt only, though their heat and smell is from the oil. But generally the corrosives have no smell, or inconsiderable, where it would not happen, if the oil were corrosive. Whence I conclude, that such a taste depends on the volatile salt diluted with water, or sharpened by the addition of oil, though crude, as in Tithomalus, but especially by a volatile oil, as in euphorbium. Chapter 10 of Sweet Tastes. This taste depends on an equal mixture of the principles of plants. The acerb, austere, woody fruits become sweet, fragrant, and spirituous when ripened by the heat of the sun, like a chemical digestion that separates the principles and produces a looser mixture, and the sweet fruits by distillation afford a spirit, so that an acid from the crudity, and spirituous oil and salt from the ripeness, are evident in sweet tastes. A mucilage appears in licorice, and an oily smell in the flowers of the pea taste. Sugar has both oil and acid, so that from different sweet tastes you will find all the principles of plants to be latent in a sweet taste, which will appear from the classes of sweet tastes. 1. Sweet watery crude in grass and corn. 2. Sweet aromatics in carrots and parsnips. 3. Sweet acrid in rapunculus. 4. Sweet mucilaginous in figs or oleose as in nuts. 5. Sweet subacid in strawberries and grapes. 6. Bittersweet in aloes. 7. The pea taste in fitches on sea. Pea tastes are either 1. Sweet and rough. 2. Sweet and bitterish, or 3. Sweet and compounded with a bitter acrid, and sometimes a mucilage. The watery crude or cooling. In distilled waters and decoctions, the sweet aromatics are nourishing and very grateful to the stomach. Sweet acrid are also esculent and diuretic. By their acrimony and sweetness they are pectoral, lenifying sharp rheums and opening the breast. Sweet mucilaginous are both pectorals and diuretics, defending the membranes both by their sweetness and mucilage, and making them more slippy for phlegm and gravel, as well as allaying the sharpness of saline humors by the mucilage. Sweet subacid are cooling cordials. Bitter sweets are nauseous purgers. Chapter She. Concerning the smells of vegetables, their differences, and the virtues depending upon them. The smells of plants are either cool, temperate, or hot. I of cool smells in plants, earthy, which smell of earth, with which is joined a mucilage, as in mushrooms. Or else they are dry plants as mosses, and this smell of earth must needs argue a crude plant. Sorrel smells or acid or sour. These shew the acid to abound in a plant, and the virtues depending thereon as in sorrel and sea. Third, a crude or grassy smell, resulting from an indigested mixture of acid and earth and water, as in plantain. A crude smell indicates a cooling quality, fit for inflamed blood and over-fermented humors, and outwardly these plants are repelling, and of a cooling quality. In the plants which have the smells above mentioned, there is not so great a digestion of their juice, as to attenuate it, and rarefy it, so far as to emit brisk particles to affect the senses, like oil or volatile salts of plants. Second, of temperate smells. Temperate smells of plants are mixed of hot and cold, being mellowy sweet, such as is in ripe fruits, as in apples and sea. This smell arises from an higher digestion of the crude juice in fruits, by the heat of the sun, which produces that equal mixture of principles which is aromatic. They choose it naturally. Most fruits may by a farther fermentation be prepared to yield an inflammable spirit, and therefore fruits fermented in the stomach yield a brisk spirit to the blood. And by their acid, they cool the blood and choler and excite appetite. A grateful acid may be smelt in the stomachs of birds, which feed on hips, from which I have made a very grateful spirit by fermentation. In surfeits of fruits the fermentation of them is carried on to a putrefaction, which happens frequently, when fruit is eaten by any person when he is very hot, or else the fruit lies in the stomach crude, and unfermented very acid and griping, as it happens to cold stomachs. Third of hot smells. Hot smells are either agreeable or offensive. Agreeable hot smells are 1. Terebinthinates, in which the oil of plants is more rarefied than in any other of the former smells, but yet it is mixed, is most agreeable to the body of animals, for their food, and by this smell, and the with and fixed by an acid, and this smell indicates a vulnerary quality, by resembling the smell of turpentine. A balsamic smell depends on a state of the oil of plants, betwixt a turpentine and aromatic smell, as in Botrytis, Ladanum segatum, Onski. 2. Aromatics, in which the oil is less fixed than in the former, there being less acid mixed with it. In aromatics, there is a bitterness or sweetness with an acrimony. All aromatics are cordial. 3. Fragrant smells, in which the sense of smelling is highly pleased by the odor depending on the highest rarefied oil of plants, and therefore very little affects the taste, the oil not being fixed in the juice of the plant so much as in the former by an acid, as in jasmine flowers, orange flowers, A and C. These plants afford the best cordial water, and are only in higher degree of aromatics. Second hot offensive smells are 1. A quick pungent smell, which is in horseradish, or mustard seed, or ranunculus. These plants have a volatile salt, and the virtues depending on it. The proper smell of vegetable salts is a quick pungency. Animal salts have also a smoky or urinous smell, by which they differ. 2. Fetid smells, which arise from a salt and oil very volatile, and therefore have outwardly a most discussive quality, and inwardly an antihysteric quality. A. Fetid like elder, and those plants have the same virtue as scrofularia. B. Rank like garlic, as onions and leeks, and these have the same virtue as garlic. C. A rancid oily smell, which many of the pea taste have as goss flowers A and C, and these are fit for oils and ointments. D. Narcotic smells, like poppy, and all these plants have an opiate faculty. E. Nauseous smells, such as is in aron pouches, which smell is most abominable. In bryony berries the nauseous smell intimates a vomitory faculty. Those smells which do resemble other plants have the same virtue, but not always when they resemble other things. Mustard seed smell, rocket, scurvy grass, horseradish, watercresses and C. Turpentine smell, St. John's wort, herb Robert, fir pine juniper and C. Hop smell, germander, wood sage, garlic smell, scordium, marmalade of quinces smell, leaves of primroses, orange flowers smell, pansies, milkwort, codling smell, siliquose willow herb, dead nettle smell, bolode, ironwort, galeopsis, chickweed with ivy leaves, ground ivy leaves, clown's all heel, cardiaca ants tea. Thirdly, that the acid and earthy parts are smelt as well as the volatile. Fourthly, that fetids and aromatics differ only in degree, the fetids being strongest, both of them being produced by an oily volatile salt which separates the oil from the fixing acid. In the sense of feeling, pleasure arises, a blendo and mollia frictu, by which the spirits are drawn into the part. In pain there is impulsus fibris convellens and corrugans, by which the spirits are distracted and dissipated. So in aromatics the papillae are gratefully and gently rubbed, in fetid tastes more violently, and the sense of smelling is also offended by a violent impression, but pleased with a gentler. Chapter 12 of Occult Qualities. That there are many textures in plants which we shall never be able to describe, and some internal agitations of particles which we can never explain, is undeniably true, though we observe the tastes and smells produced by each particular texture, and the qualities of hot and cold depending on the motion of particles. In narcotics we taste mucilage and acrimony, and smell of fodor, which sensible qualities we find in narcotics, though we know not their particular texture and motion, by which these particular compositions of tastes act, nor the manner by which they stupefy. Purgers have their particular composition of tastes, resulting from a particular texture, on which their irritation depends, their textures being not describable other ways than by their several tastes depending on them, and the nature of the principles, which produce their several tastes, and are the ingredients constituting that particular compound tastes of each plant, are the effects of particular textures. Where we find the same combinations of tastes, the same textures must needs be inferred. Therefore we know also the textures of plants, by their several tastes and principles, though not directly, and immediately by our senses. The figures of minute particles are too small to be visible, and the manner of their internal motion doth not affect our feeling or other senses. and therefore the textures of all plants and all other bodies will ever be occult qualities as well as the effluviums of all bodies, not affecting our senses. The same occult qualities are in the most known and evident things as fire, whose heat we feel, but cannot describe the figure and motion of its particles. Neither can we describe the texture of mucilages, bitters, or turpentines, and yet we can distinguish the tastes and smells and principles which constitute each particular texture. Therefore, I conclude that the texture and insensible effluviums are alike obscure in all bodies as well as vegetables, and nothing is more occult in one vegetable than in another. But because we know not the nature of animals on which plants produce their effects, we cannot so clearly give an account of the operation of some tastes and smells as of others. So in opium we cannot explain the manner of its stupefaction, because we know not the nature of animal spirits on which it acts, yet we perceive the gumminess, the acrimony, the bitterness and fetidness, by which it acts, and by which its manner of stupefying will be explained, when the nature and motion of animal spirits is sufficiently understood. Not only the nature of spirits but also the nature of some humors in the body are yet unknown, and the use of some parts too, as the spleen and divers glandules, which may make the manner of the operation of many medicines less evident to us. For since the discovery of the muscular fabric and use of the heart by Dr. Lower, and the circulation of the blood by Harvey, and the insertion of nerves into the muscles of the heart by Dr. Willis, a more rational and evident account may be given of the operation of cordials by their particular tastes and smells, as in aromatics, which abound with a volatile oil and salt, whereby they quicken the circulation of the blood, and excite a brisker motion in the animal spirits, by which the muscles of the heart are moved. Is not only the unknown nature of humors and the undiscovered use of some parts of the body, which makes the manner of the operations of some medicines obscure, but also the want of examining the nature of the medicine itself, and the particular compositions of tastes which are in it. I hope I may give a further light to the ingenious inquirers into the manner of the operations of vegetables, by observing these two things: that plants have compounded tastes, by which they act, as rhubarb purgeth by a bitter, slimy, subacrid, astringent taste. St. John's wort is a vulnerary, by being bitterish, astringent, and having a turpentine smell. Liverwort is hepatic and diuretic, by being bitterish, subacrid, mucilaginous, and having a turpentine smell. And therefore I infer that though each particular taste hath a virtue, as considered by itself, yet divers tastes being compounded in one plant, every plant hath a particular effect depending on the action of all the qualities together, from all which the virtue of a plant is deduced, and not from one only taste. But we shall better apprehend the effects of vegetables produced on animals, if we consider too, that every animal contains divers humors, separated by particular parts into distinct vessels, and that these humors have different tastes, natures, digestions, and particular motions given them by the mechanical structure of an animal body, and that the organical parts have such an agreeable contrivance, as by the acting on one part, the whole may be disturbed and variously moved, which appears in smells that are offensive to hysteric persons. Chapter 12 of Specifics. That notion of specifics I think most rational differs much from what is usually described by authors, by whom medicines are called specifics, because they act principally upon the account of some property or peculiar virtue which is unknown, and not by any manifest qualities of bitter, acrid, acid, and But I will not dispute those authors' notions, but propose my own to the ingenious and candid, to be examined by them. I therefore define a specific medicine to have a particular taste, or composition of tastes or smells, whereby it acts on some humors of an animal, more peculiarly and effectually than other medicines. There are three sorts of specifics: first, specific purgers; secondly, specific alterers, which are of a contrary taste to the humors corrected; thirdly, specific alterers, which are of the same nature and of the same taste as the humors they correct. First, specific purgers. Purgers are called specific because they evacuate a particular humor, and if they be considered as alterers, they have the same taste as the humors they purge, by which taste they dispose that humor to a separation from the blood. And purgers are also most peculiarly suited to the nature of the humor they purge, by the different degree of acrimony which irritates. So cholagogues, as dock roots and rhubarb, are bitter and slimy like choler, and also subacrid, which is the lowest degree of irritation. Phlegmagogues are also cholagogues, as aloes and agaric, which have a bitter sweet, like choler, and have a mucilage or gumminess, like phlegm, and also a greater degree of acrimony than the former cholagogues, which seems necessary for phlegmatic humors, the choler being more fluid. Hydragogues are also phlegmagogues, for phlegm is but an inspissate glandulous lympha, and the resinous purgers have the gumminess of phlegm, and a greater degree of acrimony to mix with the serum of the blood, and also to stimulate the glandules of the guts and stomach. This strong acrimony in resins resembles the saltness in the blood, it being also a salt. Melanogogues differ not from phlegmagogues, and the mild hydrogogues, as senna, which is bitterish, slimy, subacrid. Note that black hellebore is very acrid, by which it is of a contrary taste to melancholic humors, and corrects acids, as well as purges phlegm and choler. Secondly, specifics, which are of a contrary taste to the quality of the humors to be corrected. So acid medicines are contrary to bitter choler, and acrid salts and destroy their tastes. Earthy salt and bitter medicines are contrary to acidity and acerbity in the lympha, serum, and chyle, as also sulfurs and oils are. Watery mucilages and crude juices. Contrary to the inspissates serum of the blood by diluting it. Astringents are contrary to the laxity of the fibers, and oily medicines are contrary to their roughness and dryness. These contrarieties of qualities, and also the specific purgers, are mentioned in the specific class, to which I refer the reader. Thirdly, specific alterers by being of the same taste in nature as the humors that are prepared and separated by that particular part, the nature of which will more plainly appear by the following comparison, betwixt the tastes of animal humors and the tastes of those medicines which respect particular parts. The natural taste of choler is sweet, bitter, slimy, and birds acrid. From this taste of choler, it is natural for us to argue that a medicine of the same taste will act like choler in the body, and supply the defect of it when wanting, and restore it to its natural taste and state, when weakened, dulled, or coagulated by acids, or wants a perfect digestion and separation from the blood. Therefore, by reason of a bitter, slimy, sub-acrid taste, in choler gentian root which hath that taste, is accounted in hepatic, and also carduous, with all others of the same taste, upon the account of a bitter sub-acrid in choler. Celandine and turmeric roots are hepatics also. Upon the account of bitterness only, all bitters are hepatic, as succory. Upon the account of subacrid only in choler, all acrids may be accounted hepatics, on the account that choler hath a sweet oiliness in the taste, and that sweets become easily bitter. Therefore all sweet, spices and aromatics are hepatic. Choler is also fetid, and therefore the fetid gums which are bitter, acrid, and fetid are good hepatics. And all plants abounding with an oily pungency, and their distilled oils are hepatic, because the same principles are in choler. Sweat and urine have the same salt taste, and therefore the same salt medicines are both diuretic and diaphoric. This salt in the serum of the blood is of the nature of sal ammoniac, therefore mixed salts are the best diuretics and diaphoretics. All medicines of a salt taste, as fixed salts, pure volatile salts, or vegetable oily salts, in aromatics, fetids, and acrids, and many salso acids, promote both sweat and urine, and all volatile salts smell urinous. Note that testaceous medicines become diuretic by getting a salt taste in the stomach, by reason of the mixing of its acid with them. The saltness of the blood preserves its mixture, and prevents putrefaction, and so do all the salts above mentioned, and therefore they are antifivrific and alexipharmic. The lympha of the conglobate glandules is also salt, like the serum of the blood, and therefore in arthritic pains requires the same salt medicines which move sweat and urine, with a cool watery vehicle, for the use of this lympha is not only to mix the chyle and blood, but to dilute both, the defect of which lympha is best supplied from the watery subacrid plants. The lympha of the conglomerate glandules is watery, slimy, subacid. This constitutes the ferment of the stomach, and is separated into the prime vie, not only by the salival glandules but by these also of the stomach, pancreas, and guts. This lympha is supplied by spirituous acids, and slimy watery subacids, as lemons, oranges, and dulcified spirit of salt. These excite appetite, and help the fermentation of meats. So leaven, which ferments dough, is subacid and salt. Salt tastes are also pleasing to the stomach because they are subacids. The lympha, which moistens the cavity of the lungs and windpipe, is slimy, sweet, and milky. In hectics this is deficient, and is therefore supplied with milks and watery sweet mucilages. The use of the spleen is yet unknown, but it certainly separates a glandulous humor whose taste is probably subacid, and therefore many astringents which are produced from acids, as vitriolum martis, and the fur astringents help the preparation, and supply the defect of the splenitic liquor. All medicines altering the deprivation of it must be contrary to acids. The menses have a particular smell, not unlike flowers of marigolds or saffron, which are fetids, and so is Atriplex olida, and therefore esteemed in uterine, and for their agreement in smell. All other fetids, though they have not the same sort of fodor, are accounted uterines, as volatile oils, salts, and fetid gums. Aromatic smells are grateful and pleasing to the spirits, and therefore are used as cordials and cephalics. We cannot taste the spirits, though we could meet with a succus nervosus because they are the instruments of taste. But there seems nothing fitter than smells to explain their natures, which work much on the spirits, they being subtle and invisible effluviums like them. Narcotics have a fetid smell, by which they stupefy the spirits, by stopping their motion and elasticity, and the fluidity of their glandulous vehicle. Amongst plants those are esteemed fittest for food, which have a sweet taste, and such hath been accounted the taste of chyle, sweet things breeding the greatest quantity of it, and most nourishing, for chyle, like sweet tastes, contains an oil and acidity, well digested and diluted with water. Therefore all medicines of a sweet taste are agreeable in taste, temper, and digestion to animal bodies. And all those plants which are of a lower digestion than sweets, are in respect of the humors of an animal, crude and cooling, as earthy, watery, acid, and mucilaginous tastes, which are therefore used in the too high fermentation of the blood. Those plants which have a higher digestion than sweet, are also of a higher digestion than the natural temper of animal humors, and are therefore heating, opening, cordial as bitter, acrid, aromatic tastes. And caustics, which have the highest excess above sweet tastes, and consequently above animal humors, are therefore corrosive and poisonous to them. Plants do not only consist of some certain principles, but they receive also a different digestion and fermentation in each plant, which is very manifest in the fruits of plants, which at the first taste acerb, and afterwards become sweet and subacid, and in those seeds which, whilst unripe, taste austere, but afterwards become sweet oily. This particular digestion in plants may be observed by their several tastes and predominant principles which produce them. Chapter 14 of the different ways of knowing the virtues of plants, but most particularly of the natural method of deducing them from the several modes of taste, and from experiments. All the knowledge we have of nature is grounded on our senses. They first inform us of certain qualities produced by their objects, into whose natures we afterwards inquire, by trying experiments about those sensible qualities and also by examining the principles which produce them. I have mentioned the principles on which tastes depend, and those virtues which all authors allow them upon the account of that dependence. This knowledge of the virtues of plants by their taste is much improved by divers experiments made about particular tastes which I will mention, and also those virtues which are known by the modes of tastes. But I will first take notice of some other more general hints of the virtues of plants we have from other senses. Nature seems to have been very much solicitous for our knowledge of the virtues of plants, by exposing them to so many of our senses. By the touch we feel mucilages, and the gumminess of turpentine plants, and the waterishness of all joyces, and the acrimony of the vesicatory. By the eye we observe the signatures of plants, in which nature has given us an hint of inquiring farther into their natures, for remedies in particular distempers. And therefore the character of some diseases is fixed on the plant. Pulmonaria has the marks of corrupted lungs, scrofularia, Chelidonia minus and Fabaria have knobbed roots like the piles. Spots are observed in aron, and dragon leaves like those in scorbutic persons. Other plants resemble the external cause of a distemper, as the stalks of dragons do the skin of a serpent. The roots of Doronicum and the tops of Echium resemble a scorpion, against whose venom they are rust. Where distempers have no outward figure, there the plant bears the figure of the part affected. So nutmegs, walnuts, poppy heads, and peony have some resemblance of the head of animals, and are useful in different distempers of it. I also observes the likeness of the yellow color in saffron, turmeric, celandine roots, and the gall of an animal. The likeness of slimy mucilages to many glandulous humors is obvious, and the color and smell of urine and lixiviums is manifest. I have already described the similitude betwixt the tastes of medicines and animal humors, by which the friendly specifics may be known. I have also given an account of the different smells of plants, and the virtues intimated by them. I will now consider the different modes of tastes, from whence we learn what sort of affections plants will produce in our bodies, and also those which are produced externally. For as the tongue is affected by the taste, so are the parts and humors of an animal, by the same plant when us for a medicine. But, besides these virtues known by the modes of taste, other virtues are proved by experiments, which we could never have inferred to have belonged to a particular taste, by any modes of it. And therefore, though we know the particular tastes of plants, and the composition of them, yet we cannot know what virtues may belong to them by that taste, until we thoroughly have tried and examined the nature and effects of each particular taste, and also what tastes may produce in composition, more than simple tastes. Acids taste cool, sour, and pungent, or sharp and a little rough. From the coolness on the tongue we infer that acids will cool the blood, choler, hot salts, and the stomach, and thirst, and that outwardly they will repel and cool inflammations. From their pungency we believe them apparative, penetrating, and also cutting phlegm. From their roughness we conclude they may stop loosenesses and hemorrhages, as astringents do, but more weakly. The experiments, which have further illustrated the efficacy of acids, are these. The coagulation of milk, choler, and the serum of the blood shews their cooling virtue more efficaciously. Acids are contrary to volatile salts, and combine with them into a mixed salt, by which acids are diuretic, Acids joined with minerals produce vitriolate tastes, and the same taste is observable in scorbutic spittings of blood from the gums. The blood tastes like vitriola martis, as I have often found it. A particular acid with a volatile salt produces a cool effervescence, from whence shivering may be explained. Acids commonly produce hot effervescences, from whence flushing heats may be explained, upon the use of vinegar, in some persons. Acids are contrary to oils and make a lasting effervescence with them, as oil of turpentine and oil of vitriol mixed, from whence we shall hereafter deduce the natural heat and effervescence of the blood, and the color of it, and the separation of the fat from it. Acids are contrary to melancholic constitutions, because they abound with acids. They are contrary to cephalic distempers, because these require volatile salts to cure them. They corrode the teeth, make the urine sharp, cause all obstructions, and therefore there is no pure acid found in any humors of animals, for the acids are either joined to the salts or oils of animals. Of these I shall say more in the account of the original of animal humors, and their tastes. To those many other experiments may be added out of chemical authors, to shew many yet unknown properties of acids, as their concurrence in the production of volatile and fixed salts, and the part they have in aurum fulminans, and gunpowder, all which experiments are applicable to some alterations made by acids in animals. Astringents taste rough, cool, and contract the lips, and they have the same effect on the other parts. The roughness stops loosenesses, fastens loose teeth, heals wounds, and cicatrizes ulcers, repels outwardly, and by contracting the fibers, strengthens them both outwardly and inwardly. By the same roughness and cool taste, the humors are contracted, thickened, and cooled, and therefore astringents stop loosenesses and hemorrhages, as well by the contraction of fermenting humors, as by strengthening the fibers. Other effects of astringents may be deduced from this roughness, though at first they were discovered by experiments. So fevers have been cured by astringents, by reason of the qualities above mentioned, and because we find that galls, which have a rough taste, will alter the texture of chalybeate liquors. We believe by this effect we may illustrate the operation of styptics in curing of fevers, which effect we could not clearly deduce from the contracting taste. Earthy tastes are dry and gritty. They affect the taste but little, so that from thence we cannot learn much of their virtues, more than to dry and imbibe humidity, and thicken the blood, and outwardly to dry ulcers. But by experiments we learn that earthy particles absorb acids, and both compound either a salt of an aluminous, nitrous, or vitriol taste, or corrosive sulfurs, as shall hereafter be particularly mentioned. Watery tastes are cool, and moisten the tongue, for which qualities we use them in medicines. Mucilage tastes smooth, cool, slimy, and watery. It therefore smooths the roughness and dryness of the throat and catarrhs, abates the sharpness of urine, cools and thickens all sharp humors, and outwardly allays heat, roughness, and all inflammations in any part, and the hot rheums in the eyes. Oil differs from mucilage by being more hot, and therefore digesting, and anodyne by the gentle heat outwardly. Oil lenifies sharp humors, and inwardly defends the guts by a sliminess, from the acrimony of poisons, the sharpness to the eyes, the nauseousness to the stomach, the not mixing with water, and coagulation by acids, and the yielding some acid in distillation, are effects which are only known by experiment, though applicable to animals. Bitters are unpleasant to the taste, and inclining to an acrimony, whence they are accounted hot. Their other affections of the palate are not very evident, but because they detergate ulcers outwardly, they are esteemed of a deterging taste, for Galen says, bitters are the same as nitrof tastes but stronger, and from the cleansing nature of nitre, bitters are said to detergate the palate and cleanse the stomach and liver. Because an astringent taste is joined with bitter, therefore bitters are of an exasperating taste, and by this roughness strengthen the viscera and fibers. Use of bitters in killing worms, preventing putrefaction in fevers and ulcers. Their diuretic and sudorific virtue, and their contrariety to acids, are the consequences of known experiments, and not deducible from the modes of taste. Nauseous tastes immediately indicate a purging or vomiting quality, and are generally bitter-sweet or bitter-slimy, by which we perceive when the tongue is contrarily affected, and by the same object an unpleasant taste is produced out. Acrid tastes are penetrant and pungent, and bite and heat the mouth. They therefore heat and rarefy thick humors, and the blood and chyle, and open obstructions outwardly. They disgust tumors, and draw in plasters. By experience these are known to correct acids, and coagulate with them into a mixed salt, which is diuretic and sudorific, and by correcting the acids of the spleen and nerves become antiscorbutic and cephalic. Caustic tastes vesicate both the tongue and outward skin, and vomit and purge. Sweet tastes have a grateful oily smoothness by which they lenify coughs, and are outwardly digesting by their moderate heat. They are no less grateful to the stomach than pleasing to the palate. That sweet will become bitter, we know only by experiment, and by the same we know that all very sweet things are hot, and that they are laxative. Aromatic tastes are acrid and pleasing to the taste and smell, therefore by their acrimony they rarefy the blood, open obstructions, please the stomach and spirits, and therefore are cordial, stomachic and cephalic, and also outwardly comfort and strengthen weak parts by their agreeable heat. I have set down these known modes of each taste, and shewn that by their means we know that earthy, watery, acid, and mucilaginous are cool tastes and cool the animal humors, and have also other effects, which depend not on coolness, and I have also demonstrated that bitters, aromatics, acrids, and caustics are hot tastes and have hot effects on animals from the same modes of tastes, and from experiments made on particular tastes, we may examine all compound tastes. But we must consider, as colors mixed are a different color from the simple colors, so it is in taste compound as appears in bitter sweet and bitter slimy, neither of which alone are nauseous. Chapter 15 of the degrees of taste. Galen makes 4 degrees of the virtues of plants, reducing them to hot, cold, moist, and dry. 1. That is hot in the first degree, which does not evidently heat, but we find it by some reason about the nature of it. 2. Those that manifestly heat are of the 2nd order. 3. Those which vehemently heat are of the 3rd order. 4. Those which burn, or induce an eschar, are of the 4th degree. But seeing the virtues of plants are so evidently deduced from their tastes, and those tastes so well experimented by many chemical distillations and mixtures, and since the nature of the humors of the body and all diseases have been better observed than in Galen's time, I have not confined myself in describing the natures of plants to hot, cold, dry, or moist, but have added all the compositions of tastes and sensible effects of their modes, whereby I might particularly express the nature of each plant. And according to the experimented virtues of tastes, I have added those which belong to each particular, and, I think, I need add no more, but the several degrees of taste, which may most easily be understood, and which may have a different degree of virtue. I therefore have observed 3 degrees in tastes, as for instance in bitters the first degree is a little bitter or bitterish, which does but just sensibly affect the taste, and therefore have the lowest degree of virtue as bitter. The 2nd degree is bitter absolutely, which considerably affects the taste, and is of a moderate bitterness. The 3rd degree is very bitter, which much offends the taste and has the highest degree of bitters. The same degrees are observable in acid, sweet, mucilaginous, acrid, aromatic, watery, and earthy taste. By these degrees of tastes we express that a little of a taste or a moderate degree of taste, or else a greater quantity of each taste, is to be found in each particular compound taste of a plant. Note that acrid is the cause of biting and heat, and therefore, I have us them in the 2nd part as equivalent terms. The end of the 1st part. XX, XXXXXXXX, in a enjoyable manner. XX, XXXXXXXX, enjoyable manner. XX, enjoyable manner. XX speaking, XX, XXXXXX speaking in a enjoyable manner. XX, in a, XX, XX speaking in, XX, XXXXXXXX, in an enjoyable manner. XX, XXXXXXXXXXX, in a enjoyable manner. XXXXXXXXXXX, in a enjoyable manner. XXXXXXXXXXX, in a enjoyable manner. XXXXXXXXXX, in an enjoyable manner. In an XXXXXXXXXXX, in an enjoyable manner. XXXXXXXXXXX, in an enjoyable. XXXXXXXXXX, in a enjoyable manner. XXXXXXXXXX, in enjoyable manner. XX, XXXXXXXXXX, in bar. XX, in the 2nd part. The tastes and virtues of spontaneous English plants. A phytological essay. A. The fir tree. The bark and leaves are bitterish, rough, and have a turpentine taste and smell. It is a good vulnerary, and therefore works as turpentine by urine in the stone and scurvy. The leaves are most rough in taste, and therefore most vulnerary. This is to be referred to the turpentine class. The young leaves of fir and pine are sourish and rough. Abrotanum. Southernwood is of a very bitter, acrid, hot taste and strong smell. Outwardly it is good against convulsions and palsies. In its bitter, acrid taste and fetidness, it seems to resemble sea wormwood, and to belong to the same kind. It hath something aromatic in the smell, like chamomile. Absinthium commune. Common wormwood is very bitter, acrid, and hot in taste with a grateful smell. As it has a bitter and acrid taste, it cleanses the stomach, and excites appetite, provokes urine, and opens the liver. Therefore it is good in the jaundice and dropsy. By the aforementioned qualities it outwardly discusses tumors, inwardly kills worms, and is good in long tertians, by rectifying the acidities in the choleric blood. The roots are not bitter but sweet, aromatic, and hot like chervil, and are diuretic, carminative, and stomachic. Dr. Grew says, There is a turpentine in wormwood roots, and also an astringency in wormwood, and in all strong bitters. See wormwood hath a less bitterness but more unpleasant, of the same virtue as the former but weaker. The sycamore tree, the bark is a little mucilaginous, bitter and rough. The joice which runs upon tapping is sweet, nauseous and astringent. The leaves taste very rough. The virtue lies in the astringency with a little bitterness. Common maple, its bark is very rough and bitterish. The virtue depends upon the astringency. Common sorrel, its leaves are acid and astringent, by which it cools in fevers, excites appetite, and is diuretic. The root is bitter, astringent, and nauseous. There is an antifebrile virtue in it, by purging color from the blood. The root is yellow without, and has a dark bitterness, to which I refer it. Acetosella. Wood sorrel is the same, if the joice be thick-end. The crystals that settle in the bottom taste like cream of tartar, gritty and sour. Acetosa lanceolata. The sheep sorrel and Acetosa rotundifolia have the same taste and virtue. Acenos. Wild basil tastes bitterish and subacrid. With an aromatic smell it is acephalic, by that taste and smell. Acorus veris or Calamus aromaticus. The aromatic reed, the root tastes bitterish, with an aromatic taste and smell, by which it discusses wind. It is cordial and provokes urine and works as an aromatic. It savors something of a balsamic turpentine. Adianthum album. Wall rue is sweet astringent like the ferns, by which it is a splenitic, checking the fermentation of the blood, and it's a vulnerary for the lungs and kidneys. Adianthum aureum minus. Golden maiden hair is astringent like the ferns, with an earthy smell, by which mosses and ferns differ most, being of a very like nature. Agrifolium. Holly tree. The bark tastes mucilaginous, a little biting, and bitterish. The leaves are bitterish, by which it doth good in the colic, if boiled in posset drink. Holly hath an acrid in it, joined with bitterish, and a mucilage, therefore the distilled water may help the stone. Agrifolibaceae. Red berries of holly tree taste sweet, bitterish, acrid and mucilaginous, by which they are purgative. Agrimony vulgar. Agrimony is moderately bitter, subacrid and astringent, with an aromatic smell. By its bitterness it's good for the stomach, and obstructions of the liver by its astringency. It is vulnerary, and by its aromatic smell is cordial. Its astringency makes it good for stopping involuntary pissing, and its bitterness corrects the acidity of the urine, which stimulates too much. Alcea vulgar. Vervine mallow is mucilaginous, like common mallows, and of the same virtues. Alchemilla vulgar. Lady's mantle is moderately astringent, without any heat, by which quality it's good in all fluxes of blood, and in wounds. Aliaria. Jack by the hedge, its smell is rank like garlic, and it is bitterish and acrid in its taste. Its virtues are like those of garlic, and are good for the cough. It is diuretic, and resists infection, and is good in sauces. It is outwardly used in gangrenes and sordid ulcers, in the form of an ointment. Allium ursinum. Ramsons, they smell like leeks, and their taste is the same. The roots resemble leeks. They are very mucilaginous and acrid, with a garlic smell, and of the same virtue as leeks. Alnus vulgar. Common alder, the bark is astringent and a little bitter. The leaves are of the same taste but less strong and feel gummy. Alnus nigra baxifera. Black elder, the bark is bitter and slimy. The berries sweet, bitter and mucilaginous. The leaves are mucilaginous and bitterish. They all purge and vomit. Outwardly the bark is good for the itch and ointments, by its mucilaginous bitterness. Alcine tenuifolia. Chickweed. Its taste is watery, crude, and feels mucilaginous. It therefore cools inflammations. Speedwell chickweed is bitterish astringent, and therefore no chickweed, but, by its taste, is a vulnerary. Marshmallow roots, leaves, flowers, and seeds are very mucilaginous, whence it is good in decoctions for the stone and cough, as also is the syrup. Outwardly it mollifies and allays pains. It is put into baths and cataplasms, and is an emollient. The mucilage is good for chops in the breast, and pains by vescatories. Brook lime is a little acrid, with much waterishness, and great astringency, by which taste it stops bleeding, cools the inflammations of the blood, and is good for the scurvy, by its pungent parts. Male pimpernel, it tastes like sorrel, and afterwards it heats and bites by its acrimony. This acrid acid is good in pestilential waters. By its acrimony it provokes sweat, and by its acidity, urine. Pimpernel with yellow flowers smells like sorrel when rubbed and tastes rough and astringent, therefore a good vulnerary. Androsamum vulgar. Tootson, or park leaves, hath a strong turpentine smell. The taste is a little sour astringent, and bitterish. Therefore it is an excellent vulnerary, and diuretic, and though the turpentine is in the smell very much, yet it tastes but a little bitter. Anemone nemorum. Wood crowfoot is very acrid or caustic, flies up into the nose if rubbed, is a sort of ranunculus, and bitterish. The root of the garden anemone tastes watery, sweet acrid, and a little slimy. Angelica minor or podagraria. Angelica the lesser or gout-wort, smells like angelica and tastes like it, but nothing so strong. It hath the same virtues in a lower degree. It is called podagraria, from its knob joints on the roots, rather than from any virtue for the gout. Angelica sylvestris. Wild angelica is sweet, bitterish and aromatic, like the garden sort in taste and virtue, but not so strong. Anonis spinosa flo. Purpureo. Common restera with purplish flowers. The roots and leaves have a pea taste, sweet and mucilaginous. The leaves feel clammy and smell strongly. Virtues are from the mucilage, good for the stone, and from its strong smell, diuretic and apparative. Kidney vetch hath a sweet pea taste and a little bitter, being rubbed. It smells rank oily, and therefore is accounted vulnerary. Snapdragon tastes bitterish and mucilaginous, with an elder smell, so that it is discuscient, anodyne and emollient like linaria, and of the same virtues. Clivers hath a hot, acrid, bitterish and subastringent taste, and therefore is a good diuretic, either boiled in white wine, or its juice, or powder, or distilled water. Outwardly applied with hog's grease, it may discuss scrofulous tumors. It is a matter. Wild smallage is like the garden sort, in taste and virtue. Bitterish, sweet, hot and aromatic in the root, seeds and leaves. It is therefore carminative, diuretic, and a good apparative. Smallage has a bitterishness in the leaves and roots, which makes it ungrateful. Aquilegia sylvestris. Columbines, the leaves and flowers taste bitterish sweet, the roots are waterish, and a little bitter, and subacrid. It is therefore a temperate plant, rather hot than cold. The roots are diuretic, the leaves are used in gargles for sore mouths. Columbine is of the pea tribe. Argemone. Bastard poppy is of an opiate smell. In taste, mucilaginous, it is opiate, as Papaver. Argentina. Wild tansy, the leaves are rough astringent, and dry, the roots bitter astringent, like cinquefoil. It stops fluxes and hemorrhages and is vulnerary and antifebrile by the bitterish roughness. Armeria sylvestris. Deptford pink if rubbed, it smells sweet, tastes sweet bitter, and is nauseously bitter astringent like garden pinks in taste. Armarius pratensis. Meadow pink or wild williams is waterish and crude like the lychnis. Artemisia vulgar. Mugwort tastes bitterish and aromatic. With an aromatic smell, it is cephalic and uterine. It is inwardly used in syrup of the joyce, in water for fits of the mother, and driving out the menses, but it doth that weakly. Outwardly it is used in warm baths. The smell resembles wormwood, and is of that kind. Wake robin. It is strongly acrid, pungent, and vesicating the palate and tongue by its volatile salt. It is not perceived till after some time. By that salt it is good for the scurvy. It is diuretic, antisplenetic, pectoral, and cephalic. The salt flies away being long-powered. The red berries are biting and slimy. The leaves rubbed have no considerable smell. In respect of their acrimony, vinegar corrects the acrimony, and therefore the acrimony is saline, and not oleous, but the pouches stink very nauseously, which stink depends upon an oil and salt. St. Peter's wort smells and tastes of turpentine, and is bitterish and astringent, and therefore is vulnerary. Asparagus, the roots have a pea taste, bitterish, watery and acrid, which, as in other diuretics, affects the throat, and therefore it is a great diuretic, and opener of obstructions. The grassy leaves of asparagus have a pea taste, and if rubbed they smell like peascods. The fator they give to the urine proceeds from an oiliness which is observable in many of the pea tastes, to which fator also the acrid hot parts of the asparagus, which are perceptible in eating of green sparrowgrass, by burning the throat. Do much conduce, the berries have a sweet taste. Spirula. Woodroof is bitter and acrid, with a fragrant smell. It's therefore a good opening hepatic, and by its taste and smell appears to be a matter. The fragrancy of it argues a cordial virtue. It is usually infused in beer or distilled. Asplenium. Siderock is sweet and rough like other ferns, good against fluxes and bleeding, and splenetic fermentations of the blood, by its rough astringency. There is an obscure acrimony in all ferns, by which they are apparative. Atriplex sylvestris. Wild auroch, the root, leaves and seeds are mucilaginous, and of a crude fetid scent. Outwardly in fomentations and in clysters, it's emollient, cooling and anodyne. It seems not proper for inward use by its ungrateful smell and nauseous mucilage. Stinking auroch tastes mucilaginous, atriplex, and is fetid in smell, by which it is antihysterical. Oats, the green corn, tastes sweet and crude. The oats are mucilaginous sweet. Mouse-ear is bitterish and astringent. Auricula therefore good in fits of agues, and in murisau fluxes, and is a vulnerary. It may be referred to the hawkweeds. By the astringency, it cures the herpes. It tastes of an ill fusty taste towards winter, by lying near the ground. B. balatae stinking whorehound is of a dead nettle, strong stinking smell and very bitter in taste, by which it is antihysteric and anti-hypochondriac, and outwardly cleansing in ulcers. It is a little acrid, and belongs to the lamium class. Barberia lutea latifolia. Winter cresses is of a cress taste and virtue. It cleanses ulcers outwardly by its cress pungency. Bardana major, great burdock. The root tastes watery, slimy, bitterish and smoky, by which it is diuretic, and good in the gout, stone and cough. The seed is bitter, and of the same virtue with the root. The leaves are very bitter, like Carduus benedictus, and may be used for sweating and vomiting instead of it. This plant, by its prickly head and purple flower, is like to the Cardus kind, as well as by the smoky taste and bitterish slime. Behen album. Spatling poppy has a crude taste and smell, like other lichnesses, and is of the same virtue. Bellis major. Great dasa. The whole plant is sweet like licorice, and therefore of the same virtue in coughs. It is also a little pungent. This acrid makes it useful in an orthopnea. I use it as thea, and sweeten it with syrup of the juice of horehound. The sweet smell of it is fragrant, like erigerum, and the leaves resemble it, but in taste it is most like rampions. Understood. Here is the corrected transcription with the marginalia headings correctly placed before the descriptions. Bellis minor. Little daisy. The leaves and roots are acid, and therefore are cooling and diuretic, when boiled in broth for children. I took 3 spoonfuls of the juice of the leaves, for divers mornings, and found no purging quality in it. I judge it is of the sorrel species and virtue, and I think the juice is proper for spitting of blood, but do not think it properly vulnerary, though authors call it consolida minor. The taste of the root is bitterish and pungent acid, wherefore the acidity in daces is like the pungent acidity of vinegar, and then it may be accounted a sorrel, or else it hath an acrimony joined with the acid like rosa solis, for it doth a little blister, though without heat. Botanica aquatica. Water betony is nauseously bitter, and of an elder smell. It has the taste and virtues of scrofularia. It is most used in ointments for tumors, burns and ulcers. Botanica vulgaris. Wood betony is bitterish and a little hot, with an aromatic smell but somewhat resembling the lamiums. By the taste and smell it is cephalic, diuretic, pectoral and vulnerary. It is used in betula. The birch tree. The bark is very rough and bitter, and so may be vulnerary, and as such will act inwardly. It will make a good extract. The leaves are mealy, mucilaginous and a little bitter, and so may be good in baths for the itch. They smell a little sweet. The fresh juice of the wounded tree is sweet, which will turn sour. It will make a good wine for the stone with spices. The crude juice is too raw for the stomach. If it be distilled or brewed with malt, it may be good for hectics. Bifolium sylvestre. Tway blade. The taste is sweet, mucilaginous and a little acrid or biting. It is probably of the orchis kind. Its virtue lies in the mucilage, or acrid biting, by both which it may be outwardly emollient, and inwardly diuretic. Bistorta vulgaris. Bistort. The root is rough and bitterish like sorrel, and therefore stops fluxes, abates preternatural fermentations, and so is alexipharmac, and not sudorific. But it abates too much sweating, as well as acids. The leaves are crude and mucilaginous. It seems a kind of sorrel. Bleedum minus album. Blight is mucilaginous, and crude in taste, therefore its virtue is cooling and mucilaginous, of the nature of beets or atroplex. Bonus henricus. English mercury. Its sorrel tasted in the roots, leaves and seeds, exasperating or corroding the throat. The leaves are also mucilaginous, and of a grassy smell. It is therefore accounted emollient, and its acid outwardly cools inflammations. It has sandy, globular parts on the backside of the leaves, which may work as testaceous powders and be diuretic. The exasperating quality may irritate an epesis, and make it laxative in clysters, as well as its mucilage. From the same also is its diuretic quality. I think it like atroplex or beets. It is good for warts outwardly, and disgufts and cataplasms, as appears by the burning quality in the throat. Mr. Ray says, the root is acrid and bitter. Bryonia alba. White bryony. The root tastes subacrid, very bitter, and mucilaginous, and therefore vomits and purges, as other bitter mucilages do, outwardly by the same qualities. It cures warts, strumas, pains of the hips, bruises, pains of the sides and gout pains, and is laid to the feet in cataplasms for distempers of the head. If the root be dried, and the mucilage afterwards drawn out by infusing in wine, and then again dried, it purges and vomits much less. Mr. Ray. The leaves of bryony have the same taste and virtue, and some have used the decoction of them for the stone, but 10 spoonfuls thereof purged and vomited a dog strongly. The red berries have a most abominable taste and smell. Countrymen give them for the hoof to the cows. The faculae of the root are purgative, and as fetids and bitters they work in hysteric cases. The sprouts boiled like young asparagus I found most nauseous and not fit to eat. The roots are pounded into a conserve for fits, but I cannot believe any stomach can hold them. Black bryony. The leaves are mucilaginous, bitterish, and a little biting, and therefore diuretic. The root is acrid, and blisters the hands. It is as diuretic, but not so purgative as the white bryony. Buglossum sylvestre minus. Small wild bugloss. The leaves and roots are cool, watery, and mucilaginous. In juice and in decoction it cools hectics, inflammations, heats and thirst, and stops rheums. The flowers have a little cordial heat in them, besides their watery mucilage. Bugula ruelli. Bugle is bitter and rough in taste and therefore vulnerary. I suppose it may be a veronica or lamium. Bugle, scabiose and sanicle make a good ointment, with boar's grease for wounds. Bulbo castanum. Earth nuts are sweet, hot and aromatic, and belong to the fenil kind, by taste and virtue. The roots are sweet and mucilaginous. The sweet acrimony and mucilage makes them diuretic and venereal. Bursa pastoris. Shepherd's purse is of a cress smell and taste, though in a low degree the astringency is but small, and deserves not the buxus. Box tree. The leaves and bark are very bitter and rough, therein resembling guaiacum by its taste, and therefore used in its stead in drying decoctions. I cannot perceive any narcotic quality in it. It is given to horses for the bots. Some account it antiscorbutic. See Calamintha vulgaris. Calamint is of a bitterish and very acrid, aromatic taste, and of a strong aromatic mint smell, and therefore is in hot cephalic, uterine, pectoral, and stomachic, by its bitterness and acrimony, thereby giving a quick motion to the spirits and also heating the nervous fibers. Caltha palustris. Marsh marigold. The flowers smell like lilies, the leaves are mucilaginous and a little warm or pungent. By its acrimony it is a marigold, or rather a crowfoot. Campanula rotundifolia. Bell flowers. The leaves are biting and sweet like rampions. Cannabis spuria. Bastard hemp is bitterish, subacrid, and of an aromatic smell. It is accounted a lamium. Cannabis sativa. Hemp is bitter and acrid, of a sweet aromatic smell like agrimony, but more strong. It is not fit to be taken inwardly, for by that smell it produces giddiness, and probably kills fish. It has a more offensive smell after it is gathered and dried. By its bitter acrimony, it is most fit for outward use in discussing and dissolving kernels, and easing pains. The seeds have a mucilage, and are used in emulsions, as diuretics and openers in the jaundice, by the bitter acrimony and strong smell. No diuretic can be an antivenereal, as hemp has been accounted, unless it destroys the animalcula in semi, as it does worms and other insects and fishes in the river. An oil may be expressed from the seed for burns. Cardamine nasturtium. Ladies' smock is a biting acrid, like the nasturtiums, and of a cress smell and virtue. Cardiaca. Motherwort is very biting and bitter, therefore good in hypochondriac faintings, and fits of the mother, to provoke urine and the menses, and to expectorate, and it is also a cephalic in convulsions and palsies, but is chiefly an hepatic, as bitter acrids are. The smell of it is like dead nettle and belongs to that tribe. It is also reckoned amongst bezoardics for its bitter acrimony. Carduus vulgaris and lanceolatus. Thistles. They taste watery, mucilaginous, bitterish and smoky, by which they are diuretics but also very nauseous. Carduus mariae. Ladies' thistle. The leaves are bitterish and slimy, and may be eaten boiled. The root is bitter, mucilaginous, and smoky, by which it is diuretic, but very offensive, as any other carduus is to the stomach, and therefore may be vomitory, as Carduus benedictus is. Carlina. Carlane thistle. The roots taste bitterish and a little acrid, of a mithridate flavor. It may be therefore used as an alexipharmac, and hepatic, and diuretic, because of its bitterish acrimony. It is subacrid, and a little aromatic, mixed with an unpleasant smell. Caryophyllata vulgaris. Avens. The leaves are astringent, and therefore given before the fits of a tertian ague. The roots smell and taste like cloves, and are therefore cordial, cephalic, stomachic, and alexipharmac. The root has also an astringent taste, and therefore good in fluxes of the belly, and weakness of the stomach, given in powder or infusion in wine. The virtue lies in being an aromatic astringent, bitterish and acrid. By the taste and smell it is a clove gilliflower, castanea. Chestnut tree. The bark is very rough and a little bitter. The leaves are a little sour, slimy and hot. They smell smoky. The bark is used as an astringent in loosenesses, and the whites. The fruit is sweet-tasted, fit for food with an astringency which lies in the skin of the fruit. Caucalis. Hedge parsley. The leaves, root and flowers are hot, sweet and aromatic, and its taste and smell is like Daucus, and therefore is diuretic and carminative. Centaureum minus. Lesser centauri has a very strong bitter taste, like a peach kernel, with an evident astringency but no acrimony or pungent heat. Therefore it may be used as a good hepatic, uterine and antifebrile, in extract, decoction or powder, in the jaundice, gout and fevers. Outwardly it is a cleansing vulnerary and cicatrizant. It is not unlike a bitter lickness. Quare, whether there be any sweetness in centauri besides the bitter? Cerasus avium resmosa. Bird's cherry. The bark is nauseously bitter and astringent, and of a peach kernel taste. The leaves are of the same taste and smell, resembling the leaf of a cherry tree. The flowers smell very fragrant. Cerasus vulgaris. Cherry tree. The bark is very bitter and astringent, but it makes a whiter powder than Jesuit's powder. The bark may be given for the fits of convulsion, as well as black cherry water, which has the virtue from its bitterness. Acid cherries cool and excite appetite. The sweet nourish and may loosen the belly. The black are bitterish. Their water, spirit, and wine are good for convulsions. Cherry tree gum is good for hoarseness and ulcerations of the kidneys by its mucilage. Black cherry tree leaves are bitterish and mucilaginous. Chervil, the roots, leaves, and seeds are sweet and sensibly hot, aromatic and diuretic, carminative and pectoral. Outwardly it is used in fomentations for the stone, colic, and swelling of the breasts. The distilled water and jice are most used. The jice is good for vertigos. Germander tastes very bitter and acrid, and smells like hops. It is accounted a diuretic, splenitic, hepatic, uterine, antifebrile, and arthritic. It seems referable to the lamians by the smell, and is subaromatic like betony, and so are some of the lamians. Outwardly it is good in gangrenes and sordid ulcers. Chamomile tastes bitterish and acrid, and is aromatic in smell. Therefore it is chiefly cephalic, diuretic, sudorific, and uterine. Outwardly it is discussing. The jice is given before fits of the ague, and for pains of the stomach. The flowers infused in white wine taste saltal, and are used for the stone. Mr. Ray, Chamaepides vulgaris. Ground pine tastes very bitter, and has a terebinthinate taste and smell. It is good in arthritic cases, by its bitterness and turpentine, and also for cleansing of the womb by the same quality, and is very diuretic. Chelidonium majus. The greater celandine is extremely bitter and acrid, by which it is accounted good in the jaundice and obstructions of the liver. The jice is outwardly used to the eyes, but chiefly the water. By the same quality it is diuretic and alexipharmac. Outwardly it is good for the herpes, and is a cleansing vulnerary. Chelidonium minus. Lesser celandine tastes waterish, crude, and a little pungent, resembling scurvy grass, good for hot scorbutic blood and inflamed piles. Stalk tastes acrid like ranunculus, rather than scurvy grass. The roots have knobs like piles. It may be a ranunculus. Though the pungency be very weak, the distilled water is subacrid. Lesser celandine outwardly discusses scrophulus. Chrysanthemum secanum. Corn marigold, the leaves are slimy. Chrysanthemum bitterish, a little biting, and of a strong scent, like common marigolds. It is a nauseous plant, not fit for inward use. Sicorium sylvestre. Succory is waterish, bitter, and smoky, by which it cools the blood, opens the liver in the jaundice and cholera cachexies, and is diuretic. It is like the hieracium kind. Cicuta. Hemlock is of a fetid opiate, and verose smell. It tastes very acrid and sweetish, like the parsley kind, but especially Cicuta fatua. Hemlock root causes frenzy and stupidness, as if the persons who take it were drunk, and also a giddiness, which happened to my man, who grew sleepy and giddy after his chewing of the root, and swallowing some of it. I gave a glassful of the jice of the leaves and roots to my dog, which made him very sick, without any other alteration. Vomiting is necessary after the taking of hemlock. It may be outwardly used in anodyne, and discussing emplasters for tumors, or for the spleen. Sicutaria palustris alba. Water hemlock. The root smells most offensively fetid, when broken. Sicutaria vulgaris. Wild cicely or madneps have a sweet, subacrid, aromatic parsnip taste and smell in the leaves and roots. They cause a stupidity and frenzy. Give a vomit after them, and afterwards alexipharmacs. Circea lutetiana. Enchanter's nightshade. Tastes a little acrid, sweet, and astringent, and has a solanum smell. The leaves may be outwardly used as an anodyne and repelling medicine. It is a solanum by its smell. Clematis daphnoides. Periwinkle has a laurel bitter and a little acrid without any considerable smell. It is accounted a vulnerary, and may be referred to the laurel bitters, and is not so proper a styptic as authors write. The roots are like the leaves, bitterish, subacrid, and astringent. Cochlearia scurvy grass. The flowers, leaves, and roots are extremely acrid. By its volatile salt, it is good against the scurvy in spirit, juice, and aqua raf. Composite. The seeds yield most oil, being most bitter. The juice is used to the gums with burnt alum for the putridness of them. Conserva palustris. Crowsilk is of a cool taste. Coniza major mathioli. Bokshar, or plowman spikenard, is bitterish, acrid, of a little aromatic scent like spikenard, and is a cephalic herb, and has a resinous, fragrant, and terebinthinate smell. Coniza media. Common fleabane is very bitter and biting, of a strong and somewhat fetid smell, like marigolds, and probably anhysteric and uterine, outwardly discussing in medicines for the eyes, and good in ointments for the itch. It feels clammy and smells like soaped clothes. Carulia acris. Sweet purple fleabane is aromatic, very acrid and bitterish. Consolida major. Comfrey is clammy, mealy, and mucilaginous, by which it is good in sharp rheums, and ulcers of the lungs and kidneys, and in fluxes of blood. Outwardly it lenifies the pains of the gout, especially the roots pounded and applied. It comes near the virtue of bugloss. Convolvulus major and minor. Bindweed greater and less. The leaves are mealy, mucilaginous, and bitterish. and the root a little acrid, slimy, bitter, and milky, as all the bindweeds are. By its taste it appears to be a briny purger or vomitory. The decoction of the leaves have a nauseous sick smell, but it purged not my dog. It is a sort of bryony. Scamony. Note, the bindweeds are milky, like scamony. Corallina. Sea coralline tastes gritty. By its sharp grittiness, it frets the worms, as spar powder does, which is also given for them. It has also a strong earthy smell like moss, and authors say that it has a salt taste, but I could not perceive it. Many sea plants have that external saltness from the washing of the seawater, and not from a saltness in their juice. From this accidental saltness, fresh coralline is good for the worms. Coronopus vulgaris. Buck's horn plantain is like ordinary plantain, watery and astringent. Coronopus ruellii. Swine's cresses is biting, and of a cress taste and virtue. Corylus sylvestris. Hazel tree. The catkins, leaves, and bark are very rough, and therefore are great astringents. The nuts are sweet and oleous and loosen the belly while fresh. Cochula foetida. Stinking mayweed is very biting, bitter, and fetid, of the same virtue as chamomile, but stronger, and fitter to make oils and ointments of, for pains, tumors, and scrofulae. Inwardly it is good for hysteric fits in distilled water. Cotyledon aquatica. Marsh pennywort. The leaves are sweet, hot, and subaromatic, and smell like water parsnip. Founded in dorsal moors. Crateogomnon euphrosines facie. Eye-bright cowweed is moderately bitter and astringent and subacrid. It is accounted to be of the nature of common eye-bright, but hotter. Crythmum. Samphire is sweet, acrid, and aromatic. The leaves have their saltness from the salt water, and it is only external, for the roots have it not, but taste as is above described, by which it is referable to the fennel class. Crocus sylvestris. Wild saffron flower. The flower is of a strong fetid smell, and of an hot, biting, and mucilaginous taste. By its acrid, it is cordial and apparative in the jaundice, and good in pestilential fevers. By its strong odor, it is good in diseases. Crocus sylvestris. Wild saffron flower. The flower is of a strong fetid smell, and of an hot, biting, and mucilaginous taste. By its acrid, it is cordial and apparative in the jaundice, and good in pestilential fevers. By its strong odor, it is good in diseases of the womb, and hysteric passions. Outwardly, by the mucilage and acrid feeder, it is anodyne, and inwardly good for asthmas. The root is sweet and slimy. The green leaves are sweet and acrid like saffron flowers. Cruciata. Crosswort is a little hot, bitterish, and astringent. It is a vulnerary and of the nature of Gallium luteum, or madder. The roots are yellow, bitter, and acrid. Cuscuta. Dodder is bitter and astringent, and good against the itch, black jaundice, and obstructions of the liver and spleen. Cyanus. Bluebottle tastes bitterish, smoky, subacrid, and mucilaginous. It is of the nature of Jacia by its taste. The water of the flowers is good for inflammations of the eyes, lenifying by the mucilage, and disgusting by its subacrid taste. Cinacrambe moss and fomina. Dog's mercury has a dry taste, and is a little hot. It is vulgarly boiled in cream for an erysipelas. It has an elder smell, and is a crude plant. By the elder smell it may be purging, and has a nauseous bitter taste. Cynoglossum vulgare. Great hound's tongue. The taste is bitterish and mucilaginous in the root, leaves, and seed. They smell strong like the excrements of mice. Being boiled, they smell like spirit of hartshorn. It is used as an opiate inwardly, and outwardly applied as an anodyne. It discusses all tumors and the scrofulae. An ointment made therewith and hog's grease heals wounds like tobacco ointment, and is good for the pains of the piles. It is used most for cataplasms in scrofulous tumors outwardly. A strong decoction of the leaves and roots being given to a dog, made no sensible alteration. It is good in scaldings. In pills, the seeds are used for catarrhs, fluxes, and spitting of blood. The roots, by their odor hung about the neck, kill lice. Dr. Grew says, the root is sweet. D. Daucus. Wild carrot tastes sweet, hot, and aromatic in the seeds, leaves, and roots. Therefore it is of the sweet aromatic fennel class, and has the same virtues, being diuretic in the stone and strangury, in the carminative colic externally and internally, good in hysteric fits, all which effects it has from its aromatic oil, and sweet tastes. Dens leonis. Dandelion. The roots, leaves, and milk taste waterish, bitter, and smoky. It is good in great quantities of choler in the blood, and in putrid fevers. By its bitterishness it cleanses choler, by urine and the chuloduct. By its waterishness it cools the blood. It is for the same reason good in consumptions. Digitalis purpurea. Foxgloves. The flowers, seeds, and green leaves are mucilaginous and bitter. With astringency the roots are rough, and nauseously bitter. The seeds are bitter, slimy, and astringent. It vomits and purges strongly. The green leaves or roots are boiled in ale for the falling sickness. The flowers are good in the king's evil sores. They are anodyne, by their slime, and cleansing and healing, by their bitter astringency. The green leaves have a strong smell, like elder, which intimates their purging faculty. Dipsacus. Teasel is bitter and smoky, like other thistles, both in leaves and roots. The flowery heads of it shew it to be a carduous, dryopterous. Oak fern is of the taste and virtue of common male fern, sweetish, bitterish, subacrid and astringent. E. ebulus. Dwarf elder, the leaves are very bitter and slimy, and of a strong elder smell. The roots are bitter, rough and ropey, and of an elder smell. It is of the same virtue and taste as common elder. The bark and seeds are great water purgers in the dropsy and gout. The juice of the root makes a good purging syrup, and works as buckthorn syrup. The leaves are used in diet drink for the dropsy, and outwardly in fomentations and ointments for tumors, scalds, burns, gout, and ulcers. Echium vulgare. Viper's bugloss is cool and mucilaginous, with a little waterish bitterness like bugloss. It is equal in goodness with Echium vulgare. Viper's bugloss is cool and mucilaginous, with a little waterish bitterness like bugloss. It is equal in goodness with bugloss, in inflammations of the blood, and may be profitable against the bitings of serpents. Quare, whether it has any warm parts in it, which may be cordial and alexipharmac as bugloss. It causes milk by tempering the hot blood, and by its waterishness. Iliagnus cordi. Sweet gall is very nauseously bitter, and a little astringent with a strong aromatic smell. In baths it is good for the itch, and for worms in ointments. It will vomit by its nauseous bitterness as carduous, being bitter like gall. Alephoboscum. Wild parsnip differs but little from the garden parsnip in taste and virtue. Elatine folio subrotundo. Fluen is bitter, subacrid and astringent, therefore a good vulnerary. Enula campana. Elecampane roots and leaves are very acrid and bitterish, and smell somewhat like angelica. The roots are good in ointments and baths for the itch, as also for the lungs, stomach and liver, as a bitterish acrid. It is a good cephalic, uterine and diuretic, by its volatile salt, and by the same, it is outwardly useful for the sciatica and palsy, and is a good antidote against infectious air. This by its taste, strong smell and shape of the flowers, is referable to the same class as flossolis and marigolds but is more aromatic. Equisetum. Horsetail is a little astringent and therefore good in all fluxes. Galen says it is bitterish. It seems referable to the grasses or else to polygonum. Erica vulgaris. Common heath is very rough and bitterish. The flowers have a sweet honeysuckle smell, by which they are discussing in oils, and diuretic, and by the astringency, repelling in inflamed eyes, and the herpes. Boiled in drink, it is good for all fluxes and over-fermented blood. It is like tamarisk. Eruca aquatica vulgaris. Water rocket is of a cress taste and virtue, and is bitterish and acrid. Erysimum vulgare. Hedge mustard is of a cress taste and virtue. In syrup it is good for the asthma and hoarseness, by its bitterish and acrid taste. Eryngium vulgare. Common sea holly or eringo, the Eryngium vulgare. Common sea holly or eringo. The leaves taste sweet, aromatic and hot and smell something like chervil, therefore it is diuretic, pectoral, carminative and venereal. Esula spurge is of a burning and exulcerating taste and virtue, like tithymals, and is inwardly vomitory and purgative of watery humors by the acrid salt. Euonymus vulgaris. Prickwood, the seeds are nauseously bitter and astringent, therefore may purge. The bark is slimy and bitterish. My dog eat 10 of the seeds in butter, and drank the decoction of the leaves in broth after them, and yet was bound 2 days after. It has an elder smell in the leaves, and the wood is like elder. The leaves are subacid of a bitter elder taste. The leaves and berries look red, as many acid plants do. Eupatorium cannabinum. Common hemp agrimony. The flowers and leaves are very bitter and a little acrid. The roots taste like hemp. The flowers and leaves smell strong and aromatic. The roots may vomit by their bitter and acrid sliminess. The leaves are hepatic. Euphrasia vulgaris. Eye bright is bitterish astringent, a good vulnerary, and eye medicine. F. faba vulgaris. Beans. The leaves have a bitter, sweet pea taste. The bean has the same taste, but the skin of it is astringent. The flowers smell sweet, and the distilled water takes away freckles. Beans in flour or meal are very disgusting in tumors of the breasts and testicles. A water is distilled from beanstalks for the stone which, by its sweetness and bitterness, lenifies and cleanses the kidneys. Fagus. The beech tree, the bark which I tasted in September was bitterish, astringent, and the leaves rough. The virtue of it is the same with the oak, namely, astringent. The fruit I could not find this year, but I am told that it is sweet and rough. Phagopyrum. Buckwheat, the seeds taste mealy, and the leaves mucilaginous. It's good for food and poultices. Philopendula. Common dropwort. The root is bitterish, astringent, warm and very aromatic, of a burnet smell or like meadow sweet. It is good in all fluxes and in the stone by its bitterish and subacrid astringency. Filix femina. Female fern. The root and leaves are bitterish and mucilaginous and good for burns by their mucilage, and therefore are of a different nature from the male and other ferns. Filix mas and osmunda. Male fern. The leaves taste rough, the roots bitterish and rough, and smell like orris. The leaves of all ferns rubbed smell like tallow. The roots, by their bitterish roughness, are splenitic, and good vulneraries and openers of obstructions by their aromatic bitterness. In rickets, worms, and in the stone. Fragaria. Strawberries. The leaves are mucilaginous and very little bitter. The roots are bitterish, subacrid, and astringent. The leaves are good in mouthwaters, and in the stone. The roots are also vulnerary, like cinquefoil, and of the same class. The fruit is sweet, subacid, vinous, and fragrant in its flavor, therefore cooling and cordial, and a distilled water is made of it. Note that the leaves of astringent plants which bear a pulpy fruit have a slime in them. Fraxinus. The ash tree. The bark is bitter, astringent, and of a laurel bitter taste. The seeds are bitter, astringent, and acrid. And so are the flowers and buds, when made into conserve for opening the spleen and liver, and for the scurvy and dropsy. The bark is a good vulnerary, and antifebrific by its bitter astringency. The seeds are a good diuretic in the stone, and I think they much resemble the taste of Jesuit's powder. They sweat in quartans, in which I have used them. The wood of ash by its taste may be used instead of guaiacum. It has a bitter and acrid to cause sweat. Fumaria vulgaris. Fumitory is bitterish, watery, and smoky. It is good against choleric blood in juice and syrup, is diuretic, and in distilled water cleanses the face. It belongs to the pea tribe. It is good for the itch in ointments. Fumariacum capreolus. Climbing fumitory. This has a watery bitterness, and is also acrid. This is of the same tribe in virtue with common fumitory but more manifestly acrid. Fungus esculentus. The common mushroom. The whole substance is mucilaginous. The smell is very earthy, therefore outwardly a very cooling anodyne. Quare, whether mushrooms do not spring from the putrefied mucilaginous parenchyma of other plants, and the fibrous parts growing into length? The noxious mushrooms cause a strangulation in the throat, for which oil and vomiting are necessary, or else a cholera morbus, in which case hen's dung may be good. Fungus arborum putrescentium. Wood mushroom. This smells like rotten wood, and is slimy and mucilaginous, and evidently arises from rotten wood, whose putrefied bladders with some fibrous parts spring into a mushroom. Fungus sambucinus. Jews' ears are very mucilaginous, by which they relax and cool inflammations in the throat, and they have a strong earthy smell by which they may disgust glandulous tumors. Not good to swallow any of the decoction of them. G. galeopsis. Hedge nettle. The taste of the leaves is bitterish and aromatic. It stinks at first like dead nettle in the leaves, but has an aromatic turpentine in the flowers, by which it is a vulnerary, as well as by its bitterish astringency. It is a great disgusser by its strong smell. It is good in the scrofula and other tumors. Inwardly it is an excellent vulnerary, and outwardly good in ointments. By the smell it is a dead nettle or lamium. Gallium luteum. Common lady's bedstraw. The taste is bitterish and astringent. The flowers are of a fragrant sweetish smell. It is plainly by the yellow root a matter, being bitter, acrid, and a little astringent, and therefore it is an error to think it can coagulate milk. But it is rather mixed with the rennet to preserve the cheese from corruption, or to give it a flavor. Gentian yields an acid, as well as gallium, in distillation, and yet none will think it fit to coagulate milk, which Mr. Ray intimates to be the effect of gallium. Common broom. The leaves and stalks have a sweet bitter pea taste. The seeds are like peas, a little bitter. All the parts of it are good in the scurvy, jaundice, and dropsy. They keep the body soluble. The flowers and leaves resemble peas, so that broom belongs to that class. A distilled water of the flowers is good in the stone, by their mucilage and bitterness by which taste the flowers vomit. Genista spinosa. Firs. The flowers smell like rancid oil, and are mucilaginous. The root and bark have a sweet, bitterish pea taste. Genistella tinctoria. Yellows hath a bitterish, mucilaginous pea taste. The flowers smell like oil of linseed, as most of the pea taste do. The root is strong-tasted, like rancid oil. It is fit for ointments. Genistella aculeata. Petty whin has a bitter pea taste. Gentianella fugax minor. Centauri lived gentian tastes in the leaves mucilaginous and bitter, and smells strong like elder. Gentianella fugax minor. Herb Robert tastes bitterish and astringent, and smells strong of turpentine. It is an excellent vulnerary inwardly and outwardly. The juice of it is mixed with honey, for cankers of the mouth, which it cures very well. Geranium robertianum. Crowfoot crane's bill smells of turpentine like Herb Robert. The root tastes bitterish and rough, and feels clammy. Geranium batrachoides. Musk crane's bill smells of musk, feels clammy, as other turpentine plants do, and is also bitterish and rough. Geranium moschatum. Dovefoot crane's bill smells of musk and is rough in taste. Geranium columbanum. It may be observed that all the crane's bills are astringent, the musky are least bitter, the turpentine most, on which the bitterness depends. And from hence it may be conjectured that a small degree of turpentine produces the musky smell, for the geraniums are all of a kind and virtue, though the smell distinguishes them into the musky or turpentine plants, and there are other geraniums which want either smell as Geranium inodorum, which is astringent. The turpentine cranebills are diuretic and pectoral, and by the bitterness and astringency, they are the most exact vulneraries, cleansing and healing in wounds and ulcers. Gladiolus luteus palustris, Sive iris lutea palustris, waterflag or waterflower de luce. The roots and flags are rough, astringent, and very burning, like orris. The root is successfully used inwardly to prevent an hydrophobia with the root of devil's bit, and they are boiled in milk and given for a week to them that are bitten by a mad dog. The yellow flowers are mucilaginous and burn the mouth, and therefore are an orris. The astringency of the root hinders the fermentative virtue of the animal venome from producing a fever in the blood, and probably dulls the activity of the venome, which consists in a volatile salt, and the acrimony preserves the blood from coagulation. Glastrum sativum. Woad is astringent, bitterish, and acrid. Glastum indigo is of the same taste and virtue. Woad abounds in a volatile salt, and is a good hepatic in the jaundice. Wedelius makes a volatile salt of it without fire. It belongs to the cress tastes by its cods and taste, and may be placed with Chelidonium majus luteola. The yellow flowers smell like cresses. Glow vulgaris. Wild licorice vetch is much more sweet in the leaf than common licorice. Glycyrrhiza vulgaris. Common licorice, the leaves are bitterish and rough and feel clammy, like oily mucilaginous plants. The roots have a very sweet taste, and a little mucilaginous. This belongs to the sweet pea taste. It is a lenient, nephritic, and pulmonic, good in acrimony of urine. The Joyce inspisate is good in the same diseases. It is the mucilage in the licorice that stops the violent motion of the corrosive salts in catarrhs and covers the membranes of the throat with a slime. And also the sensible membranes are saturated by its lusciousness, so that the corrosive rheum is not perceived. Nephalium. Cudweed smells somewhat aromatic like wormwood. It tastes bitterish, dry, astringent, and a little hot. It is vulnerary and good in all fluxes. It is stomachic. It renews the cud, being given to beasts because it is like wormwood in effects and taste. Gramen caninum. Quick, or couchgrass. The root is waterish and sweetish. It cools by the taste and lenifies the sharpness of urine. But where the excellency therein for worms lies I know not, nor wherein its opening faculty resides. Gramen parnassi. Parnassus grass is rough and bitterish, a vulnerary and diuretic, like white and yellow saxifrage. Gratiola angustifolia. Small hedge hyssop is nauseously sweet, bitter, and acrid. It is therefore a strong purger. Era arborea. Ivy tree. The bark has a rancid, oily taste, biting, and of a strong scent. It may be used in baths, but it is improper for the rickets, being not fit for inward use. The gum has an unpleasant, offensive smell, therefore an enemy to the nerves. It is of a burning, caustic taste. The leaves are bitter and of an unpleasant balsam smell, by which they draw issues and slime out of gouty feet. The leaves boiled yield a good mucilage, which being boiled with diapalma, makes a good plaster for issues. The leaves may be used in balsams outwardly, and are good for burns by the mucilage. The ripe ivy berries are sweet, bitterish, aromatic, slimy, and very acrid. I refer the ivy tree to the fetid turpentine class. Heteroterrestris. Ground ivy is rough, bitterish, of a strong balsamic, and resinous but more plainly of a dead nettle smell, which is very apparent by its infusion in ale. Gill drinks are famous for the scurvy, and rheums and ulcers in the kidneys, for Heterula aquatica. Water ivy is of a burning taste, like other ranunculuses. Helleborus niger. Black hellebore. The root is bitterish and very acrid, of an ill smell, and is a strong purgative. It caused a pain in my tongue to the throat, the same it may cause in the stomach. In the shops the black root tasted bitter, sweet, and acrid. The smell of the root is very offensive. The acrimony is an useful corrector of the acid in melancholic constitutions. An acrid joined with bitter heats more than a simple strong acrid, and the taste lasts longer on the palate. Helleborus maximus. Bear's foot. The leaves taste nauseously bitter and acrid, and smell like elder. The black root smells strong, and is of the same taste. Herba paris. Herb paris, or one berry. The leaves have a solanum smell. The berries are sweet and nauseous, and therefore is a narcotic, like the nightshades. Hieracium. Hawkweed is very bitter, like scabious or dandelion, but more strong. It cleanses the stomach, is diuretic, and an opening hepatic. It is of the same kind with the smoky bitters. By its bitter astringency it is accounted a vulnerary. Hippocylinum. Alisanders is like the parsley kind. In taste and virtue it is sweet, hot, aromatic, and bitterish. Holostium or Caryophyllus holosteus. Stitchwort. The smell of the leaves rubbed is crude. Its taste is sweet and grassy, and is of the Lychnis tribe. Hordeum. Barley tastes sweet and slimy, as all esculents do. The meal is used in ripening poultices. Malt has a sweet taste which it gives to new drink. Hormonum sylvestre. Wild clary is of a like taste and smell with the garden clary. The seeds are mucilaginous, and by that means they take the dust out of the eyes. It is referable to the class of lamiums. Hyacinthus anglicus. Harebells are mucilaginous in the roots and leaves, and have a lily smell in the flowers. They are of that tribe, and have the same virtue. The garden hyacinths have the same taste and virtue. Hyoscyamus albus. Henbane. The roots are sweet like parsnips. The leaves smell offensively oily, strong, and narcotic. Outwardly the leaves are anodyne and emollient in all pains and inflammations. The seed is used in spitting of blood. It is mucilaginous, and narcotic in smell. It is used in epilepsies, to the quantity of a scruple, for many nights together, and in the morning give a drachm of rue powdered for a month. Out of the seed is made an oil by expression. I gave to a greyhound 1/2 ounce of Solanum lethal root powdered, betwixt 2 pieces of bread and butter, and at least an ounce more boiled, to which I put an equal quantity of milk, to make him take it, which produced no sign of sleepiness nor any evacuation. The next day I gave him a large quantity of henbane leaves and roots in broth without any alteration. The 3rd day after, I gave him a great quantity of hemlock boiled, and repeated a 2nd dose, without any considerable alteration. 2 days afterwards I gave him a cake of nux vomica, which made him dosy, and gave him convulsions and shortness of breath, but he recovered well again. Nux vomica smells like opium, and has the same effect. Afterwards I gave him a great quantity of hound's tongue leaves and roots boiled, but without any alteration. So strong are the spirits of dogs in resisting opiates. I vomited these opiates off by briny juice given to him, and some days after I gave him 30 berries of Solanum lignosum, with which he presently run mad and died, and I found the same in his stomach. Hypericum. St. John's wort. The leaves taste bitter and astringent, and are of a turpentine smell. It is therefore vulnerary and diuretic as turpentine. The flowers color the fingers purple and yield a hypericum, balsamic tincture with spirit of wine. It is given in melancholy, but is fitter for the stone. The roots taste bitter and astringent. An oily balsam is made of the flowers by infusion in oil. In St. John's wort powdered there remains only the bitter astringency, and the turpentine is lost. By the bitter astringency it is good for agues. This and acirin and androsomum have a laxative quality by their turpentine, and as diuretics are good for the sciatica. An excellent balsamic oil may be drawn from the seeds by expression. Ijacia. Knapweed is very bitter, astringent, and smoky. It has the virtues of scabious and is of the same class. Outwardly it is vulnerary and good for scabs, itch, and ulcers. The root is milky. Jacobea. Ragwort tastes a little bitter, rough, and hot. It smells subacid and a little like erigerum, and belongs to the same class, or rather to the same hawk weeds. Juglans. The walnut tree. The bark of the walnut tree is bitter, biting, and rough. When it is dry, it looks black within, and for that reason and its purgative faculty, it is not like Jesuit's bark. The green husk of the walnuts taste very bitter, and very acrid, by which in distilled water, it is good for the head and worms. The tender first sprouts of the leaves are kept dry, and boiled in milk to purge children for the worms. And the green walnuts preserved, purge, the bark and Julie vomit. The infusion of walnut leaves drives worms out of the ground, if sprinkled thereon. The walnut kernel is of an oily nut-sweet taste. The oil is good for the stone. Juncus vulgaris. Rushes. The roots taste rough and brackish like steel from the bogs they grow in. The leaves are rough, raw, and moorish and smell raw. Juncus floridus. Seu gladiolus palustris. The flowering rush has the same taste and virtue. Juniperus. Juniper tree. The wood, leaves, and berries smell of an aromatic turpentine, and taste bitterish and astringent, are diuretic, vulnerary, carminative, uterine, and antiscorbutic. The berries are used in diet drink. The spirit and oil of the berries are good in the stone. The wood may be used instead of sassafras wood. The ashes are good for the dropsy and lixiviums. Juniper berries have a sweet, bitterish, and aromatic taste, and are therefore pectoral and diuretic, as sassafras. Instead of the bark, which is but small in the juniper tree, add the berries with the wood, in drying drinks for catarrhs. L. lactuca agnina lamb's lettuce. The leaves taste cool, bitterish, and slimy like ordinary lettuce. It's fit for salads. Lactuca sylvestris wild lettuce smells strong, like opium, tastes mucilaginous and bitter. It is of a narcotic virtue. It purges as an opiate, and makes a good ointment for burns and inflammations. Sideritis flora rubro. Narrow-leaved all heal. It smells very ladanum fragrant, like a sweet gum. It tastes a little mucilaginous, rough, and bitterish. It is an excellent vulnerary. It belongs to the species of sideritis by the figure, but this has more plainly turpentine in it. Legopus vulgaris. Hare's foot tastes a little dry and astringent, and in that lies its virtue for stopping fluxes, repelling, and of being antifibrific. Lamium flor albo. Archangel, or dead nettle. The flowers and leaves are bitterish, mucilaginous, and subastringent, with a strong fetid smell. Flor rubro. Red archangel smells plainly of turpentine, and tastes bitterish, subastringent, and a little slimy. Lamium flor flavo. Lamium with a yellow flower has the same taste and smell as Lamium flor albo. All lamiums are vulneraries, and discussing king's evil tumors by their strong smell. Lamium folio column ambiente. Henbit smells and tastes like ground ivy, which is a lamium, as is also betony by its smell. Lampsana. Nipplewort. The leaves are a little bitter and astringent, and therefore it is used in ointments for the nipples. The root is bitterish, rough and acrid, like the cresses, and it is eaten boiled. It has a bitter milk, and by that and the flowers and seeds it should be a hawkweed. Lapatha acutum. Sharp-pointed dock. The roots look yellow, like rhubarb, and taste nauseously bitter and astringent, with a little heat and sliminess. It is used in diet drinks as antiscorbutic, laxative, and hepatic. Lapathum vulgare fol. Obtuso. Common dock is of the same virtue as the former, but seems stronger. It is bitter, slimy, astringent, and more acrid, by which it is purgative, and therefore the best for use. English rhubarb tastes of a dock bitterness, and is very rough and acrid like common dock root. Hydrolapathum. Water dock. The root is very rough, and but little bitter, and not acrid. It is used by mistake for the other. This is best outwardly for the itch, as an astringent, and in spitting of blood. The root is more red than other docks, and seems to be a sorrel. Lapathum rubrum. Red dock, the leaves taste rough, and the red stalks, acid, the root, bitterish, rough and nauseous like other docks. The seeds of the docks are astringent and good for looseness and fluxes of blood. Leaves of docks also taste acid and astringent or rough. They are used in baths for the itch, and smell crude and acid. The red dock root is of a purging faculty. Lathyrus major perennis. Peas everlasting has a rough pea taste. Lauriola. Spurge laurel has the burning taste of spurge, and purges hydropical humors violently. The leaves are also slimy. Lens palustris. Duck's meat is crude and watery, and good for outward inflammations. Inwardly it may cure inflamed choleric blood, but not the jaundice proceeding from obstruction, as authors affirm. Lepidium latifolium, Seopiperitis. Ditander tastes very acrid, exulcerating, and bitterish like radish but stronger. The roots therefore provoke the birth, and the plant is antiscorbutic. It is used for pains of the teeth and hips. Lepidium siv cherry. It belongs to the cresses by its taste and smell, which is thought to resemble pepper, as the name imports. Leucoium luteum siv cherry. Wall gilliflowers are mucilaginous and biting, therefore an ointment of the flowers is used for the gout. The flowers are also used in cordial waters. Leucoium, by its face and seeds, belongs to the cress class. The seeds are bitterish and very acrid. The conserve of the flowers is a good antiscorbutic and cephalic. Siv hepatica vulgaris. Ground liverwort being rubbed smells of turpentine and tastes mucilaginous, and a little biting like turpentine. It is therefore a good diuretic in the stone and dropsy, and antiscorbutic. Outwardly it is good for tetters, ulcers, wounds, and itch, being bitterish and subastringent as other turpentine plants. Lichen arborum pulmonarius. Tree lungwort is bitterish and astringent, good in fluxes, and to stop coughs and syrup. Boil 1 handful in a pint of beer to half. Lichen cinereus terrestris. Ash-colored ground liverwort tastes sweetish and rough, smells earthy like mosses, and is used for coughs. Ligustrum. Privet. The leaves smell like laurel when bruised, and the virtue of it seems to be the same as of laurel, which may be an outward vulnerary, for that the leaves taste bitter and astringent. The white flowers smell sweet. The black berries have a purplish juice within them. The leaves may be good for ulcers of the mouth. Lilium convallium. Lily of the valley. The flowers taste very bitter and biting. The roots are mucilaginous. The flowers smell very fragrant and are therefore cordial, and by being bitterish, acrid, and aromatic, are cephalic in apoplexies, palsies, vertigos, and epilepsies. And the flowers powdered make a grateful strong sneezing powder. The distilled water and a conserve of the flowers are most used. The roots are very mucilaginous, and by them it is of the lily kind. Linaria vulgaris. Toad flax. The green leaves are bitterish, mucilaginous, and subacrid, and of an elder smell. The flowers are like snapdragon, sweet, bitterish, and mucilaginous. It is an anodyne for the hemorrhoids, in ointment of the flowers. Linum sativum. Common flax. The seed is very oily and mucilaginous, and of a rancid smell. The expressed oil is anodyne and emollient in clysters, and in phleuritic coughs. Outwardly it discusses and mollifies tumors. Green flax is bitterish and mucilaginous. Lithospermum siv milium solis. Gromwell. The root and seeds taste sweet and mucilaginous. The seed cases are stony, by which they are lithon triptych. The leaves. Roots of Gromwell smell like hound's tongue. There is a little heat in the taste, but I cannot find the sudorific quality. It seems to be an opiate like hound's tongue. Lonchitis aspera. Rough spleenwort. The roots and leaves taste rough and sweet like the ferns, and are of the same virtue. It has no sliminess. It is splenitic, astringent, and vulnerary. lupulus, hops. They are very bitter and acrid, and of a strong lamium smell. They are diuretic, hepatic, and sudorific. Outwardly they disgust tumors and cure the itch. The root has a thick, rough, and a little acrid and bitterish bark, by which it seems to be splenitic, diuretic, and sudorific. Take a pound of roots and boil them in a gallon of water to half or 3 parts, adding parsley roots and raisins. Give half a pint of it to sweat, as you give sarsaparilla, in the itch and lose venerea. Luteola dyer's weed. The root and leaves are mucilaginous, and very hot on the tongue. It is of a strong offensive smell. Outwardly it is anodyne and emollient. If inwardly ust, it is diuretic. It may be of the cress taste. Lychnis sylvestris flor albo. Rubro wild white and red campions are of a crude taste, waterish and smell crude, therefore are good for inflammations or hemorrhages outwardly. There is also a sweetness in the taste of lychnis root. Lysomachia purpurea spicata. Purple spiked willow herb is waterish, mucilaginous, and a little hot but of a crude smell. Quare, whether it be a lamium, Lysomachia silicosa cotted willow herb is mucilaginous, hot and acrid, therefore it is a good diuretic. It seems to be a leucoium by the cods, mucilage and acrimony, and by the flower. It is a little bitterish, and of the virtue of leucoiums, diuretic. Lysomachia galericulata. Hooded willow herb is very bitter and acrid, and a kind of gradiola, and therefore may be purging. Lysomachia lutea vulgaris and hortensis. Yellow willow herb is mucilaginous, and a little biting, and of the virtue of the cotted. Malva vulgaris. Ordinary mallows, the leaves, flowers, and roots are watery and mucilaginous, and therefore emollient and anodyne externally. Inwardly, the conserve of the flowers and distilled water with syrup of violets are good for the stone and cough. The seeds are useful, and the stalks, cooked like asparagus, are scarce. Distinguishable from it, out of mallow root, barley meal, and oil boiled in water, is made a good poultice for inflammations. Malus sylvestris. The crab tree, the bark is sweetish, bitter, and styptic. The juice of the crab is bitterish, sour, and very rough. It cools outward inflammations with balm. Verjuice is inwardly good in fevers, and choleric looseness, with sugar or milk. The crab bark is less sweet than the apple. Marubium album. White horehound is very bitter, and of a strong lamium smell, and a little pleasant. It is a good opening hepatic in the jaundice, and a cleansing pectoral in water, and syrup of the juice especially in an asthma, and in juice I havest it. It is outwardly good in ointments for sordid ulcers and in baths. By the fodder it may be a good hysteric. Marubium aquaticum. Water horehound is moderately bitter and astringent. The smell is neither strong nor unpleasant, but like sideritis and therefore vulnerary. Melillotus vulgaris. Common melillote tastes slimy, bitter, and biting or acrid, and is therefore anodyne and disgusting by its acrimony. In the emplaster it is most ust. It smells when rubbed like the pea kind. By the taste it should be purgative, which is not yet tried. Mentha aquatica sive cicimbrium. Water mint is of a bitterish, hot, pungent, and aromatic taste, and smells like calamint or pennyroyal. It is a good diuretic, antiscorbutic, and carminative. It has some astringency by which it strengthens the stomach. Mentastrum aquaticum. Horse mint has a bitterish, biting, mint taste with a strong mint smell. It is of the same virtue as common mint. Millefolium vulgare. Common millefeuille or yarrow. The roots are very acrid and blistering the mouth. The flowers and leaves are bitterish and hot, without any considerable astringency, and therefore improperly given for hemorrhages. It smells like southern wood in the flowery part, or like chamomile flowers, and therefore is to be reckoned amongst cephalics, by the bitterish acrimony and aromatic smell. The first sprouts of millefeuille are very acrid. Malugo montana. Small mountain bastard madder is bitter and acrid like madder. Morsus diaboli. Devil's bit. The leaves are very bitter like scabious. The root is bitterish, biting, and burning in the throat, and therefore accounted alexipharmac. And may be ust instead of contraierva, for it is accounted good against the bitings of mad dogs, with flag root boiled in milk. The leaves are of the same virtue as scabious, cleansing, vulnerary, pectoral, and hepatic. Muscus ex lignocarcino. The moss of an oak pale smells strong and earthy, flies quick up into the nose and causes sneezing like volatile salts, and has somewhat of an orris smell like the ferns. It tastes bitterish, sweet and rough, and a little hot, by which it is pectoral, and expectorating the thick phlegm, and strengthening the glandules. By the astringency it hinders the defluxion of thin rheum. This is the basis of sweet pulville powders vid. Zwelfer. Of tabaco, primrose roots, and this moss I made a sneezing powder. Muscus ex holywell. St. Winifred's moss if rubbed, it smells like orris, as some ferns do, and tastes like orris, bitterish, hot, and aromatic, but by the stalks in it, it is rather a fern than a moss. Muscus arboreus ramophus. The moss of trees differs according to the taste of trees. The oak moss tastes rough and bitterish, and smells strong, earthy, and acrid, especially being powdered. Boil it in beer for coughs, or in thea, muscus alni. The moss of alder has a bitterness and roughness like alder. With the scent above mentioned, it tastes a little brackish like steel. Muscus ex pyro. Pear tree moss has a rough, steely taste and smells strong, earthy, and acrid. I tasted these mosses in the winter, when the rain might lodge in the moss, but how they come to taste like steel I know not. I cannot but take notice that the mistletoe has the like taste as mosses, bitterish, acrid, and astringent, and branches like tree mosses, and therefore is bred out of a like juice of the tree. Muscus ex mallow. Apple tree moss tastes rough, bitterish, and subacrid, and is of the same pungent scent. Muscus ex cranio. Moss of a man's skull is like common moss, of an earthy smell, and of a rough earthy taste. It is much commended for stopping of hemorrhages. Applied to the nose, it may help the congealing of the blood, and work as an astringent, and offend the spirits by the earthy smell, and it may disturb the fanciful, by holding it in the hand, and by occasioning some terror may stop bleeding. Muscus ex sabiete. Fir tree moss tastes and smells like the oak moss. Muscus pyxidatus. Cup moss is not very rough, it seems a little slimy. I tasted it in the shops, and expected an acrimony in it. It is of the virtue of the lichen hepatica facie. It is used for an astringent in coughs, and I believe the fresh is sweet and astringent. Muscus terrestris. The ground mosses and tree mosses are of different tastes and natures. The common green ground moss, most astringent and earthy, used in stopping of blood. Myosotis scorpionoides. Mouse ear scorpion grass is mucilaginous and a little acrid, by which it is inwardly and outwardly good in bitings of venomous beasts, and is referable to the class of echium or bugloss. Myosuros. Mousetail is cooling and astringent as plantain, and therefore of the same virtue. Myrrhis sylvestris seminibus asperis. Hemlock chervil smells of hemlock, and is also strong and terebinthinate, with a hot, pungent, sweet, and bitterish taste, a good outward discussor and vulnerary, smelling like an ointment, as the name imports. It may be placed amongst the fetid umbels, being sweet, acrid, and fetid, or else refer it to the terebinthinate fetids. Narcissus. Yellow daffodil. The flowers smell strong, and are mucilaginous. The roots are mealy and mucilaginous like lilies. They vomit, as bulbous roots do, very violently. Outwardly they are good for burns and hard tumors, to break impostumes, to agglutinate wounds and cleanse ulcers. Nasturtium aquaticum. Watercresses. The leaves and seeds are acrid like scurvy grass and other cresses, and smell like scurvy grass but milder. Nasturtium aquaticum. It is diuretic and antiscorbutic by the volatile salt. Outwardly it is good in scald heads, if infused in hog's grease, and it is put into poultices, to ripen swelled breasts, and discuss ischiatic pains and those of the spleen, and it is put in medicines antihydropic, with liverwort. Nepeta. Catmint is of a strong, aromatic, mint-burnt scent and of an hot, acrid, and bitterish taste. The scent is mixed of aromatic and fetid, and a little like pennyroyal, which is also an hysteric. It has quick parts to pierce into the nerves and rectify the motion of the spirits by a very volatile, oily salt. By these mixed scents it is evident that aromatics and fetids differ only in degree. Nummularia. Moneywort has a terebinthinate smell and a bitterish and astringent taste, by which it is an excellent vulnerary in ulcers of the lungs, and an antiscorbutic, and good in all fluxes, used as an astringent. Nymphea flor luteo. Yellow water lily. The flower smells like mustard seed. The leaf tastes watery and rough. The root smells like walnut peel, and tastes bitterish and acrid, like the same peel. Nymphea flor albo. White water lily. The leaves of the flowers are mucilaginous and a little hot, by which they are diuretic. They are most used in conserves. The dried roots smell like mustard, and taste a little acrid and mucilaginous with an astringency. How it is useful in the diabetes, and in all fluxes, and in syrup to act as an hypnotic, I cannot clearly apprehend, but rather think it to be an excellent diuretic. I cannot perceive any poppy or opiate smell. The acrimony provokes urine, as much as the slime and roughness can stop it. O. Oenanthe aquatica. Water dropwort tastes sweetish, bitterish, and hot of the fennel kind, and smells like water parsnip, aromatic, and therefore is a good diuretic. Ophioglossum. Adder's tongue. The taste is mucilaginous, bitterish, and a little biting. The smell is strong, oily, and unpleasant. Infused in oil, it makes the oil green. It cures green wounds, burns, and ulcers. It is not fit for inward use, being very nauseous and not astringent. Quare, whether it be not, by its smell and taste, and coloring oil green, referable to luteola. Orchis morio mossful, maculatus. The male fool stones. The leaves taste nauseously bitter, and rubbed with the stalk smell a little rank. The flowers smell sweet like lilies. The root tastes sweet, mealy, and mucilaginous, and is of the virtue and class of lilies. It is hard to believe the venereal virtue, because this bulbous root will vomit, and seems most proper outwardly for poultices as lily roots, yet the rank smell shews some venereal virtue. Origanum vulgare. English wild marjoram is bitterish, hot and aromatic, like marjoram. It is a good cephalic. Orobanche. Broomrape tastes extremely rough and bitterish. It almost chokes the taster by the roughness, and therefore too much a styptic for inward use, but is rather bitterish and a little biting. The smell is strong, oily, and unpleasant. Infustin. Oil. It makes the oil green. It cures green wounds, burns, and ulcers. It is not fit for inward use, being very nauseous and not astringent. Quare, whether it be not, by its smell and taste, and coloring oil green, referable to luteola. Orchis morio mossfol, maculatus. The male fool stones. The leaves taste nauseously bitter, and rubbed with the stalk smell a little rank. The flowers smell sweet like lilies. The root tastes sweet, mealy, and mucilaginous, and is of the virtu and class of lilies. It is hard to believe the venereal virtu, because this bulbous root will vomit, and seems most proper outwardly for poultices as lily roots, yet the rank smell shews some venereal virtu. Origanum vulgare. English wild marjoram is bitterish, hot, and aromatic like marjoram. It is a good cephalic. Orobanche. Broomrape tastes extremely rough and bitterish. It almost chokes the taster by the roughness, and therefore too much a styptic for inward use, but is rather a good external vulnerary. It grows fast in the root of broom, of which the ingenious Walter Chetwynd, of industry, informed me, and I found it to grow out of that root. In figure and virtu it is like hypocystis. Oxyacantha. Barberries. The bark is bitter, astringent, and a little slimy, pungent, and acrid, by which it purges choler, if the bark be steeped in beer, as I tried it in a choleric person. The berries are acid, astringent, and good in fevers and fluxes from choler, and they excite appetite. Oxyacanthus. Hawthorn. The leaves are mucilaginous, the fruit is pulpy and mucilaginous, and therefore good for the stone. The stones joining with the animal acids become diuretic. The bark is rough and bitterish, and the flowers smell sweet and faint. Pericantha has the same taste and virtu. P. papaver. Corn red poppy. The flowers have a heavy narcotic smell, and taste mucilaginous, sweet, and a little warm. The syrup and water are most used, which last has a narcotic, offensive smell and carries much of the virtu. The root and milk are bitter, and extreme acrid. The syrup and water are mild opiates. A stronger preparation may be made out of the roots. The leaves are outwardly opiate, and cool inflammations. The seeds are said to loosen the belly in great quantity. Perioteria. Pellitory of the wall. The taste is waterish, cool and bitterish like bugloss, and therefore is accounted nitrous. Is used inwardly to cool heats and hectical coughs. It is but a cool, watery diuretic, used in clysters as an emollient. Externally it is cooling in erysipelas, inflammations, burnings, and tumors. Quare. Whether the diuretic virtue depends not much on the sandiness of the leaves. The virtue of the herb is best in syrup for coughs. I refer it to bugloss. Paronychia vulgaris. Rutaceae folio. Common whitlow grass is of an acrid cress taste and virtu. Rue whitlow grass is bitterish and of an astringent rough taste, and a little sweetish, by which it checks the putrefaction and the king's evil. I tasted it decaying, and not fresh. Pastinaca latifolia sativa. Common garden parsnip. The root is sweet, mucilaginous, and aromatic, very nutritive and diuretic. Pastinaca fativa tenuifolia. Carrot. The roots are very sweet and aromatic, and the seeds are the same, being like Daca's seed, carminative and diuretic. Pastinaca aquatica. Water parsnip is of an aromatic smell and pleasant parsnip taste. The distilled water is diuretic and a little hot as the leaf tastes. Pecten veneris. Venus comb is sweet, hot, and aromatic like chervil in taste and smell, and of a diuretic virtue. Pedicularis rubra vulgaris. Red rattle seems to be of the nature of the pea tribe, tasting sweet and smelling like green peascods. It is as good for the scurvy as fitches and is diuretic. Pedicularis rubra palustris elatior. Great red rattle has the same sweet taste and is a little warm, therefore it is a good diuretic. Pedicularis fel flavo. Yellow rattle is sweet, mucilaginous, very biting and acrid. I rather believe this plant would kill lice, as Staphylos agria does by its acrimony, than produce them. And for that reason, Staphylos agria is called pedicularis. It seems to be a notable diuretic, by the mucilage and acrimony. Pentaphyllum. Cinquefoil. The leaves taste rough. The roots bitterish and rough, like tormental. The roots of either are usefully put into the bitter draught without cena and given before ague fits. It's good in all fluxes of blood and other humors, being a good inward vulnerary. Roots of cinquefoil are subacrid, by which they are diaphoretic in fevers. Peplus or Euphula rotunda. Petty spurge is of a burning taste and of a purgative faculty, as all the spurges are periclymenum. Honeysuckle. The berries are sweet and slimy. 10 or 12 squeezed into beer. Purge. The leaves have a bitterish, grassy, a little mucilaginous and biting taste. This is a great diuretic in the flowers, of which a conserve is used in an asthma. The flowers are mucilaginous, biting, burning, and of an aromatic smell. An oil for palsies is made of the flowers. The juice of the leaves is diuretic. Quare whether the wood may not be used, instead of lignum nephriticum, by the figure of the flower, and the bitterish slimy acrid taste, I refer this to the pea tastes. The green leaves rubbed, smell like green peas, and the flower is like a bean flower. Persicaria maculosa. Spotted arsmart, the roots taste rough, the leaves acrid, rough or acerb, good in all fluxes and cooling. Persicaria acris. Biting arsmart, the taste is very hot and burning. The distilled water is good in the stone. Outwardly in cataplasms, it discusses and dissolves hard tumors. By the strong acrid, it is a ranunculus. Petacites. Butterbur, the root and leaves taste much like angelica, sweet, bitterish and very acrid but more unpleasant, and smells like it with a headiness or fodor, of a mithridate flavor, and therefore used as a sudorific in pestilential fevers, and in the cough. Philitis. Hartstongue has a rough taste, like fern, and therefore useful for ulcers, fluxes, splenitic fermentations of the blood, and disorderly motions of spirits, in fits of the mother, and in hot constitutions. It has a fragrancy which is cordial, when it is infused in drink. A fern smell is in the green leaves like tallow, but the orris smell is more evident in the dried leaves. Pimpinella vulgaris sanguisorba, common burnet, great and little, have an aromatic cordial smell infused in wine. The root is very rough and bitterish, and therefore good in fevers before the fits. The green leaves are very slimy and rough after that taste is over. The whole is a good styptic and vulnerary, and is good for spittings of blood. Pimpinella saxifraga major and minor. Burnet saxifrage, the roots, seeds and leaves are of a sweet aromatic hot parsley taste and diuretic virtue, but much more hot and pungent than parsley. Pinguicula. Butterwort, the leaves are very mucilaginous, bitterish and acrid. The flowers have a fragrant smell by which they may purge, and outwardly make an oil like adder's tongue. It seems to be a sort of violet. The mucilage makes it fit for chops in the breasts and hands, and colors yellow. Pisa marvens. Field peas, the leaves have a sweet, slimy, raw taste. It will make a cool distilled water, and is diuretic. The juice cools hot bloods, and scorbutic persons who have lived on salt meats at sea, eat green peas and other raw fruit. Plantago aquatica. Water plantain is of an astringent and cooling taste, and used as such. Plantago vulgaris. Common plantain, the leaves are acid and astringent. Outwardly they cool inflammations and burns. Inwardly the juice is cooling, astringent and diuretic. The seeds are mucilaginous but the husks are astringent. In powder it is used for fluxes. The juice is good outwardly in ulcers of the legs. Quare. The bitterness of plantain. Plantago quinquenervia. Plantain ribwort is boiled in posset drink and given before agues which it cures by the crude astringency. Polygala. Milkwort is bitter, mucilaginous and a little pungent and smells fragrant like pansies and is purging. Violets, pansies, butterwort and milkwort are of an agreeable smell and all purging more or less, being bitterish, mucilaginous and a little acrid. Ligonetta vulgare. Solomon's seal, the roots and leaves are mucilaginous, and a little biting or pungent, without astringency. It is used boiled in wine, or powdered for ruptures. Outwardly it is agglutinating, and cosmetic. The berries are vomitive. I did not observe the bitterishness, nor astringency which joined to a mucilage and acrimony, will certainly render it purgative. Quare. Whether the berries be sweet, bitterish and nauseous, the flowers and leaves are like lilies. Polygonum germanicum. Nay, well, the taste is bitterish and astringent. It is of the same virtue as the ordinary polygonum. Parkinson says the seeds are acrid, as herniaria is, and diuretic. Polygonum vulgare. Common knotgrass tastes acid and astringent. It is therefore good in all hot fluxes inwardly, and outwardly for inflammations. Polypodium. Polypody, the roots are lusciously sweet and astringent, of the fern taste and class, but by the great sweetness it is laxative. The leaves are bitterish, sweet and astringent. It is accounted a lenient purger, but is most fit for splenitic distempers in powder or decoction. Populus alba. White poplar, the bark is bitter, astringent, and of a laurel taste. Populus alba full. Minoribus. Abele. The bark is bitter, astringent, and of a laurel taste. Populus libica. The aspen bark is very bitter, and of a laurel, bitter and astringent taste. Populus nigra. Black poplar, the bark is bitter and astringent. These poplars come the nearest to the Jesuit's bark of any English trees. Potamoton persicaria folio. Narrow-leaved pondweed is of the same taste as spotted arsmart, acid and astringent, and both have the nature and virtue of polygonum. Primula veris major. Cowslips, the flowers smell fragrant. The roots are bitterish, very hot and biting. The leaves sweet and mucilaginous. The syrup and the water are a little inclining to sleep, but they have no narcotic fodor, therefore act little as such, by their smell refreshing the spirits more than stupefying, or rather by a sweet headiness overcoming the spirits. Primula veris vulgaris. Common primrose. The leaves smell like fresh marmalade. The roots taste bitterish and acrid, and smell of the plant in powder which I use for snuff, and it works as much as hellebore. The roots may be put into waters for the head. The leaves are sweet and mucilaginous. The juice of them is snuffed into the nose with milk. The juice of the root with equal quantity of the juice of marjoram put into the nose with a thimble, purges the head strongly, and by irritation in the throat salivates and helps the king's evil. Primrose has a mucilaginous and acrid taste, and a strong though pleasing smell by which it operates in causing sleep. Prunella. Self-heal. The leaves taste watery and mucilaginous by which it cools the mouth in gargarisms. Quare. Whether Lysomachia purpurea be of the same kind, and both be lamiums, it is bitterish, subastringent, slimy, and good in hectics. It is also vulnerary. Prunus sylvestris. Sloe tree. The leaves and bark are very rough and bitter by which they stop fluxes. The syrup is most used, made of the sloes to stop any evacuation, and for gargarisms. The flowers smell like orange flowers and taste bitterish. They will make a purging syrup and yield an aromatic water very cordial. Pseudomelanthium, Lychnus segatum. Ptarmica. Cockle. It is a little biting, and of the virtues of Nigella. Sneezewort is bitterish, very acrid and aromatic like millefeuille in the scent, and therefore a good cephalic. It promotes sneezing and chewed. It draws forth rheums like pellitory. Pulegium. Pennyroyal is bitterish, hot, acrid and aromatic, flying quick into the nose, having in it a volatile oily salt, as all cephalics have, by which it is good in hysteric fits, obstructions of the womb, and convulsive coughs, in syrup and in hoarseness, made as thea. The smell of it is mixed of aromatic and fetid, as many other hysteric medicines be, as matricaria and c. pulmonaria maculosa. Spotted lungwort is watery and mucilaginous like borage or bugloss, and is a little bitterish like them. It cools hectical heats and thirst and supplies a cool lympha. Pulsatilla. Pasque flower is burning like other crowfoots. The root is said to be sweet. Pyrus. Pear tree. The bark and leaves are very rough, therefore great astringents. Bergamo pears are sweet, subacid and slimy, and the outward rind styptic. R. ranunculus. Crowfoot. The greatest part of crowfeet are exulcerating and blistering the tongue. I boiled the common crowfoot in hog's grease, but it would not blister without cantharides. The dried roots promote sneezing. It cures marks of the skin and warts by raising a blister, and afterwards a crust, and therefore hath a caustic virtue. The round root of crowfoot rubbed, flies quick up into the nose, like spirit of sal ammoniac, which shews the corrosiveness to be in volatile salt, and the crowfeet smell a little like scurvy grass. Whether any sweetness be in ranunculus, besides the acrimony, because the root of ranunculus bulbosus tastes sweet after drying? And there is a kind of ranunculus called Pratensis erectus dulcis, which may be eaten. Ranunculus flammeus. Spearwort is very caustic, if bruised and put upon the skin with a walnut shell, where the pain of the gout is, or where any pain of the head lies in a small compass, by letting quare, whether any bitterness be in it? I did not taste any bitter. Raphanus rusticanus. Horseradish. The leaves, seeds, and roots are of a very biting crest taste and virtue, and therefore diuretic, antiscorbutic, stomachic, splenetic, and antihydropic. The leaves may be used in medicines as well as the roots or seeds, being bitterish and very acrid. The lymphaducts have a sweet juice, Dr. Grew, and a sweetness may be tasted as well as a bitterish acrid in the dried root when used in diet. Rapistrum. Chadlock is of a crest taste and virtue, like mustard. Rapum sativum. Turnip. The seeds and leaves taste acrid. The root boiled is sweet and mucilaginous. The old root is bitterish. It is of the same kind as sinape or cresses, and therefore has a volatile salt in it, which makes it diuretic, pectoral, and antiscorbutic. But it is windy, from the mucilage and volatile salt combined together, as in garlic, leeks, and c. The roots being roasted, are used in drawing poultices for scorbutic tumors, the scrofulae, swelled breast, and gout. The green leaves smell, when rubbed, acrid, like horseradish or cresses. The seeds of the wild turnip yield rape oil, which with sugar cures the apte in children. Syrup of turnips is very sweet, and has a strong smell, by which it is an excellent pectoral in pleurisy. The broth of turnips sweetened with sugar is a pleasanter medicine than rape oil, for the apte. Rapunculus. Rampions. It is a milky plant, sweet and subacrid. It is good for diet, and as physical, it is pectoral and diuretic, by the acrimony. Rapunculus scabiose capitulo. Sheep scabious. The taste is sweet and hot, both in leaves and root. It has a smell a little mellowy. Rhamnus catharticus. Buckthorn. The berries taste sweet at first, then mucilaginous, bitter and rough. The unripe berries in alum watercolor yellow, when ripe, green. The syrup made in BM so that the color and virtue in the skin may be extracted. Looks of a red color and purges very strongly, from 1 spoonful to 4. The new syrup purges violently. Rhamnus catharticus. The berries taste sweet at first, then mucilaginous, bitter and rough. The unripe berries in alum watercolor yellow, when ripe, green. The syrup made in BM, so that the color and virtue in the skin may be extracted, looks of a red color, and purges very strongly, from 1 spoonful to 4. Syrup purges violently and loses of the strength after 2 months. It gripes least if made of ripe berries. The berries are taken from 15 to 25 to purge. The bark of the tree is a little rough, bitter and mucilaginous, and may be put into diet drinks, with dwarf elder roots and orris to purge, to which add daucus, juniper berries and wormwood. The bark smells something fragrant. The syrup is proper for hydropical persons. Rose solis, sundew. The taste is rough, acid and acrid, and has a sorrel smell. The acrid is not tasted till after a while. If applied outwardly, it exulcerates like ranunculus. It is put into cordial waters, gives a yellow color, and has an anti-pestilential virtue. The dried rose solis tastes very acid, like sorrel, and rough, for which reason some may give it in spitting of blood, but the latent acrimony is to be suspected, which makes it to be a crowfoot. Rosa sylvestris odora. Eglantine rose tastes as the dog rose but smells more sweet and fainty. Rosa sylvestris canina. Dog rose. The flowers are bitterish, slimy and astringent. If they be boiled in whey they will purge as damask roses. The fruit tastes acid, and so does the conserve, which therefore will quench thirst, and cool the choleric blood. I have distilled a very fragrant spirit from the fruit, after fermentation. The dog rose transplanted into gardens, loses the smell. The fruit must lie and putrefy before the conserve be made. The boiling in water takes away the acid from. In whey they will purge as damask roses. The fruit tastes acid, and so does the conserve, which therefore will quench thirst and cool the choleric blood. I have distilled a very fragrant spirit from the fruit, after fermentation. The dog rose transplanted into gardens, loses the smell. The fruit must lie and putrefy before the conserve be made. The boiling in water takes away the acid from it. The taste of the spongy excrescency is bitterish and astringent. It smells like the rose, is pungent or warm, and is given in spitting of blood. The root is very bitter and astringent, and may cure the biting of mad dogs by those qualities. All the rose roots are bitterish and astringent, but the white seems the most astringent. I did not perceive any acrimony in them. The leaves are slimy, mealy, bitterish and rough. Rubia tinctoria. Madder roots are yellow at first getting, and then turn red. They taste bitter, astringent and acrid, and therefore are a good hepatic by both tastes. When dry they are most astringent and vulnerary. They are styptic in all fluxes, and dye red. The flowers smell pleasant, as gallium flowers do. The taste of the spongy excrescence is bitterish and astringent. It smells like the rose, is pungent or warm, and is given in spitting of blood. Is very bitter and astringent, and may cure the biting of mad dogs by those qualities. All the rose roots are bitterish and astringent, but the white seems the most astringent. I did not perceive any acrimony in them. The leaves are slimy, mealy, bitterish and rough. Rubia tinctoria. Madder roots are yellow at first getting, and then turn red. They taste bitter, astringent and acrid, and therefore are a good hepatic by both tastes. When dry they are most astringent and vulnerary. They are styptic in all fluxes and dye red. The flowers smell pleasant, as gallium flowers do. Rubus idaeus. Raspberry. The berries have a fragrant violet or orris smell and a sweet subacid and grateful taste. They make a pleasant cordial wine, syrup and distilled water, which are all cordial and cooling. The leaves are astringent. Rubus vulgaris. Bramble. The leaves and flowers are bitterish and astringent. The ripe berries are sweet, subacid, slimy and a little rough. They are good for sore mouths, and used in dysenteries, and for the scurvy. A grateful wine is made out of the juice of the berries. The root tastes bitterish, a little acrid and very rough, by which it may be diuretic. The sprouts from the roots taste sensibly hot and very rough. The distilled water from the leaves and flowers of the bramble is fragrant. Sagittaria major. Arrowhead is sweetish, and a little warm like water parsnip, and therefore may be diuretic. Is accounted like water plantain and sparganium. If so, water plantain and Sagittaria. Sagittaria may be placed in the same class of crude plants, Salix latifolia and angustifolia. Sallow and willow. The leaves are mucilaginous, and of a sorrel smell. Salix folio longissimo. Osier. The bark, leaves and juice of all of them are bitterish, rough and good for all fluxes. Salix odorata. Sweet willow tastes very bitter and rough, and smells fragrant if rubbed. Salix folio trinque glabroverente, or laurifolio. Siv amygdalino. The bay-leaved willow is very bitter and rough, and tastes and smells like laurel, and therefore fit to be tried, instead of the Cortex peruvianus, Salvia agrestis. Wood sage smells strong like hops, tastes very bitter, and is of the virtue of scordium, viz., diaphoretic, diuretic, splenetic, vulnerary and cleansing. It may be used in drink like hops, which has been tried by myself and others. A double quantity is to be put into the drink, viz., as much again as the usual quantity of hops. It is to be referred to the Lamium class, Sambucus aquatica. Water elder, the bark tastes nauseously bitter, and is fit to vomit. The berries are bitter, acid and mucilaginous. I made a syrup of them very nauseous. The leaves are also nauseously bitter, and smell like currane leaves. I gave my dog of the juice of the berries, 3 or 4 spoonfuls, and of the leaves and stalks decocted, 1 handful, but they neither purged nor vomited him. The flowers smell sweet. Sambucus vulgaris, common elder, the bark is mucilaginous and bitter, and is used for a vomit. 3 handfuls of the inner bark boiled in 2 pounds of milk and water to 1 pound. Give half of it in the morning, and the rest at night to vomit and purge. The leaves are slimy, bitter, and nauseous, and are not good inwardly but outwardly in baths for inflammations, in poultices, and in oils, and ointments for the piles and gout. They discuss much, and are good for burns. They have a strong stinking smell. The flowers put into ale make a good drink for the scurvy and dropsy, as well as the berries. A spirit made of elder berries or flowers is good in the scurvy. The berries, Sambucus vulgaris. The berries are mucilaginous, sweet, and subacid. The syrup is best made of them in a jug set in water, by which infusion the virtue is taken out of the skins and stones, and looks more red, and tastes less nauseous than the apothecary's syrup, made by expression. The syrup made by baking is more heady and spirituous. The flowers make a pleasant fragrant water, like orange flowers, bitterish, acrid, and aromatic, whereby they are cephalic, diuretic, and carminative. The water is good for freckles of the face, for which the infusion of the green leaves is also good. The syrup is good in hot scurvies, sore mouths, and hot dropsical cachexies. Sanicula. Sanicle is bitterish, astringent, subacrid, and like turpentine in taste, and smells of balsam, and is a resinous turpentine plant, and therefore vulnerary, externally and internally, and it is used as a styptic. Saponaria vulgaris. Common soapwort is mucilaginous, bitter, and a little acrid, and therefore may be diuretic and sudorific. The leaves may be laid on issues, it may be good. Saponaria vulgaris. For ulcers, as it is healing and cleansing, by the mucilage and bitter. Outwardly it discusses strongly like elder, and is like in virtue to it. The flowers smell sweet, and very strong, by which it seems to be a lichens. Saxifraga alba. White saxifrage is bitterish, astringent, and a good vulnerary. It has also a little heat, by which it is diuretic. Saxifraga aurea. Golden saxifrage is bitterish, hot, and astringent, with a relish like meadow saxifrage, of the virtue of the former. Saxifraga anglicana. Meadow saxifrage, the whole plant tastes sweet and hot, is aromatic both in taste and smell, and strongly diuretic. It is of the fennel class. Scabiosa. Scabious is very strong, bitter, and astringent, and in the flowers a little acrid. The syrup and decoction of the juice cleanse the breast, are sudorific and alexipharmic. Outwardly it is good for the itch, tetters, and dandruff of the head. Inwardly it is good in jaundice and helps digestion. Scordium. Water germander is very bitter, astringent, hot, and acrid, and therefore sudorific and alexipharmac in the plague, and pestilential fevers in distilled waters. Externally it cleanses ulcers, and is good for gangrenes and fomentations. Scordium. Smells like garlic, and is therefore diuretic, good for worms and a strong pectoral. Scordium is good in sordid ulcers and is vulnerary. The acrimony of it is like a garlic pungency. By the taste and figure it is referable to the Lamium class. Profularia. Figwort. The leaves taste very bitter, and smell like elder. The roots are rough, and less bitter, and have knobs like kernels or piles, for which they are used in ointments, discussing them, as the elder smell shows. The same ointment is good in a malignant scab, and in cankerous ulcers. Cicale. Rye tastes sweet as other corn does. It is more mucilaginous than wheat, and therefore less easy for concoction, and the meal is more moistening than wheat meal in poultices. Sedum majus vulgare. Great house leek tastes waterish, very rough and astringent. The syrup of it and the water are very cooling and astringent. In fevers, especially in hectics, and in all fluxes. The ointment cools all inflammations, cancers, and erysipeluses, and cures tetters and burns. If the bruised leaves be applied, they cure corns. Sedum minus vermicular. Prick madam or stone crop tastes waterish, acid, and rough. The root bitterish and astringent. It is of the nature of the former, cooling and astringent. Sedum parvum acre fel luteo. Wallpepper. The taste is burning hot and exulcerating. Outwardly it blisters, taken inwardly it vomits strongly. By the great acrimony, the distilled water is diuretic, and if it be made into an ointment, it discusses tumors and the scrofulae. The decoction of it with alum and honey cures putrid flesh, growing in scorbutic gums. Senecio vulgaris. Groundsel. The leaves taste bitterish, sweet, hot, and mucilaginous, and smell sweet, like parsnip. The root tastes nauseously bitterish and acrid. The juice or decoction vomits. The syrup of the juice purges sucking children. Outwardly it is of a discussing faculty, and emollient in inflammations, tumors, itch, gout, and wind. It's given horses for the bots. Senecio major odoratus besides. The greater erigerum smells strongest and pleasantest, and is of a bitterish, hot and slimy taste. The smell resembles angelica or parsnip. It is very disgusting and emollient. Serpulum. Mother of thyme is bitterish, hot, acrid and aromatic, and therefore cephalic, stomachic, carminative and uterine. Sideritis arvensis latifolia. Smooth broad-leaved ironwort tastes bitterish, slimy and subastringent, and smells like dead nettle or betony. Outwardly and inwardly it is vulnerary, by the mucilage and bitter astringency. Sideritis anglica strumoseratis. Clown's all heel is bitterish and rough like betony, smells like dead nettle, and the taste is the same. It is accounted a vulnerary. Napi vulgare. Common mustard is a great diuretic in dropsies. If 3 spoonfuls of the powdered seed be put into a bottle of ale, it will sometimes put by a fit of a quartain ague in the declination. It is also a great antiscorbutic. The taste is bitterish, very hot and acrid, yielding a volatile salt in distillation. Outwardly it is good for scorbutic pains and foul ulcers, and inwardly it is a cleansing pectoral and fit for a gargle in the lethargy. It is sternutatory, it excites an appetite and helps digestion. All which it does by the acrid volatile salt which will blister a little. Sium aquaticam. Water parsnip has the taste and smell of parsnip, and is of the same virtue, diuretic in the distilled water, and good in tumors of the breast that are scrofulous. Solanum vulgare. Common nightshade. The leaves taste waterish and slimy, with a little biting or heat, and a little rough. When pounded they smell like green sauce which shews their crudeness. The berries taste sweet and mucilaginous. The leaves pressed in the hand have a strong smell, not unlike chocolate. I gave a dog 12 spoonfuls of the juice of the leaves. He was sick after it, and dull but not stupid as by a narcotic. An ointment may be made of the leaves, like stramonium ointment, cooling inflammations and erysipelas and healing tetters and scalds. The root is mucilaginous, strong and offensive like other solanums. The berries are green within, and taste nauseous. Solanum lethal. Deadly nightshade. The leaves are of a strong narcotic smell and are mealy, slimy and hot. The root is mealy, mucilaginous, and of a strong offensive opiate smell. Ointment is made of the leaves for cancerous pains, and the leaves are applied whole to cancers. The berries have a purplish juice, and are accounted poisonous to children. Dr. Grew says, the root is sweet, quare, solanum lignosum, bittersweet, or woody nightshade. It hath a smell like other solanums, and therefore is narcotic. The bark is very hot, bitter and slimy. The leaves have the same taste and therefore may be purgative. The bark is used for hydropical persons, to purge and provoke urine. It works churlishly. Leaves are outwardly used in inflammations and itching tumors of the hands and feet. The berries are sweet, very nauseously bitter and slimy, and therefore are purgative and vomiting very violently. The roots smell like hound's tongue, and the other solanums seem to me to resemble that smell rather than poppies. The dog to whom I gave 30 of the berries, neither vomited, purged, nor slept, but died mad within 3 hours. Soldanella marina. Sea bindweed. I tasted it in the shops, and it was bitter, mucilaginous and acrid, and therefore as other bindweeds, very purgative in hydropical persons. The plant has a milk as other bindweeds have. Sonchus. Sow thistle is in the root and milk bitterer than in the leaves. It is of the nature of dandelion. The leaves are most cool and bitterish, and the root most apparative. The leaves are good for hot tumors, and boiled, it is good to give nurses to increase milk. The distilled water is good for freckles, and the root is a good diuretic. Sophia chirurgorum. Flax weed hath a cress smell when rubbed, but stinks at first. It has a cress taste, and a diuretic virtue. It is erroneously recommended as astringent, but may be a good discutient and antihysteric by the photor, and diuretic by the acrid salt. It is good to cleanse ulcers. Sorbus sylvestris torgeminalis. The sorb tree is bitterish, and Astron sorbus sylvestris ocuparia, Sive fraxinus bubula. Quicken tree. The bark is bitter and astringent like laurel bitters. The berries are bitter and acid. They are good in the dropsy and diet drinks as they are purging. This is rather an ash by the strong bitter. Sparganium ramofum. Burr reed is astringent. Speculum veneris. Cotted corn violet has a crude slimy taste and smell. I tasted it in a garden, it being the great Venus-looking glass. It is milky, like rampions. Spurgula. Spurry is of a crude juice, like chickweed, and is referable to the chickweeds. Sphondylium. Cow parsnip. The root is sweet, biting, and of a parsnip taste. The seeds are hot and acrid, and of a strong smoky smell, but very little aromatic, and therefore accounted an hysteric. Staphylodendraum. Bladder nut. The leaves taste rough, and the nuts sweet and nauseous. Titanocetum. Tansy tastes strong, bitter and acrid, and is of an aromatic smell like feverfew. The juice is given for the worms. The conserve is hepatic in dropsies and good in colics. The seed is given for the worms, and is bitter, acrid and diuretic. Taxus. 2 tree. The berries are mucilaginous and sweet, and are eaten innocently, but the seed in them is very bitter and nauseous, and therefore causes a diarrhea. The leaves have a bitterish crude taste, without any narcotic smell. It is like the turpentine trees by the greenness, but the most crude and fixed of all that kind. The wood hath no offensive taste, but seemed a little hot on my tongue. The leaves are not unlike fir. A poor woman at Elford in Staffordshire gathered up the cuttings of the boughs of the 2 tree in the dry year, and gave them to her cow, upon the eating of which she died. But it may be the dryness of the leaves made them offensive to the stomach or windpipe. Telephium. Orpin is mucilaginous and watery, like purslane. A syrup of it cools and heals the exulcerate guts in a dysentery. Roasted in the embers, and pounded with swine's grease, it cures white flaws. It is outwardly good for inflammations, burns, and scalds. The leaf bruised may be laid to any green wound. The roots are knobbed like the piles, and a cooling ointment of them is better than an amulet for the piles. Thalictrum. Meadow rue is of a dry, bitterish, and sweet taste, and of a strong scent. It may loosen the belly and seems to be like columbine of the pea class. Galen makes it a vulnerary. Flapsy. Treacle mustard is of the same acrimony as common mustard but more bitter, and smells like garlic. It is diuretic and pectoral. Outwardly it is good for the sciatica and foul ulcers. The seed is very acrid. Tilia. Lime tree. The bark is mucilaginous and good for burns and sore mouths. There is an acrimony, and also a bitterishness in it. The flowers are of the same taste, and very fragrant, cordial, and antiepileptic, for which we use the distilled water. The berries are accounted astringent. Tithymelis. Spurge. All spurges have a milk of a bitterish and exulcerating taste. They are purging and vomiting, and by the acrimony they blister the skin. 20 seeds given in bread and butter to a dog purged him but little. This that I gave him was of the wood spurge, but 30 seeds of sun spurge, and afterwards a handful of leaves steeped in milk and water, purged nothing. The milk is good for warts. The milk dropped into water diffused itself immediately, like tincture of benjamin. The milk mixed with vinegar huff a little. With spirit of hart's horn it mixed readily, but turned of a brown color. The pounded herb smells acid, and not of any strong scent. Drop 3 or 4 drops of the milk into a fig, and dry it. Give 2 or 3 figs. The joist takes off the hair. Mixed with oil it cures warts, and removes the callus of fistulas. The milk is strongest, the leaves and seeds next, and the root least. The lixivium of spurge has a caustic quality. There being but little smell in spurge. The volatile acrid is coagulated into a gum, with the oil, by an acid, and this gum mixed with water, gives a milk as other gums do. The acrimony depends not on an acid, because vinegar corrects the acrimony, and another argument of the gumosity is from the purging faculty in all spurges. Tormentilla. Tormento. The root is rough, bitterish, and subacrid. It stops all fluxes by the astringency. It stops the violent fermentation of the blood in malignant fevers, joined with fluxes. It is a good styptic in vulnerary potions, and a good antifebrific, resembling the taste of the Jesuit's powder. Trachelium majus. Throatwort has a bitterish milk thick like curds and is called throatwort because the decoction is good in sore throats and ulcerated mouths. It tastes mucilaginous and sweet, and is a rapunculus. Tragopogon. Goat's beard is sweet, waterish, and milky, and is good to eat, being dressed like parsnips or the crude root in salads. Black maiden hair has a fern taste, and is good for ulcerations in the lungs and kidneys, by the astringency, sweetness, and bitterness. Trichomanes. Black maiden hair has a fern taste, and is good for ulcerations in the lungs and kidneys, by the astringency, sweetness, and bitterness. Trifolium acetosum. Wood sorrel tastes very acid. The syrup, conserved juice, and distilled water cool thirsts and fevers. Vide acetosella. Trifolium pratense purpureum. Honeysuckle trefoil. The roots and leaves are bitter and hot with a pea taste. Trifolium floralbo. White honeysuckle trefoil is of a pea taste and rough. The flowers are sweet as honeysuckles in smell. Trifolium purpureum majus sativum. Clover grass is like the honeysuckle trefoil. The leaves have a sweet pea taste, and are very biting and acrid. The root is sweet and acrid. Trifolium luteum. Yellow trefoil tastes rough in the leaves but resembles pea taste in the flower and root, and tastes hot or acrid at the last. Trifolium lupulinum. Hop trefoil has a sweet pea taste and is rough. Trifolium hirsutum lagopoides. Yellowish meadow trefoil is very rough in taste, with a pea smell. Trifolium silicosum. Small cotted trefoil has a very rough taste, and is of the pea kind. Trifolium full. Purpureo. Purple wort has a sweet pea taste and is very rough. It is good in the bleedings of the purple fever. The acrid trefoils are diuretic. Trifolium palustre. Buck bean. The leaves are very bitter, and taste like a peach kernel. It is good in diet drinks for the scurvy, and for arthritic pains, and I have heard them commended for a cure of the dropsy. There is no acrimony in the taste, yet it is much commended in the scurvy. Triticum. Wheat tastes sweet and slimy, and is of good nourishment. The flour is good in small beer, to stop overflowings of the blood, and other hemorrhages and fluxes. Maize or Indian wheat is as sweet as sugar. Turitis. Tower mustard is of the same taste and virtue as ordinary mustard. Tussilago. Colt's foot tastes watery, bitterish, rough. Tussilago. Colt's foot tastes watery, bitterish, rough and a little hot, and therefore is a good pectoral and vulnerary. It smells somewhat like Anula campana. Outwardly it cools inflammations. The flowers smell and look like groundsel, by which it may be of the same class. Typha. Cat's tail. The root is very clammy, mucilaginous and cooling. The mucilage may be good in plasters but not inwardly, it being thick like bird lime. 5th. Vaccinia nigra. Bilberries are sweet and sour. The quidney is used for loosenesses. The leaves taste sour and rough. The root bitterish and rough. The berries are boiled with alum and galls for a blue color. Vaccinia rubra. Redworts are acid and astringent in taste, and astringent in fluxes. Vaccinia and rubus are of the like nature. Valeriana sylvestris major, minor hortensis. Valerian. The root is of a turpentine smell, like balm of Gilead, and tastes bitter, acrid, slimy and of turpentine. The leaves are bitterish and mucilaginous, and the same is the taste of all sorts of valerian. The root is an excellent pectoral and diuretic, and the leaves are cleansing and agglutinating in wounds and ulcers of the mouth. Valerian flowers at first smell fetid. After they're lying a while to spend their fodder, they smell like jasmine. Wild valerian flowers have a strange, fainty lily smell. The root is so like Serpentaria virginiana that I believe it a substitute. It is used in convulsius and epilepsies. Dioscorides describes the smell of the root to be fragrant like nardus, with some fodder, by which it may be antipileptic and purgative like asafoetida, in the quantity of 1.5 ounces. Verbascum flor luteo vulgare. White mullein. The leaves are watery, bitterish and cool. The flowers are mucilaginous and bitterish, and anodyne in ointments for the hemorrhoids, or in poultices with yolks of eggs, white bread, and leeks gist. The root is waterish, bitterish and astringent. Mullein is used in coughs as bugloss. The flowers smell a little fragrant, which argues a little heat with the waterishness. But because of the astringency, the leaves are bitterish and mucilaginous, and the same is the taste of all sorts of valerian. The root is an excellent pectoral and diuretic, and the leaves are cleansing and agglutinating in wounds and ulcers of the mouth. Valerian flowers at first smell fetid. After they're lying a while to spend their fodder, they smell like jasmine. Wild valerian flowers have a strange, fainty lily smell. The root is so like Serpentaria virginiana that I believe it a substitute. It is used in convulsius and epilepsies. Dioscorides describes the smell of the root to be fragrant like nardus, with some fodder, by which it may be antipileptic and purgative like asafoetida, in the quantity of 1.5 ounces. Verbascum flor luteo vulgare. White mullein. The leaves are watery, bitterish and cool. The flowers are mucilaginous and bitterish, and anodyne in ointments for the hemorrhoids, or in poultices with yolks of eggs, white bread, and leeks gist. The root is waterish, bitterish and astringent. Mullein is used in coughs as bugloss. The flowers smell a little fragrant, which argues a little heat with the waterishness. But because of the astringency, verbena. Vervain is very bitter, astringent and subacrid, like the laurel bitters, and therefore vulnerary. It is good in obstructions, jaundice, coughs and nephritic pains, and good against tertians and arthritics. Outwardly it is vulnerary, and a cleanser in putrid ulcers and gargarisms. It is also splenitic and cephalic, having the same bitterness as black cherry trees, by which pains of the head depending on fevers are stopped. Vermicularis frutex. Tree stone crop. The taste is waterish and crude, and it is of a crude smell, and of a cooling virtue. Veronica pratensis minor. Speedwell or fluon is bitterish, subacrid, and astringent inwardly and outwardly. It is of vulnerary, and good against fevers, ulcers of the lungs and kidneys. Outwardly it cures wounds, ulcers and scabs, and seems to be of the dead nettle class, having the same virtue. Vicia. Common vetch or tear is of a pea taste and rough. The juice is given in the scurvy, to hinder the great fermentation of the blood. Vicia flor purpureo. Purple-flowered vetch has a very sweet pea taste. Vicia flor flavo. Yellow-flowered vetch is very astringent, and has a little sweet pea taste. Viola martea purpurea. Purple violets. The green leaves are mucilaginous, and therefore cooling and emollient in poultices for inflammations. The flowers are mucilaginous and a little acrid, and of a fragrant smell. The syrup purges a little, cools and lenifies coughs, and is diuretic. The seeds are mucilaginous, acrid and diuretic, in emulsions, and sometimes purge and vomit. The cordial faculty lies in the fragrancy. Viola tricolor. Pansies. The leaves are hot, acrid, mucilaginous and mealy, and therefore emollient. The smell is strong, like orange flowers. The distilled water smells like them, and is antipileptic. Outwardly the leaves mollify, discuss, agglutinate, and cure the itch in baths. The Viola martea purpurea. The great wild climber, the seeds, bark, and root, and also the flowers, have a burning taste. The flowers smell sweet. Virga aurea. Goldenrod tastes sweet, bitterish, and aromatic in the leaves and roots, by which it is a good diuretic and carminative. Viscum. Mistletoe grows on the maple, crab apple, and hawthorn, Mr. Ray says, on the nut, elm, willow, buckthorn, lime tree, and service. I could find no difference in taste in mistletoe growing on the 4 first, these barks having a bitterness like mistletoe, and also being astringent but no ways acrid. But it grows on the mucilaginous trees mentioned by Mr. Ray. The virtues of the tree and mistletoe so much differ, that it cannot be better on one tree than another. I have tasted that on the oak dry, but could find no excellency in it above others. The leaves and wood taste bitter, astringent, hot, and acrid, by which it is good for the epilepsy. It must be given for 40 days. It may cause sweating in a pleurisy. The bitter astringency makes it good before ague fits. The green roots of the mistletoe go into the bough a good way. Mr. Plaxton of Sheriff Holes in Shropshire told me that mistletoe berries laid on the rub bark of a tree will grow there. The mucilage of the berries put into plasters, mollifies with rosin and wax, and ripens and draws much. Ulmaria, meadow sweet. The flowers, leaves, and roots are bitterish and astringent, with a strong fragrant smell. By the astringency, it is styptic in all fluxes. By the fragrancy, cordial in wine and distilled waters. And by the bitterish roughness, it is antifebrific, much of the virtue of burnet, and tastes like it. Filipendula, burnet, and ulmaria are all of a like nature. Ulmus, elm. The bark and leaves are mucilaginous, and healing in mouthwaters and in burns, anodyne and cooling. There is a little bitterish astringency in elm. Umbilicus veneris. Navelwort is watery, slimy, and biting, by which it is diuretic, cures and discusses inflammations, erysipelas and strumas. There is also in the flowery heads a bitterish astringency. Urtica urens. Nettle. The yellow roots are sweet, watery, and biting, and good diuretics. The seed is slimy, a little hot, and pectoral. The leaves juiced are good in hemorrhages, carrying off by urine a great deal of serum, and by the acrimony, opening obstructions which are the causes of hemorrhages. Outwardly, nettles cure tumors, sordid ulcers, and gangrenes. 2912. West the tafties and virtues of plants in gardens and shops. The tastes and virtues of plants in gardens and shops. A. Abrotanum femina. Lavender cotton tastes bitter acrid, with a sea wormwood smell. Therefore it has the virtues of a wormwood, and is of the same tribe. It's accounted good for the stomach and for worms. Absinthium arborescens. Tree wormwood. The smell and taste are like common wormwood. Absinthium romanum. Roman wormwood is of the same taste, smell, and virtue as the common wormwood, but more pleasant and less earthy or crude. Acacia. Acacia is bitterish, styptic, and good in fluxes. It is the juice of a silicose plant. Radix acori. Bastard acorus is hot, like ginger. It is an acrid aromatic. Agaric tastes sweet, bitter, and mucilaginous. It is piercing by a little acrid. It yields a resin, and is gently purgative of choler by its bitterness, and of water or viscous phlegm by its resin. Agaric is the fungus of a turpentine tree, but differs much from the taste of turpentine. Ageratum. Maudlin is bitterish, aromatic, and astringent, and therefore cephalic and vulnerary. Agnus castus. The chast tree is bitterish, rough, aromatic, acrid, and of an agrimony smell. It is apparative, diuretic, and vulnerary. Alchemilla. Lady's mantle. The root tastes bitterish and astringent, like potentilla, and looks of the same color. Kakengi. Winter cherries. The leaves taste bitter, mucilaginous, and biting, and therefore are an excellent diuretic. The berries are acid and bitter, and infused in wine, or in powder, are very diuretic. The leaves and berries resemble Solanum lignosum. The bladders taste most bitter. Opiates are diuretic by their acrimony and sliminess. The smell in this plant is not much. Allium. Garlic is of a strong rank smell, very acrid in taste, and abounds with a volatile salt, by which it is diuretic, pectoral, stomachic, and good against infection of the plague. It blisters the soles of the feet, if laid next to the skin, and cures the dropsy, infest in beer. It is laid to the soles of the feet in chin coughs and small pox. Aloes. Aloes is bitter, sweet, and mucilaginous or gummy. Its bitterness is like the bitterness of a peach kernel. By this it purges choler, and opens obstructions of the viscera, cleanses away viscid phlegm from the intestines, and corrects acidity, for purgers both stimulate and act as alterers. Outwardly, aloes cleanses by its bitterness, and by its gumminess stops bleeding. The green leaves of aloes taste acid. Aloes smells like myrrh, amaranthus. Flower gentle. The seeds and leaves are astringent, and a little acid. This seems to me a dock taste. I observed an acrimony in amaranthus, which makes me infer that it may be of the nettle kind, rather than of blights or atriplex, but it is like English mercury. It is very ungrateful to the stomach. Omni. Bishop's weed. The seeds are sweet, bitter, hot, aromatic, carminative, diuretic, and cephalic. It belongs to the fennel class. Amygdalus amara. The bitter almond tree. The bark tastes very much like the Jesuit's bark, bitter and rough, and has a gum in it. The leaves are bitter, mucilaginous, and rough like the peach tree. It is probably of the same purgative faculty, or gently laxative. Bitter almonds have the same taste, and an oiliness. The oil is good for ulcers, cleansing and killing worms. 'Tis also good in pains of the ears, and sunspots. Amygdalus dulcis. The sweet almond blanched tastes sweet and oily, and yields an oil, which is good in the stoppage of urine, for expectoration of phlegm, and in pains of the belly with juice of limon. Anagyris. Bean trefoil. The leaves taste mucilaginous, bitterish, and a little biting. The country people use it as senna, and it tastes like it. This has a pea taste, and smells oily, as a bastard senna does, which therefore vomits much. Anchusa. Alkanet. The red roots are bitterish, astringent, and a little warm, by which and by its thin coloring parts it is diuretic and apparative, and by its astringency 'tis vulnerary. It is a madder rather than a bugloss. Anathem. Dill. The leaves and seeds are bitterish, sweet, hot, aromatic, and carminative, and diuretic. The seeds are the same. Angelica arborescens. Tree angelica neither tastes nor smells so strong as ordinary angelica. Angelica hortensis. Garden angelica. 'Tis sweet, bitterish, and aromatic in taste and smell, therefore cephalic, carminative, cordial, pneumonic, and sudorific. The root, leaves, and seeds have the same taste and smell. Anisum. Aniseed. The seed is sweet, hot, bitterish, and aromatic in taste and smell, therefore pectoral and carminative, the powder of the seed being given to children for the colic, or the decoction of it in posset drink. Apium hortense. Smallage is sweet, bitterish, acrid, aromatic, diuretic, pectoral, and apparative. It is of the fennel class. Smallage is stronger than parsley. The seeds and roots are most used, and of the same taste. Arba venenosa indica. Arba venenosa indica. This tree smells fetid, as most poisons do. Aristolochia rotunda and longa. Birthwort. The root tastes nauseously bitter, and mucilaginous. It smells like bryony, and is of the same virtue, hysteric. Outwardly it is good for the itch, cleanses wounds and ulcers, and is used in a pessary. The round is the hottest. Armarius hortensis. Double sweet williams are sweet and bitter. Asarum. Asarabaca. The leaves are hot and very acrid on the tongue. The powder of the leaves makes a strong sternutatory. If 9 leaves be infused in wine, and the joy squeezed out, they vomit strongly, and irritate the mouth of the stomach as the powder does the nose. The root is bitterish, very acrid, terebinthinate, and aromatic. 1 drachm of it vomits very well. A lesser quantity is used, as a diuretic. Because asarum roots smell of turpentine, and have also something fetid, like hellebore, by this they purge. The leaves are like cyclamen, asclepias. Swallowwort. The leaves smell a little like solanum. Asphodelus. Asphodel. The leaves taste sweet and slimy. Asteraticus. Starwort is in the leaves mucilaginous. Aster serotinus frutescens ceruleus. Blue starwort tastes slimy, bitterish, and acrid, and smells fragrant. Atriplex baxifera. Baxiferous auric tastes mucilaginous, and like sorrel, sour in the red buttons. That color of red will fail, though alum be added in the decoction. The ripe berries taste very sweet. Atriplex hortensis. Garden auric tastes somewhat like sorrel, and smells like it. Note that redness in the leaves or stalks of any plants is a sign of acidity in the plant. Auricula ursi. Bear's ears. The flower smells sweet, as cowslips. The green leaves are mucilaginous. The roots are hot and acrid like cowslips, and bitterish, with an aromatic, heady, and opiate smell. Aurantiac malus. Oranges. The flowers are of a very fragrant smell, somewhat like the lily in flower and smell. They taste bitterish, pungent, and subacrid, and therefore are cordial and cephalic. The green leaves are bitterish and astringent, with an aromatic hot taste and smell, and are good strengthening stomachics. B. balsamita major. Cost Mary hath a bitterish biting taste with an aromatic balsam smell, from whence it's accounted vulnerary. It is used in distilled waters. By its taste it is cephalic, being bitterish and a little acrid. It is used in outward balsams. Barba jovis. Jupiter's beard tastes rough and a little hot, and seems to be of the vetch kind, by the leaves, flowers, and taste. Basilicum. Basil is bitterish, hot, and aromatic in taste and smell, which last is very strong, and therefore it is a very hot cephalic. The smell is compared to citrons or clovegilly flowers, but very heady, and is accounted hurtful, producing a frenzy. Batatas desinata. Jerusalem artichoke. The root is sweet, astringent, and waterish. The leaves are watery and mucilaginous, by which sweetness it is esculent. Balastium flores. Pomegranate flowers are bitterish, styptic, and very great astringents. The flowers will color red. They are boiled in claret with myrrh, for putrid gums and loose teeth in the scurvy. Hen album. Spatling poppy. I tasted it at Chelsea. being sweetish and crude like Lychnis, Beta alba-vel rubra. White beets have a crude juice, slimy and a little astringent. The red is most astringent. I suppose that it is accounted nitrous by its bitterish coolness, which is the taste of nitre. Both sort of beets are cooling by their crude mucilage and their waterish parts, and deterging by the bitterish nitrous coolness. I have put the root into my nose without sneezing or any irritation. Beets, blights, atriplex and bonus henricus seem to agree in kind, and these are by authors called Saporis fatui vel oleraceae. Bombaceae semina, cotton seeds. They are mucilaginous, and chiefly used for their mucilage. Borago. Borage, the leaves, flowers and roots are cool, watery and mucilaginous. The root is a little bitter, and so comes near the taste of nitre, but I cannot think borago. I think that to be in any plant called nitrous, because it resembles nitre, which is cool, bitterish and acid. There is, besides the former tastes, a little grateful acrid in borage, by which it is cordial. The mucilage is good for heats and thirst and hectics as bugloss is. It is used in decoction and juice, but the cordial virtue is in the flowers and in their conserve. Botrytis, oak of Jerusalem. The leaves are bitterish, aromatic and waterish. The seeds are most balsamic, smelling like balsam of tolu, and therefore cleansing, aromatic, terebinthinate and vulnerary in syrup of the juice, and in distilled waters for coughs and consumptions. Brancha ursina. Bear's breech is a thistle, and for the bitter slime, is used in clysters, and may be used outwardly for the same, in plasters against the gout and burnings. There is a bitter smakiness in all thistles, which inwardly makes them nauseous and purgative, and outwardly disgusting and cleansing. Brassica vulgaris. Cabbage. The roots of the cabbage plants are acrid and bite like horseradish. Brassica vulgaris. The leaves of the plants bite less when full grown, and by this latent acrid they stimulate when applied to blisters. Full-grown leaves are also cool, waterish, and a little bitterish, by which tastes it is laxative, and for these it is also accounted a nitrous plant. The ashes are very caustic, the seed is bitter and acrid, the juice cures warts. Brassica multiflora. Cauliflowers have the flowery part and leaves very acrid, and therefore are antiscorbutic, as mustard seed and horseradish. Bulbonoxia viola lunaria. Satin flower smells and tastes like the cress plants, and is of the same virtue. The seeds are most acrid and bitter. Bruscus. Butcher's broom. The root is sweet, bitterish and acrid, by which it is diuretic, pectoral and apparative. It belongs to the pea class, and is like asparagus. The berries are sweet, and the new sprouts are a little aromatic. Bucthalmum. Oxeye is bitterish and subacrid like chamomile, and is of the same virtue. C. calendula. Marigold. The flowers are slimy and very hot and burning in the throat, by which they are cordial, and expel measles and smallpox, and cure fits of the mother, and obstructions of the menses. They smell strong and unpleasant. The green leaves are mucilaginous and acrid, and the root bitterish. Cambodia. Gum Cambogia is an inspisate juice, more gummy than resinous. It purges and vomits watery serum violently. I cannot discern the taste, but in the stomach the latent acrimony of it immediately appears, because it works in so small a dose, and is corrected by acids. It is generally thought to be a sort of tithymol, and by that caustic quality it purges. Cortex radis is caparis. Caper bark tastes very acrid, by which it is diuretic, and outwardly disgusting in tumors of the abdomen. I cannot taste the bitterness and astringency, by which it is said to have many effects. Capsicum indicum. Pepper is very burning and hot in the pod, and acrid and aromatic when ripe. Cardamomum majus. Grains of paradise are sweet, hot, aromatic, acrid and bitterish. Cardamomum minus. Lesser cardamoms are hot aromatics. Carduus benedictus. Carduus benedictus. The leaves are of a smoky bitter taste, like the ordinary carduus, with some mucilage, by which it is fit to produce vomiting. It cleanses the stomach, and is good for fevers in the bitter drink. The roots have no bitterness, and that there is a bloody juice in it is observed in Mr. Ray. Carpobalsamum minus. Carpobalsamum is said to be acrid and aromatic. Carthami semen. Seed of bastard saffron is bitterish, a little acrid and mucilaginous, by which it purges a little. It is used in the diseases of the breast, joined with other purgers. Carum. Caraways. The roots and seeds taste and smell sweet and aromatic, and are carminative and diuretic. The green leaves smell like parsnips. Carum belongs to the sweet, acrid, and aromatic class. Caryophyllus aromaticus. Clove gilly flowers. The flowers are hot and mucilaginous, and of a grateful odor. The flowers taste bitterish, sweet, and acrid in the throat, in which the cordial virtue consists. The root is sweet, bitterish, acrid and slimy like the clove flowers. Caryophyllae. Cloves are bitterish, acrid, hot, and aromatic in taste and smell. They are cordial and cephalic, and are the fruit of a tree. Caryophyllus hortensis minor. Pinks. They are bitterish, sweet-tasted, and have in the flower an aromatic smell. They are of the nature of clove gilly flowers. Cassia lignea. The bark of Cassia lignea is acrid and aromatic in taste like cinnamon, and of the same virtue. Cassia fistula. Cassia, the pulp is most used to keep the body laxative. It is very sweet and mucilaginous, by which it is good in a cough, and is thereby also a lenient purge in the stone and hemorrhoids. Cedrus virginiana. Cedar has a fragrant turpentine smell, and it tastes bitter, astringent, and acrid. Centaureum majus. The greater centaury, the stalk tasted sweetish, bitter, and subaromatic. Shape of the leaf and taste resemble Jacobea. Cepe. Onion is biting, mucilaginous, acrid, and of a rank smell like garlic, fuming up into the eyes, like the spirit of sal ammoniac. Therefore it is full of a volatile salt with a rank oil. Onions are roasted for breaking apostemes, and are infused and distilled in white wine for the stone. Pounded with salt, they are good for burns, and the biting of a mad dog. The joice is good for pains in the ears and for shortness of breath. All these effects are produced by the taste and smell above mentioned. China. China has no considerable smell in the root. It is of a dry taste, a little warm or acrid. It is accounted a diaphoric, but is most properly an astringent and absorbent of acids. In the decoction, China is a little aromatic, astringent, and bitterish, but these qualities are very obscure. It is a Cedrus virginiana. Cedar has a fragrant turpentine smell, and it tastes bitter, astringent, and acrid. Centaureum majus. The greater centaury, the stalk tasted sweetish, bitter, and subaromatic. The shape of the leaf and taste resemble Jacobea. Cepe. Onion is biting, mucilaginous, acrid, and of a rank smell like garlic, fuming up into the eyes, like the spirit of sal ammoniac. Therefore it is full of a volatile salt with a rank oil. Onions are roasted for breaking apostemes, and are infused and distilled in white wine for the stone. Pounded with salt, they are good for burns, and the biting of a mad dog. The joice is good for pains in the ears and for shortness of breath. All these effects are produced by the taste and smell above mentioned. China. China has no considerable smell in the root. It is of a dry taste, a little warm or acrid. It is accounted a diaphoric, but is most properly an astringent and absorbent of acids. In the decoction, China is a little aromatic, astringent, and bitterish, but these qualities are very obscure. It is a climbing plant, as well as sarsaparilla, and thorny and baxiferous. China. The stalk of the Peruvian tree has a terebinthinate taste. The leaves are a little slimy and terebinthinate. This I found in the physic garden at Chelsea. Cicera rubra. Cicers have a sweet pea taste, and are diuretic, and lenifying the passages by the mucilage. They are a little bitterish. Cinara. Artichoke. The leaves are very bitter, slimy, and smoky, like the carduus. The joice cures wounds. The leaves are good in ointments for the worms, and are great cleansers of ulcers. Cinnamomum. Cinnamon bark is sweet, very hot, aromatic, and astringent. It is a good stomachic and cordial. Cistus ledon. Gummy cistus has a very rough taste, feels gummy, and has a crude smell. Cistus ledonifera. Ledonifera cistus or holy rose feels clammy in the leaves, and smells like labdanum. It tastes terebinthinate, and therefore is an excellent vulnerary put in cistus folio vie. Leaved cistus is only very rough and bitterish, without any gumminess, and is a vulnerary. Cistus foliolato. Broad-leaved cistus feels clammy, and tastes bitterish, acrid, aromatic, resinous, and rough. It smells like labdanum, and therefore is inwardly and outwardly a vulnerary. Cytisus. Shrub trefoil has a sweet pea taste, and smells of the pea kind. Those plants which have this sweet pea taste are fit for feeding cattle, and breed most milk. Citron. The leaves are bitterish, acrid, aromatic, astringent, and of the same fragrancy as a citron, and are good stomachics. The fruit and pulp is very acid and aromatic. The peel has the taste of the leaf, and is cordial, if distilled with sack. The syrup is a cooling cordial by its grateful acidity. The peels are kept candied. Citrullus. Citrus seeds are cool and mucilaginous. Clematitis. Virgin's bower is bitter and very acrid. Colocynthus. Coloquintita is extremely bitter, and affects the mouth with that taste when it is pounded. It is also very acrid. By these tastes it purges vehemently. It contains a resin, and therefore has a sliminess, as other purgers. Colutea. Bastard senna is sweet, bitterish, slimy, and smells pea-like, which the cods and flowers resemble. By the oily rankness it vomits much, and purges churlishly. Consolida saracenica. Saracens consound. The leaves smell like elder, and are mucilaginous, bitterish, a little acrid, and astringent, by which it is diuretic and vulnerary in decoctions and ointments. This is mistaken for Virga aurea, and is very different. This seems to be some sort of aster, and not consolida. It is that which is described in Mr. Ray, hot and aromatic. This is used for Virga aurea amongst us. Consolida regalis. Larkspur is sweet, and a little acrid. The seeds are in cods, and taste of a pea taste. Contraerva. The roots have a very acrid and bitterish taste, and smell like fig leaves. It is alexiformac and sudorific. The bitterness is very obscure. Dioscorides mentions the smell. Coriandry semen. Coriander seed is sweet, hot, aromatic and carminative. The odor of the plant is like the Simus's fetid Mr. Ray. From the fodor, it is esteemed malignant, and is corrected by vinegars. Coronopus. Buckshorn plantain. I tasted it in the garden at Chelsea. Waterish and rough like plantain. Cortex peruvianus. Jesuit's bark. Besides a woody and fusty taste, it has a laurel, bitter and styptic taste, without any sensible acrimony. The taste is very discernible in the infusion, and it resembles a bitter almond, especially its peel, and the bark of that tree. All other trees of a laurel taste cannot but answer its virtue, and are anti-fivrific by their bitterness, preserving the mixture of the blood from putrefactive fermentations, which are also Cortex peruvianus, considerably checked by the astringency, which also causes a separation of those parts that are loose from the mixture of the blood, and passes them off by urine. Costus dulcis and amara. Ale cost is sweet, bitterish, hot and aromatic, and smells like orris, and is very acrid, especially the bitter. Crocus hortensis purpureus and luteus. Garden crocus, yellow and purple, have sweet slimy roots like saffron. Cubae. Cubebs are very hot, acrid, aromatic, cordial and carminative. Cucumis acininus. Wild cucumber is very bitter, slimy and acrid, by which it purges violently. The leaves and roots are of the weakest virtue. The juice lasts long, and is inflammable, by which it's resinous. Cucumis hortensis. Ordinary cucumber, the leaves, flowers, fruit and seeds are waterish, slimy and cooling, which is used in emulsions. Cucurbita. Gourds are waterish in the leaves, slimy in the seeds, and sweet in the pulp and fruit, all cooling. Cuminum. Cumin seed is sweet, bitterish, aromatic. Cuminum. Cumin seed is sweet, bitterish, aromatic and acrid, with an aromatic, unpleasant smell. A good carminative, pectoral, diuretic and uterine. Curcuma. Turmeric is nauseously bitter and acrid like ginger, good in the jaundice as an opening hepatic. It colors yellow. Cypress longus and rotundus. Galangal long and round or sweet cypress have a bitter aromatic taste like galanga, and therefore are good for the stomach and nerves. Both of them are aromatic like cedar. Cupressus. Cypress has an astringent bitterish taste and turpentine smell in the leaves and nuts, by which it is vulnerary. D. Dictamnus creticus. Dittany is of an hot, biting, bitterish and aromatic taste, and a strong, quick scent like pennyroyal, but stronger, and therefore is of an opening cephalic virtue, like pennyroyal, and is to be referred with pennyroyal. Dictamnus creticus. Dittany is of an hot, biting, bitterish and aromatic taste, and a strong, quick scent like pennyroyal, but stronger, and therefore is of an opening cephalic virtue like pennyroyal to the cephalic class of bitterish, aromatic acrids. It is chiefly used to force labor, it abounding with volatile oil and salt. Dracunculus hortensis. Tarragon is sweet, hot and acrid, and smells like fennel, and is of the same class in virtue, and is eaten in salads. Dracontium. Dragons. The leaves taste at first sweet, after a while very acrid like aron, therefore it may be accounted good, as volatile salts, in infectious distempers. It is most used in distilled water. It is like aron in its virtues, being diuretic, pectoral, alexiformac and antiscorbutic, and has spots in the leaves, but is more acrid than aron, coming nearer to ranunculus in its burning heat. Outwardly it is good for fistulas. Its sharpness is corrected by vinegar. Galen says that it is bitter and astringent, and prescribes it for ulcers. E. elaterium. The juice of wild cucumber is extremely bitter, and burns easily. It purges violently. Epithymum. Daughter of thyme tastes bitterish and aromatic like thyme, and has the same virtue. Ruca sativa. Garden rocket is very acrid and bitterish, and of a strong acrid pungent smell, and a little unpleasant. It is a cress in taste and virtue, and is useful in dropsies and the scurvy. Ferula. Fennel giant. The plant tastes bitter like gum ammoniac, smells a little fetid, and has the same virtue. The sweet taste is not very evident in the fetid umbels. Fennel giant is in uterine by the fodor, and by the bitter acrimony. Ficus. The fig tree. The leaves are of a burning hot taste. The ashes of the fig tree, of spurge and of ash, are more caustic than ordinary ashes of plants. Therefore there is a great difference in the lixiviums of plants, and in their salts. It purges by its caustic quality. Figs are sweet and luscious. They are used in the smallpox and diseases of the lungs, and outwardly in poultices for their pulpy sweet mucilage. The tree being so acrid, the fruit probably partakes of it, whereby it becomes diaphoretic, diuretic, and purgative. Flos africanus. French marigold is of a strong heady marigold smell and taste bitterish, slimy, acrid and stronger than ordinary marigolds. Flos solis. The sunflower smells like a marigold, tastes bitterish and acrid, and feels clammy like marigolds, and out of the stalk and flowers a resin sweats. In taste, color and smell it is like turpentine Mr. Ray. Flos adenitis. Adonis flower tastes very acrid as an anemone or ranunculus and is called Adonis flower or pheasant's eye. Funiculum. Fennel, the leaves, seeds, and roots are of a sweet, acrid, aromatic taste and of a strong aromatic smell. The plant is diuretic, pectoral, carminative, and good for the eyes inwardly and outwardly, as also for discussing of milky tumors. The fennel taste being most known of this kind, I call the whole class by that name. Phoinum graecum. Fenugreek. The seeds are mucilaginous, bitter, and of a pea taste. It smells strong, oily, and loathsome. It mollifies serosities and lenifies and discusses the inflammations of the eyes. An oil may be pressed out of the seed, and a mucilage drawn by decoction. Fetid, and the meal of the seed is used in cataplasms. Fraxinella. Bastard dittany has a bitterish and very acrid taste, and strong aromatic smell, like rue. G. galanga major. Galangale is biting and hot, like ginger. It is a good aromatic, carminative, and cordial. Galbanum. Galbanum, the plant tastes bitter, like gum. Galbanum smells a little fetid, and has the same virtue. Galega. Goat's rue is mucilaginous, bitterish, and a little hot and tastes of a pea taste, with an oily, strong smell. It is useful outwardly against gangrenes and foul ulcers. It seems to be an anodyne. It is improperly used inwardly for infectious distempers, being very nauseous to the stomach, and by its taste a purgative. Gallet. Galls are very rough and bitterish. They are given in drink to stop blood, and all fluxes. Outwardly they are good in ulcers and tetters and are strong repellers and dryers. Genista hispanica. Spanish broom has the taste of ordinary broom. Though the flowers smell well, yet it is of the bitterish pea class. Gratiola. Hedge hyssop tastes sweet, bitterish, subacrid, and slimy, and is very purgative. Grossularia. Gooseberries. The bark is very rough, bitterish, and astringent. The berries are sweetish and acid, and the leaves acid and rough. Guajacum. Guajacum wood, the bark is bitter and astringent. It is used in sweating decoctions for the pox. Authors say it has an acrimony, by which it produces these effects, which is probable because it is resinous, and like ash tree in leaves and virtue. If the gum be extracted by spirit of wine, the wood yields only an acid spirit in distillation. H. Hediphorum clypetum flor purpureo. Spanish honeysuckle tastes rough, of an oily pea taste. It is a leguminous plant, Helleborus albus. White hellebore, the root is very bitter and acrid, by which it is sternutatory, and vomits violently, and causes a strangulation, and great flux of spittle and convulsions, and vomiting of blood. It is best given on a full stomach, to defend the membranes. It is given to madmen by quacks for a strong vomit. This is bitterer than black hellebore. And the malignity is best corrected by vinegar. Both hellebores are used outwardly for the itch, scald heads, and fistulas. Hepatica nobilis. Noble liverwort, the leaves are rough and a little sweet. It is rather an astringent than an opening medicine. It is useful as a vulnerary, and may be put into the pea class, being sweetish and rough like some trefoils. Herbidoria. Doria's woundwort tastes bitterish, astringent, terebinthinate, and aromatic, like Solidago saracenica, and therefore is vulnerary and diuretic. Herniaria. Rupturewort is bitterish and astringent like Polygonum, and is a vulnerary in ruptures. It has some acrid, by which it is diuretic, Mr. Parkinson. Hermodactylus. Hermodactyls, the roots are without smell, of a mealy taste, and a little hot. They purge phlegm in diet drinks, and compounded powders. They are bulbous roots, which are generally mealy and mucilaginous, and therefore very nauseous. It is described to be milky, and to be the Syrian colchicum. That there is an acrimony in the milk it is probable. For some sort of colchicums are veninate and strangulatory, and I suppose this to have some heat or acrimony, like orris root by which it purges. Hesperus pannonica dames violets, their taste is like rocket, and the virtue the same. Hormonum scleria dictum. Clary. The leaves are waterish and a little bitter and hot. The flowers are also a little glutinous and bitterish but have a strong, piercing aromatic scent whose parts are so thin and fine that they scarce sensibly affect the taste, unless it be with a smatch like frankincense. The seed is slimy. Clary is a very good cephalic and uterine in fits of the mother. It is infused in wine for distempers of the eyes and head. It is a vulnerary and good for weakness in the back. Hyssopus. Hyssop is bitterish, aromatic, and acrid in taste. It is by the taste and smell of the cephalic class but is chiefly used as a cleansing and opening pectoral. It is diuretic, as most pectorals be, evacuating the lympha. I. Jalapeum. The roots of jalap taste clammy in the teeth. The resin smells subacid. It purges water and phlegm. Vide the class of purgers. This resin is best ground with oil to make it dissolve better in the body and stick less to the guts. Jalap irritates the throat and mouth. Dr. Grew. Jasminum vulgare. Jasmine. The white flowers are bitter and very acrid. The green leaves are the same but less bitter and hot. The flowers have a great fragrancy. It is of the pea class by the taste of the root, and the seeds are said to be like a lupin. Jasminum indicum. Indian jasmine. The leaves have a laurel taste, but the yellow flowers smell very sweet. Iberis. Sciatica cresses has a pungent taste, like cresses, and is of the same virtue. Imperatoria. Masterwort is bitterish, and extremely acrid and hot in taste. It smells somewhat like angelica. It is alexiphormac carminative cephalic, and a good masticatory. Imperialis corona. Crown imperial. The leaves have a little sweetish taste, it smells like a fox, and may be referred to the lily kind. It may be put into nervine ointments. Indigo. Indigo is prepared out of a plant which is of the leguminous kind, and tastes bitterish of a pea taste, by which it is diuretic, as Dr. Lister hath experienced it. Iris. Orris. The fresh root tastes sweet, bitterish and burning, and smells most fragrant when dry but fresh like licorice. Powdered. It is hot, aromatic and bitterish. The joice hath a very hot acrimony. Half an ounce is given to purge in the drops. The powder of the root is pectoral and cephalic. Outwardly it is used for the scaling of bones. The roots of orris give a fragrancy to beer, and the fresh roots are boiled in broth for the drophy. Chamadris has the same taste. Jujubes have a luscious sweet taste like jujube raisins and are pectoral by their sweet mucilage. L. lettuce. The root is milky, bitter and acrid. The leaves are watery, bitterish and mucilaginous. The root smells something like poppies. The whole plant is anodyne externally in inflammations. The seeds are good in spitting of blood and sharpness of urine. The distilled water cools much, it loosens the belly by the bitter slime. Job's tears taste sweetish like grass. The stony seeds are diuretic like Cromwell seeds by their stoniness. Lesser burdock tastes bitter, acrid and aromatic like elecampane, and is of the same virtue, hepatic, diuretic, pectoral and sudorific, by the bitter acrimony. Laserpitium. Liferwort smells aromatic, tastes sweet, acrid and aromatic and has the virtue of the phenyl class. Laurus. The bay tree. The berries are very bitter and acrid, and of an hot aromatic smell and taste. The leaves are of the same, but milder, bitterish and aromatic. The leaves are used in baths for distempers of the nerves and in hot ointments. The berries are carminative, hepatic, diuretic, and uterine. The bark of the root is bitterish, astringent and lesser acrid but very rough. The bay tree may be placed amongst the aromatic turpentine. Laurus cerasus. The laurel tree. The bark of the root tastes very bitter and astringent like bitter almonds. The leaves have the same taste. I boiled the leaves of laurel, and a great piece of the root in pottage, but it neither purged nor vomited my dog. A little heat may be perceived in the leaves. The leaves, when rubbed, smell like a peach kernel. There are many trees of this taste. The leaves of the triumphant laurel are rough, bitterish, and of a laurel taste and smell. Laurel is not used in physic, but the leaves seem proper for wound ointments by their bitter astringency. Lavandula. Lavender tastes very hot, bitterish, and aromatic in the flowers and leaves. The spirit is most used as a cephalic, and the whole plant outwardly in baths for paralytic cases. The seed is used in difficulty of labor. Lentiscus. The mastish tree wood, rubbed, smells of mastish, and tastes dry and woody. The decoction is used in catarrhs, as mastish. It is reputed to be very astringent, and good in all fluxes. There is a gumminess in mastish besides the resinous turpentine smell. Leucoium bulbosum praecox minus. Snowflower. The root is bitter, acrid and slimy, and of an elder smell in the leaves. Leucoium sativum. The garden stock gilliflower is bitterish, acrid and mucilaginous, and belongs to the cress tastes. 'Tis a good diuretic and antiscorbutic. Levisticum. Lovage. Tastes sweet, bitterish, acrid and aromatic. Especially in the smell, it is a very strong aromatic. It is diuretic, pectoral and carminative. Outwardly in baths, as in uterine. Inwardly an opener of all obstructions, and used for cramps and expelling the secundines. Libanotus. Herb frankincense has a sweet, bitterish, acrid taste and aromatic smell as other umbels and has the same virtue. Lilac. Blue pipe is very bitter and acrid, and of an aromatic smell, belonging to the jasmines, and differing in taste from the syringa. Lilium commune. Common white lilies. The flowers smell sweet but fainty. The flowers, roots, and green leaves are mucilaginous and bitterish. The flowers are anodyne and mollifying, by the mucilage, and by the strong smell disgusting. The roots are used in poultices, for ripening apostums by the mucilage, and by the strong drawing. It has some strong hot parts, discernible in the smell of the flowers. Limonia malus. The limon tree. The leaves are bitterish, aromatic and acrid like the peel. As pleasant a cordial water may be distilled from them, as from the peels with wine. Lupinus lupines have a sweet bitter taste, like peas. The meal is used in poultices and cataplasms for the worms, and in a pessary mixed with oni and myrrh. Outwardly by their bitterness they are cosmetic, cure ulcers and scabs, and disgust scrofulous tumors. Lychnis coronaria rose campions are very rough, astringent and vulnerary in the leaves. The root is bitterish, pungent and a little sweet, by which it may be referred to the class of the caryophyllae. The seed is very acrid, as Galen observed. Lichnus viscosa catch fly is of a crude taste and smell, bitterish and slimy. M. macis mace is of an aromatic smell and of a bitterish, aromatic and hot taste, yielding an oil very stomachic and cordial. It is like nutmeg, but not so strong. Marjorana. Marjoram is bitterish, hot, and of an aromatic taste and smell. Its chemical oil is stomachic and cephalic. The joyce, with the joyce of primrose roots, put into the nose with a thimble, exceedingly evacuates from the nose and throat, in the king's evil and other distempers of the head. Malva arborea. Hollyhock, the flowers are biting, mucilaginous, and of a stronger virtue than mallows, fit only for outward mollifying and discussing. Malice. The apple tree, the bark is bitter-sweet and astringent. The codling bark is more sweet than bitter. Malus citrea. Citron hath a fragrant and grateful acidity in the fruit, which is cooling in fevers. The peel is bitterish, hot and aromatic, and so are the leaves. The syrup of citron is most ust, and the spirit distilled with sack, from the peel. Malus cotone. Quince tree, the bark and leaves are moderately astringent, the quince rough and acid. It is good, as an astringent, and may be ust instead of the mastiche tree, for the astringency. The fruit hath an aromatic astringency for the stomach. A quidini is made of the fruit, and a wine as pleasant as canary, of the juice. Malus armeniaca. Apricot tree. The bark is rough and bitter, the leaves are rough and sourish, and the fruit somewhat aromatic. Malus persica. Peach tree. The bark is very rough and bitter, the green leaves are bitter and slimy, with astringency, and the flowers bitter and slimy. The syrup of them is ust for the worms, and so are the green leaves, buoyed in milk. Peach is of a laurel bitter, like the bitter almond tree, and has a gum in it. The fruit tastes waterish, slimy, and grateful. Marum syriacum, mastiche time, flies up with an aromatic pungency into the nose like spirit of sal ammoniac. The taste is bitterish and very acrid, and therefore an excellent cephalic. By the oily volatile salt it is a good sternutatory. Matricaria. Feverfuous, very bitter, biting, and of a strong aromatic smell. It is outwardly used in baths for the womb, and for phosphorus. It smells like camphor, and the distilled water is ust for freckles and hysterical women. The joyce is ust for the shingles and agues, and is boiled in poslet drink, to promote sweating, and in poultices to hard breasts. By its bitterness it is emmenagogue, and by its acrimony, and being aromatic, it is diuretic and cephalic, as well as by its strong smell hysteric. Michoacana. Michoacan is gummy and clammy in the teeth like jalap, but of no considerable taste. The root looks like bryony but is not bitter. It purges phlegm and water as jalap does, by the latent acrimony of the resin, and the clammy gumminess. The fresh stalk cut yields a milk, and the root a resin. Margravius. Melanthemum americanum. American fennel flower. I tasted the liquor in the flower, which had the exact taste of honey. This liquor sweats from the proper vessels of the plant, and is its proper oily joyce, and from such joyces bees gather honey. Mellow. Melon. The seeds are cool and mucilaginous, the pulp, slimy and somewhat aromatic, like musk and muskmelons, and of a sweet taste. This crude nourishment is good for hectical bloods, which cannot bear acids. These pulpy fruits are apt to putrefy in the stomach, and to produce a cholera. An emulsion of the seeds is safer in fevers, coughs, sharpness of urine and hectics, by the crude sliminess and oiliness tempering acrid salts. Melissa. The balm is bitterish, acrid, and of an aromatic taste and smell, like citron. It is therefore cordial in spirit, syrup, wine, distilled water, and conserve. Drunk like thea, it is good for melancholy. Menthus picata. Spearmint is bitterish, acrid, aromatic, astringent, and a good stomachic in joyce, spirit, distilled water, wine, and conserve. The heart mint smells most cordial, and tastes most aromatic, and yields a pleasant water. The oil is extracted in distillation of the simple water. The astringency is useful to strengthen the stomach, and stop loosenesses, the whites, and vomiting. The acrid aromatic outwardly discusses coagulate milk, and inwardly is cordial. Mercurialis. Garden mercury is of a crude joyce like mercurial blisters, by which it is cooling and emollient. Mespilus. Medlar tree. The leaves and bark are astringent and bitterish. The fruit is acid and astringent, and good in all fluxes. Meum athamanticum. Spignat. The roots are bitter, sweet, and aromatic, with a mithridate flavor like pedicitis. It is used as an alexipharmac, diuretic, and hysteric. It's like Dillon Virtue, carminative and pectoral. Mezeron. Mezeron tree. The leaves and bark are very hot and burning, and therefore purgative. The flowers have a sweet lily smell, but the bark an elder smell. The heat lasts long in the mouth. Mirabilis peruviana. Marvel of Peru is of a solanum smell and virtue. The root purges as strongly as jalap, but differs from it by the opiate faculty. The root tastes slimy, acrid, and bitterish. Molly. Molly smells strong and tastes like garlic, and therefore has the same virtue. Morus. Mulberry tree. The bark is bitterish, astringent, and hot. The leaves mucilaginous and bitterish. Mulberries smell strong. Morus. Mulberry tree strong and taste sweet, acid and slimy, and are therefore good for sore mouths and syrup. The bark of the root is accounted purgative. Ripe mulberries make a good wine. Myrobalani. Myrobalanes are sweet, bitterish, styptic and slimy, by which they purge choler, as bitter styptic slimes do. Myrtus. Myrtle tree, the leaves are bitterish, rough, aromatic and acrid, and of a strong, fragrant smell. It is stomachic, cordial and diuretic, and outwardly vulnerary. The astringent oil is made by infusion. The flowers have the same smell and taste. And Nepellus. Elmet flower or monk's hood tastes very acrid and burns the mouth. It is accounted a poison, causing straightness of breath, pain at the stomach, loss of sight with giddiness and a delirium. I gave a handful of leaves and roots boiled to my dog, which made no sensible alteration in him. This is an aconite, and has black roots. Nasturtium indicum. Indian cresses, the leaves are very biting like mustard seed and slimy, and so are the flowers which eaten with meat are antiscorbutic. The seeds are pickled, like capers. An antiscorbutic oil may be made by infusion of the whole plant in oil for scald heads and scorbutic pains. Nicotiana. Tobacco. The leaves are biting, acrid, bitter, and mucilaginous, by which it vomits and purges violently. It cleanses ulcers and heals wounds and burns, discusses tumors, and allays pains by the solanum smell, which I perceived about the flowers. But it produces giddiness by its acrimony, by which it causes sneezing and powder, and evacuates a lympha from the glandules of the mouth if chewed. It's useful to hydropical persons. An ointment is made of it. The infusion of the dry leaves in water cures tetanus, Nigella romana. Fennel flower tastes sweet and hot like fennel but of no aromatic smell. We call it rustling dick. By the taste it is diuretic. Nux moschata. Nutmeg is of a fragrant, oily, turpentine smell and yields oil by expression and distillation. It has a biting, aromatic, bitterish taste, and is diuretic, cephalic and cordial. O. oleander. Rose bay is of a crude smell, very rough and bitter like laurel. I cannot perceive any lethiferous quality in it. Oriza. Rice yields a nutritive, slimy and sweet meal. It is used in diet, and is something astringent and fluxes by the meal. P. pylorus. Christ's thorn is like hawthorn in taste, in the diuretic virtue of the berries and in the astringency of the bark. Pellitory of Spain is of a burning acrid taste, by which it is a good masticatory. And if it be infused in oil, it is very good for paralytic lameness and coldness. Papaver. The garden poppy's milk is very bitter and acrid, and of an offensive, fetid and heavy smell, from which opium is made. I believe a tincture of the poppy roots may be useful, and an oil may be expressed from the seeds. Pepo. Pompions are of a mellowy smell and of a watery, slimy taste, which is also the taste of the seed and leaves. Cool inflammations. A water may be distilled from them. The flesh of the fruit is sweet, of a cool, crude and waterish nourishment. The seeds are diuretic by the oiliness. Perfoliata. Thorough wax tastes terebinthinate, rough and bitterish, feels clammy if rubbed, and is of a low terebinthinate smell. The root tastes terebinthinate, bitterish and astringent. It is an excellent vulnerary, and is most used in ruptures. Petroselinum parsley is sweet, hot, pungent, bitterish and aromatic. The seeds and leaves have the same taste. The distilled water and seeds are good for wind, and are carminative, diuretic and pectoral. Petroselinum macedonica. Macedonian parsley. The seeds are bitterish, sweet and acrid, and of a parsley taste in virtue. Pusidanum. Sow fennel is pectoral by its sweetness, but by the acrimony, bitterness and fetor, very cleansing, and by the same it is hepatic, uterine, diuretic and nervine. A conserve is made of the roots. Sow fennel is outwardly a good cleanser and discusses in ulcers and tumors. Phaseolus. Kidney beans have a sweet pea taste, and are for nourishment chiefly. Phillyrea. Mock privet and aliternus are of a laurel taste and virtue. Pinus. The pine tree. The leaves are of a terebinthinate smell and taste bitterish, rough and subacid. The pine kernels taste acid and terebinthinate. The nuts are very much astringent in taste and terebinthinate in smell. They are excellent in spittings of blood and powder, and boiled in drink. Piper. Pepper is very acrid, aromatic, hot, burning and bitterish. A tincture with spirit of wine heats the stomach and is uterine. If 14 corns be given before the quartain ague, they throw off the fits sometimes. It has a very hot oil in it, and volatile salt, be by the pungency. Pistacia. Pistache kernels are bitterish, and of an aromatic, turpentine taste and smell. They are good pectorals and diuretics. Pisum. The winged pea has a bitterish pea taste. Planta sensitiva. The sensitive plant tastes only sweet and rough, so that the motion of it depends on the fibrous contexture of the plant, and not on any spirituous particles. It contracts itself at any touch, and at sunset. Planta humilis. The humble plant tastes mucilaginous and sweet. I tasted it, and the former at the latter end of the year. They both are of the pea class and are said to be silicose. Platanus. The plane tree, the leaves and bark are very rough like a maple and bitterish. Peonia moss. Peony, the green leaves are bitterish and astringent. The fresh roots are sweetish, hot and unpleasant in taste, smelling like green walnut peels. Dried parts are bitterish, with great astringency and somewhat fetid, by which the plant is useful in convulsions, in syrup of the flowers, in which the factor is most, and in distilled water of them. The seeds are bitter and rough, and of an hot taste, of some fetid thin parts. The hard husks may do some good to acids in convulsions as absorbers. I cannot think peony root fit for after pains, though it is commended by Dioscorides and some practitioners. He makes it diuretic and hepatic. An emulsion may be made of peony seeds for children. Polium montanum mountain poli tastes bitterish and subacrid, and smells aromatic. It is put amongst the anti-pestilential antidotes. It opens all obstructions of the spleen, womb, and liver, and it is chiefly in hepatic, as wormwood. Outwardly it is fit for ulcers. It is most properly put into the class of the bitter sub-acrid aromatics, and not amongst the cephalics. Pomum amoris love apple is of a strong heady smell, and a little grateful, much like French marigolds. It was very offensive to my head, and, by the fruit seems a solanum, I did not taste it. Porum. Leeks, the taste and smell are strong and rank like garlic, abounding with a volatile salt. The pottage of leeks is good against the scurvy, and the quartane ague in the declination of it. They discuss the piles being fried with butter, or boiled, and so does the fume of garlic laid upon the coals. It is a strong diuretic and thoracic, but troubles the head. Portulaca. Purslane is watery and mucilaginous, and of a crude smell. It is good against spitting of blood, in syrup and distilled waters, and for hectics. It is much used for both. Prunus. The plum tree, the bark is very rough, astringent, and bitterish. It has a gum which is waterish. Pyrethrum. Piscillum. Fleawort, the seeds are mucilaginous, and they are used as such to cool inflammations. The plant is said to be nauseous, bitter, and offensive to the stomach. It is purgative and venomous. It feels viscid. Q. quercus. The oak leaves are crude, subacid, and rough. The bark is very rough, with little or no bitterness. The shells of the acorn have the same roughness. The kernels of acorns are sweet and rough. The acorn cups and bark are good in all fluxes. Out of the leaves is distilled a cooling water, and out of the bark is made a decoction for vulnerary baths in the stone, and mouth waters. The bark is boiled in ale for the strangury with bloody water. Beech, oak, and maple differ little in taste and virtue. R. radix rhodia. Radix rhodia, the leaves of this plant are slimy, and the stalk is bitterish and rough. It resembles orpin. Rhabarbarum monocorum. Monk's rhubarb, the roots are mucilaginous and bitter, and the outward rinde is a little astringent. It is most used in diet drink for a cholagogue in the scurvy, but very gentle. Rhabarbarum. True rhubarb has a dock taste, is bitter and astringent, with a very little gumminess or resin, in which is a little acrimony, which is easily lost by any heat. It purges choler gently by the bitterness, and acrid gumminess as docks do. The leaves are acerb as docks be. The root colors the spittle yellow, and resembles choler somewhat in taste as well as color. Lignum rhodium. Lignum rhodium is of an hot, bitterish, subastringent, aromatic taste and smells like a rose. Rus. Courier's sumac is very rough and bitterish, on which the virtue depends in stopping fluxes. Ribes. The currant tree, the bark is very astringent and a little bitter. The fruit is very acid. It is made into quidney, and not a syrup. A tart wine is made of it, which is boiled first to take away the windiness. The leaves are rough and sour. Ribes fructu nigro. The black currant is like the other, but is of a strong stinking and nauseous smell. Rosa rubiginosa. The red rose tree, the flowers are bitterish and astringent, without any bracteoles, considerable mucilage, and smell fragrant. They stop fluxes and yield a cordial water and spirit. Rosa damascena. Damask rose tree, the flowers taste bitter, astringent, and are mucilaginous, therefore are purgative. The astringency is least in these flowers. A syrup is made of them to purge, and handful of the flowers boiled in whey does the same. The white rose has the same virtue. 10 ounces of the distilled water thereof purges. Roses smell either like musk or cinnamon, or fainty like lilies, or very grateful and fragrant, or are inodorous or fetid, as the yellow rose. The strong smell of roses, an acrimony in them which helps the bitter mucilage in purging. Red roses have the same acrimony, yet for want of mucilage, and a greater degree of bitter, the astringency prevails. From whence it is evident how much the virtue of herbs depends on divers different principles of plants, and the absence of one, or a difference in degree, alters the virtue considerably, and therefore all compositions alter the nature of the simples much. Rosmarinus. Rosemary. The green leaves and flowers are bitterish, acrid, and aromatic in taste and smell. Rosemary was called libanotis from the smell like thus. It is therefore an excellent cephalic in palsies and apoplexies, used in conserve of the flowers, spirit, or Queen of Hungary's water, or the distilled oil, or decoction of the wood. Ruta. Garden rue is bitter, acrid, and hot, and of a strong rank smell, by which it is accounted an hysteric medicine. Volatile salt and oil may be distilled out of it in sand, and by that it is Alexandrian in plague waters, infused in vinegar, and eaten with butter. It is boiled in milk for the worms, and used to the belly in oil. The conserve of the leaves or powder is used in convulsions. Give half a spoonful of the powder for 9 days in the morning, in drink, and at night take 24 grains of the same. Take white henbane seeds 2 ounces, powder it, adding half an ounce of sugar. Take in a spoonful of syrup of house leek scruple for 40 days at the full and new moon. Bathe the feet in this following decoction, and wash the temples and forehead. Take rue, and roots of henbane, of each an handful. Boil them in spring water 1/4 of an hour, then make a bathe. Take white wine 2 pound, juice of rue, inward bark of elder, and the leaves, of each, 2 ounces, boil them in the wine to half the quantity, then take 2 or 3 spoonfuls in the morning fasting. This is accounted Sir Theodore Maherne's receipt, who says, it has cured many. The whole virtue of it lies in the opiate faculty, and the rue is diuretic, emmenagogue and cephalic, but exceeding hot in taste and smell. I have seen it blister the lips upon chewing. It discusses one strongly. S. Sabina. Savin is of a biting turpentine taste, strong, bitter, a little mucilaginous and astringent, and of a turpentine smell, when rubbed, but before, more fetid. By which it is uterine, provoking the menses, and driving out the fetus and after birth. Outwardly it is a strong cleansing vulnerary, and diuretic inwardly by the turpentine smell. You may make a cleansing ointment of it with Oxungia porci, salvia. Sage is bitterish, hot, and aromatic in taste and smell. It is a cephalic in decoction, and conserve of the flowers, and used in cephalic waters, and a chemical oil drawn from it is in use. It provokes urine baked in paste and put into a vessel of beer, and therefore is used in dropshes, and is boiled in poslet drink for sweating, and used as thea. It is cleansing in gargles, and in nervine baths. Ointments discussing. The aromatic oily turpentine of sage is strained through the pores of the tops of it, and feels clammy or glutinous. Sambucus rosea. Elder rose, the flowers are mucilaginous, and smell neither considerably nor like elder. Santalum citrinum. Yellow saunders is bitterish, astringent, and aromatic, and of a musky, fragrant odor, and therefore is cordial, astringent, apparative, and cephalic, by the bitterish aromatic taste. Sarsaparilla prickly bindweed is of a mealy, dry taste. The decoction soon turns sour. Quare, whether there be any acrimony in it, by which it sweats. Tilia. Tile tree is mealy and acrid. Quare, whether that may not be a substitute of it, though no root that I know of is in any shrub but Periclymenum root which has any considerable acrid. Hop roots are like it in virtue. Quare, whether it be not bitterish like them. Sassafras. Sassafras is a wood of a fennel and aromatic smell, and tastes sweet, hot, and aromatic, and therefore is diuretic, carminative, and pectoral, like fennel, and yields an oil. It is good in sweating decoctions, catarrhs, and the gout. It yields a resin, if extracted by spirit of wine as cinnamon does, and both will precipitate with water. The bark is the strongest. Sachurea. Savory is very biting, hot, and bitterish, and of a strong aromatic scent, flying strongly into the nose. It is a cephalic and diuretic. When pickled it tastes like samphire. It is of the nature of hyssop. By their great acrimony, both of them act like volatile salt, which is evidently in them. Scamonia scamony bindweed. It yields a resin like jalap, is milky, if wet, and is at first like milk running out of the cut root, as Dioscorides says, and therefore has at first some acrid, tithymal taste by which it purges, though when it is kept in the shops it has no acrid taste but smells somewhat acid, as resin of jalap does. It purges strongly. It is thought to be a sort of bindweed. The dried juice of the root is called scamony. The resin, dissolved in spirit of wine, is put into syrup to purge. BBY the milk and acrimony, it may be referred to the class of the tithymulus. It has no bitterness, and for that reason I think it is not a convolvulus, though the figure makes it so. Opressum, chives taste of the same acrid as garlic, and of the same rank smell and virtue, exciting appetite, and therefore used in sauces. Schonanthus, camel's hair is astringent and aromatic, smelling like a rose. Scilla, squills is bitter, mucilaginous, and acrid, and of a rank smell. When fresh, if rubbed on the skin, it will make it smart. The wine of squills is best for vomiting. But vinegar corrects the volatile salt in squills. Oil heals their stinging of the hands. Scorpioides bulliplurum, caterpillars with the leaves of bupleurum, are of a pea taste and flavor. Scorzonera, viper's grass, the roots, leaves, and flowers have an insipid, waterish, and sweet taste. It is cooling and fit for food, but where the sudorific, cordial quality lies, I cannot find. The milk is sweet. Sebastans, Assyrian plums are sweetish, slimy, and pectorals. Sedum arboreum, treehouse leek tastes waterish and astringent, like the ordinary house leek. Senna. Senna is mucilaginous, slimy, bitterish, and a little hot or acrid, and of a strong herby smell, like new hay. It purges serum gently in decoction or powder, but gripes by the viscid slime, which may be corrected by tartar. Seraphium, sea wormwood, I described that I found in the garden, under the letter A as I have done others. Mr. Ray found it wild, but I find by this instance that wild plants are stronger than those of the garden. Sea wormwood is less astringent than the common, and more hot. It has a nauseous taste, being very bitter and acrid, and therefore is very diuretic, good for worms and less agreeable to the stomach than common wormwood. Serpentaria virginiana, snakeweed smells of turpentine strongly, like valerian roots, and tastes bitter and acrid. Half a drachm of the powder is given before an ague fit. It is alexipharmac and diuretic. I have given siceli. Siceli seed is very bitter, sweet, acrid, and aromatic in taste and smell. It is of the phenyl class, being diuretic and pectoral in asthmas, and carminative. Cisarum scurits, the taste of it is sweet and cisarum aromatic, like parsnip. Smilax, the leaf tastes bitterish and smilax, rough, smells crude, and looks like an ivy leaf. Solanum lignosum, tree nightshade smells strong of a Solanum lanum smell, like Solanum lignosum, and therefore is narcotic. Quare, whether the Solanum trees are not stronger narcotics than the herbs. Saracenicum. Saracen's compound tastes bitterish, astringent, and terebinthinate, by which it is a vulnerary. It is terebinthinate, and smells a little like angelica. Spica celtica. Celtic nard is very bitter, hot, aromatic, and astringent. It resembles valerian in taste, smell, and virtue, and is a turpentine plant, being diuretic. Spica indica. Spikenard is very hot, aromatic, and a little bitter. It is of the virtue of the former, diuretic and cordial. Spinacia is watery, mucilaginous, and acid, and of a crude juice, cooling inwardly and outwardly. Spirea theophrasti. Spiked willow of Theophrastus has a crude smell and is bitter, rough, and of a crude taste. Spatula foetida. Stinking gladden has a strong smell, like roast beef. Akis, base horehound, taste bitter and acrid, is of a fetid lamium smell, and of a marubium virtue. It is antihysteric, provoking the menses, and expelling the afterbirth. Stoaceus arabica, French lavender, the flowers in the shops, are subastringent, bitterish, hot, and aromatic, like our lavender, and is acephalic. The syrup is in the shops and is given in cephalic diseases. Stramonium, thornapple. The smell is strong, unpleasant, and somewhat narcotic, or like elder. An ointment of the leaves cures scalds and burns, and is a good anodyne in cancerous breasts. The leaf boiled, and drunk by mistake, caused a frenzy like narcotics. It is a solanum in virtue. The cork tree is bitterish and astringent. Sumac tastes bitterish, astringent, and acrid, and yields a milk. Sycamore. The bark is bitterish and rough. The inside of the bark is a little slimy. It is astringent like maple. White pipe is of a bitter subacrid taste. Tea tamarinds are sweet, slimy, and tamarindus acid plums, by which they loosen the belly, correct hot choler as acids, and abate thirst. Tamarisk. The bark is bitterish and tamariscus astringent, and therefore accounted as splenetic, stopping the irregular fermentation of the blood. It is good for ulcers of the mouth and pain of the teeth. Terbinthus. The turpentine tree. The broad leaves smell plainly of turpentine, and taste bitterish and astringent. Phalictrum. Meadow rue. I tasted it in the garden. The yellow root is of a sweetish, bitter taste, and so is the leaf, by which it may be nauseous and purgative. This and columbine I refer to the pea class for their sweetness. Meadow rue is not of a rhubarb taste, but may purge choler as fumitory does. Flaspi creticum. Candy tufts are acrid, bitter, and slimy in taste. Thymus citratus masticinus and serpillum. Thyme is bitterish, hot, acrid, aromatic, carminative, stomachic, cephalic, cordial, and uterine. It is used in afterpains. Thyme has divers aromatic smells, in the different species as of mastiche or citron or limon, or like balm, as serpillum. Trifolium cochletum. Snail trefoil is of a pea taste in both the kinds which I tasted. Sweet trefoil or balsam, the herb Trifolium odoratum, smells balsamy, but squeezed, smells of a pea smell. The taste is of a mucilaginous pea taste, and very hot or acrid, like melilot. The flowers infused in oil make a warm vulnerary balsam, discussing hard tumors. The whole plant is boiled in hog's grease, the flowery part boiled in posset drink, sweats, given after bruises and does not purge. Tulip roots are sweet, mealy, mucilaginous, and of the lily virtue. Turbith is burning and acrid like tithymalus. See the specific classes. Fifth, the vine. The leaves and tendrils are acid and rough. They are good for hot ulcers in the mouth and usted boiled in cooling broths. The ripe grapes are sweet, subacid, and slimy. The stone tastes austere, bitterish, and rough. Unripe grapes taste like the leaves, acerb, acid, and rough. The root of the vine tastes bitterish and rough. Winters. Winteranus cortex. Winter's bark is very pungent, biting, aromatic, and hot like cinnamon. It is good for the stomach, and cold scurvy by the oily and pungent salt. Zedoaria. Zedoaria is bitter, hot, and aromatic like ginger. It is carminative, good for the stomach, and alexipharmac by the bitter acrimony. Quare, whether the smell be like camphor, also the smell of lesser cardamom, says Dr. Grew. Zinzibar. Ginger is very acrid, hot, aromatic, bitterish, carminative, cordial, and cephalic by the volatile salt. The end of the second part. XXXXXXXXXXXX in an enjoyable manner. XXXXXXXX in an enjoyable manner. XXX in a XXXXXXXXXXX in a enjoyable manner. XXXXXXXX in a enjoyable manner. XX in a XX XXXXXXXXXXXXXX in a XXXXXXXXX in a enjoyable manner. XX in a enjoyable manner. XX XXXXXXXXXX speaking in a enjoyable manner. XXXXXXX in a enjoyable manner. XX speaking in a XXXXXXXX in a enjoyable manner. XX in a enjoyable manner. XX text. XXXXXXXXXXXX in an enjoyable manner. XXXXXXXXXXXX in an enjoyable manner. XXXXXXXXXXX in enjoyable manner. XXXXXXXXX mixexpexexable manner. XX. The third part, the tastes and virtues of the products of vegetables, gums, resins, turpentines A&C. Chapter 1 of watery gums. Watery gums will dissolve in cold water, but will not melt nor dissolve in oil. They burn without flaming and taste slimy and clammy. They were originally mucilages which dry into gums. Gum arabicum. Gum arabic is clammy and mucilaginous. It is the gum of acacia. It is observable that not only this tree, but all other trees yielding a watery gum are astringent. Whence I do infer that watery gums are mucilages coagulated by an acid, the astringency depending on an acid. Gum arabic yields a fixed salt. All gum resins, as myrrh, aloes, opium, and euphorbium, have a fixed salt upon the account of the gumminess. Gum tragacanthi. Gum dragon is a clammy mucilage of a thorny plant. Half a drachm thereof is good in powder and sharpness of urine, and coughs. All watery gums are of an emplastic nature, cooling, sticking, and gluing parts together. They allay acrimony, thicken the humors and smooth the passages, having the virtue of mucilages, and of an acid dulled thereby. The plant from whence this gum is gathered is described amongst the leguminous plants. Gum cerasorum, molly persicae, amygdalae, prunorum cherry, peach, almond, and plum tree gums are all watery gums, and have the same taste and virtue with the former. Sanguis draconis. Dragon's blood is the watery gum of a tree dissolvable in water, and tastes gummy and astringent, and therefore is a good agglutinative in spitting of blood, and it stops all fluxes. Emulum. White starch comes near the nature of watery gums, being prepart of wheat flour, which is mucilaginous, for by the mucilage it smooths the hands and face, and allays the acrimony and coughs. Sarcocolla. Sarcocoll has a very sweet gummy taste, though the true sarcocoll is said to be bitterish like frankincense, and very nauseous and purging, but without any smell. It is dissolvable in water. It is outwardly used as an agglutinative, cleansing and allaying any sharp defluxion into the eyes. Manna. Manna is very nauseously sweet and gummy. The gum of a tree, and by the very sweet gumosity it is purging. It also contains a very acid spirit, by which it is injurious to the hypochondriacal, and good for the choleric. Acids are given with it to abate the luscious sweetness. Mel. Honey by the sweetness it is diuretic and pectoral. It is partly vegetable, and has an animal digestion. In distillation it yields an acid spirit, by which it is offensive to the hypochondriacal. Honey contains also an oily spirit, by which it is vinous in liquors after fermentation and, by the acid, outwardly cleanses ulcers. It seems to partake of the nature both of watery and turpentine gums. Saccharum. Sugar is a salt very sweet and oleous, and therefore inflammable. It melts without water at the fire, mixes with oil, and by fermentation yields a burning brandy spirit. Therefore the use of it is very inflaming to the blood, by the oily part, and by the acid corrosive which it yields in a strong fire. It is like the acid of tartar, as all essential salts be, which are more or less mixed with the oil of the vegetable. From this great quantity of oil mixed with the acid, the sweetness arises. And because sugar is dissolvable in water, as the gums be, and may easily be turned into a gummy consistence, as happens in boiling of sugar with acids, I think it fit to place it here amongst gums, whose taste it resembles more than the tartaria salts of vegetables. Chapter 2 of Fetid Gums. Fetid gums were originally milky liquors. They are strongly bitter, or bitter acrid, and have a mucilage, whereby they soften, and a volatile oily salt whereby they discuss. By an acid the mucilage is coagulated into a watery gum, and the oily volatile salt which gives the fodder is coagulated into something of a resin, whence the gum is dissolvable into a milky liquor by water, and the oily salt is best extracted by spirit of wine tartarized. These gums are frequently dissolved in wine or vinegar, and put into discussing emollient plasters, but the vinegar abates their acrimony. Opopanax. Opopanax is from the root of panax and tastes gummy, very acrid and bitter, and smells like garlic. It is emollient and discussive outwardly. Inwardly it is carminative, loosening the belly, pectoral, and diuretic. Sagapanum. Sagapanum smells rank and tastes biting like garlic, and is of the nature of opopanax. Bdellium. Bdellium is biting, very bitter and gummy, and of the same virtue with the former. Opium. Opium is very bitter, acrid, and gummose, and of a poppy smell. It is inflammable and resinous, and is the greatest opiate. It is diuretic, venereal, diaphoretic, and sometimes it vomits and purges. Euphorbium. Euphorbium is very burning and exulcerating in taste, and of a fetid, piercing smell, not to be used inwardly but externally in drawing plasters, and for carious bones. The acrimony may be corrected by acids. It is said to be a tithymal, and all tithymals have the same virtue. Euphorbium is the gum of a milky plant, purging violently and sneezing strongly. Gum hederae. Gum ivy is of an offensive smell, and very biting and exulcerating in taste. Camphora. Camphor is a gum out of a tree like poplar. It has a strong smell and tastes bitterish, acrid, hot, and pungent. It is an antihistoric inwardly, and outwardly it opens the pores in inflammations, and so cools. It is used as an alexipharmac. It dissolves in spirit of wine or oil, having a great deal of oil and volatile salt in it. A good tincture is made of it, with the spirit of wine tartarized. Asafoetida. Asafoetida is the most offensive, fetid like garlic, and very nauseously bitter. It is therefore the greatest antihistoric. Galbanum. Galbanum is very fetid, and smells like garlic. It is very gummy, bitter, and subacrid, and therefore very emollient and disgusting, and inwardly antihistoric. It burns like resin, and is soft and gummy like wax. Gum ammoniac. Gum ammoniac is a gum of a ferula. It smells strong, and but little like castor. It is very gummy and bitter, by which it opens all obstructions, cures the asthma and fits of the mother, and by the gumminess and bitterness, is laxative and carminative. Outwardly by the same, it discusses and softens serous tumors. Fuligo. Soot. I place it here, because it has a smoky fetidness of burnt wood, and an oil and an acid in it, by which it is manifestly bitter and acrid. It is very sudorific inwardly, and seems a state of vegetable principles, betwixt bitter and salt. A great quantity of earth rises with the oily acid particles, by a stricter union whereof, a volatile salt is produced from soot, in distillation. I could not find much difference in the taste of soot of wood from that of coals. The last is more fetid and saltish, the first more acid. Wood distilled yields a fetid oil, and smoky acid, the same separated by a fire from wood, carries earthy ashes with it, and constitutes soot, which is not very bitter. The soot of coal and wood being almost the same, I suppose the oil and acid in the principles of vegetables and minerals are nearly related. Chapter 3. Of turpentine gum resins. Resins melt with heat, burn with a flame, and will be easily dried to powder. They dissolve in oil or spirit of wine. They generally taste brittle and smell of turpentine, or else are more aromatic or fetid, and some have a gum joined to the resin and are called gum resins. Resins are oils and volatile salts coagulated by an acid, which all resins yield in distillation. They are acid oleous liquors at first, being originally turpentines. Dr. Grew. Olibanum. Fine frankincense tastes gummy, hot, and bitterish, and smells of turpentine. It stops rheums by the gumminess, and is diuretic by the turpentine smell, and by the heat dries much, and provokes sweat and a pneumonia. Mastiche. Mastiche has a turpentine smell, and tastes hot, gummy, and brittle. It is used as an astringent. By the gumminess it stops rheums. The mastiche wood is bitterish and styptic. This is a terebinthinate tree. Resina. Common resin tastes brittle, and is of a turpentine smell. Resin, mastiche, and olibanum have no quantity of a fixed salt, but yield a salso-acrid spirit or salt, as succinum. Colofonia. Colofonia is resin of the fir tree boiled. Resins digest by their moderate heat, and agglutinate by their gumminess. Gum juniperi. Gum juniper is a gum resin, of a sort of cedar, and smells strong of turpentine. Pix. Pitch is of the nature of resin. Chapter 4 of gum resins. Myrrha. Myrrh is of a very bitter taste, gummy and resinous. It dissolves best in spirit of wine. It agglutinates and cleanses in ulcers. Inwardly it is in uterine, pectoral, and antifebrific. It is the best cleansing uterine given to half a scruple. Succinum. Amber tastes brittle and resinous, and has a fetid turpentine scent, as other bitumens have. The tincture of it, with spirit of wine, and the volatile salt and oil, are good antihysterics by their fodor. Gum lacca. Lacca is a brittle resin, without smell or taste, and is dissolvable in spirit of wine. It is not of that opening virtue authors give it, unless because it colors the spittle. It is accounted good for the jaundice. It is the gum of a sort of plum tree, Terebinthina cocta. Boiled turpentine becomes of a resinous nature, by losing the spirituous oil in boiling. And so resins differ from turpentines and natural balsams by having less oil than they but more of an acid and gumminess. Cera. Wax tastes gummy, oily and hot and is of a very grateful smell by which it is mollifying, digestive and emplastric. It is the gummy terebinth of plants gathered and prepared by bees, and differs from honey, as turpentines do from gum resins. It yields an oil, which is discursive in tumors, if distilled by an open fire. Chapter 5. Of sweet-scented gum resins. Labdanum. Labdanum is of an hot and resinous taste, and of a fragrant scent. It is dissolvable in oil, and is the gum of cistus, which easily grows soft. It is used outwardly in perfumes, and plasters for nervous distempers, heating and mollifying them, and inwardly is used for coughs, and cephalic distempers, which are the general effects of all sweet-scented gum resins. Gum aneme. Gum aneme is of a grateful turpentine smell, and dissolvable in the spirit of wine. It is accounted nervine. Benzoin. Benzoin is of a grateful smell, resembling xylo-aloes. This resin dissolves in the spirit of wine into a tincture, and the flowers of it are good opening pectorals. Gum carana is resinous and smells like takamahaka. It is used in hot plasters to warm the nerves. Takamahaka is an odoriferous gum resin. Outwardly it is used in cold distempers of the nerves and is very sticking. Balm of Tolu is gummy in taste and a little hot and bitterish. It has an aromatic scent like lemons. It is dissolved in barley water for syrup and in spirit of wine for tincture, and may be given in pills or powder for stopping coughs. It is a little cleansing and very grateful to the stomach, more than any other turpentine. Styrax calamita is a gum resin of a sweet scent tasting gummy. Burgundy pitch is clammy and gummy, and of a sweet turpentine scent. It is dissolvable in oil. Gum guaichi. Gum alemi is of a sweet turpentine scent, gummy and resinous. It dissolves in oil and is used in wounds of the head. It is the resin of cedar, which has the most acrid turpentine. Gum guajacum tastes brittle, gummy and a little hot, and smells sweet and resinous. It is dissolved in spirit of wine, and is diaphoretic by the gumminess. Racina, scammony and jalapy. Resins of scammony and jalap are artificial resins, containing an acrid salt, which the acid of the plants has coagulated with the oil. These resins work most when dissolved by an oil and then gripe least. They smell sub-acid as spurge pounded does. The tithimelin milk is no way different from a resin but by being dissolved with water. Hence scammony and macoacan yield a milk, when fresh. Resin ligni sassafras, and cinnamomum. Resins of sassafras and cinnamon, such warming resins may be extracted out of aromatics. The sweet aromatics are most of them umbelliferous, in whose roots Dr. Grew observed balsam vessels. These sorts of resins do not purge, having neither a violent acrid, nor a fetidness, but an agreeable texture of both, whereby they please, and do not irritate our spirits and fibrous membranes. These vegetable-altering resins act on the red part of the blood, by their suitableness of texture and principles, supplying their quantity, raising their digestion and quickening their motion. These resins are the immediate matter of hotter effluviums in vegetables and produce smells. Chapter 6. Of balsams. Balsams have a more liquid consistence, because of a greater plenty of oil, which is therefore less fixed by the acid, and also a more diluted gumminess is observable in them, with an acrimony. Turpentine tastes bitter, hot and gummy, and is of a grateful strong smell by the bitter acrid being diuretic. It cleanses the kidneys, and by the gumminess stops rheums, and by both, is laxative, cleansing, agglutinating, and digesting in ulcers. Balsamum meccae. Balm of Gilead has a turpentine taste, bitter, hot and gummy, with an aromatic flavor, by which it is more grateful to the stomach, and is good in the stone, gout, cough, scurvy, and all ulcers. It helps the dissolution of the purging resins in pills, and is counterfeited by mixing turpentine and oil of juniper. Balsamum peruvianum. Balm of Peru is bitter, hot, aromatic, and of a fragrant scent. Liquida ambra. Liquid amber is an oily resinous liquor. It is of an excellent sweet smell given for coughs and outwardly us trifalses. Storax liquida. Liquid storax is like liquid amber. Pix liquida. Tar is of a fetid strong smell, and of a bitter, hot, acrid and gummy taste by which it cleanses and heals, and by the gumminess agglutinates. It is an excellent outward vulnerary, and inwardly is a pectoral, given in pills with powder of licorice and sugar candy. Petroleum. Petroleum is a fetid bitumen, and of a strong turpentine smell. It yields an oil and colophony in distillation, and is used outwardly for passes. It is of the nature of succinum, which seems to be a thickened petroleum. Amber grisea. Ambergrisea is a greasy bitumen and of an excellent scent whereby it is cordial and agreeable to the spirits. It is found in the sea. A tincture is made of it with spirit of citrons, DOS GR 15th Addex X, in a dry form. It is powdered with sugar in a double quantity and some drops of oil. Oil olive or salad oil is smooth, insipid and ropey. It is moderately hot and mollifying by the mucilage. It contains an acid, offensive to the eyes. It is pectoral and relaxing the passages and defending them against sharp humors and poison. Oil procures vomiting. Much of it is offensive to the stomach. But the oil of unripe olives is astringent. Pickled olives are bitterish, and the distilled oil is fetid, penetrating, and disgusting. The olive tree is bitterish and styptic. Outwardly, oil smooths the skin and stops the pores, and thereby hinders transpiration, as it stops the pores of a filter. By its mucilage it mollifies and is anodyne. The oil and acid in it make it inflammable, as turpentines and resins be on the same account. Oil has a sliminess in it, and turpentines have a gum. It is offensive to insects by stopping their lungs, but it will not kill earthworms. I will here give the several tastes of oil in vegetables, which I have observed, viz. 1. A slimy oil, which is expressed from linseed and other mucilaginous seeds. 2. A sweet slimy oil, such as is observable in oil of almonds, walnuts, and other nuts, and is the product of an higher digestion. 3. A bitter oil, as in liquid turpentines or expressed oil of pistache nuts and seeds of St. John's wort, and the oils of some kernels, as bitter almonds and peach kernels. These differ from the former by having the texture of the oil and acid altered, by which alteration sweet becomes bitter through an higher digestion. 4. Aromatic acrid oils, such as are expressed out of nutmeg, mace, and aniseed. In these a volatile pungency joins with the oil, and renders it aromatic. 5. A fetid oil is expressible from fetid seeds, and is evident in leguminous plants. 6. A coagulated oil in resins, or else mixed with a gumminess in gum resins. None can rationally suppose vegetables to have so many sorts of oils essentially different, but only distinguished by the several mixtures of the principles, by digestion differing in one plant from another. Vegetables receive not only their acid but also oil from minerals. Chapter 7. Of wine and fermentation. From water and earth mixed and an outward heat digesting them, no fermentation can be produced, but the water is evaporated, and the earth powdered. Therefore we must examine the other two principles of vegetables, and from them we may deduce all the phenomena of vegetation, fermentation, and also the particular virtues produced by them. It is a known experiment that oil of turpentine and vitriol will effervesce and continue the heat produced by that ebullition for a long time. Spirit of nitre and spirit of wine also produce a great heat. From these experiments a contrariety betwixt oil and acid is very manifest, and this is not so soon over, as the ebullition betwixt alkalis and acids. I shall endeavor to explain all the effects above mentioned from these two, oil and acid, and their effervescence. And I do wholly reject the effervescence of alkalis and acids, because that soon ceases by an union of both into a salt, which is not found to happen upon fermentation, and we could never yet find that a spirit or salt could be separated by any gentle distillation from new wine or new ale, unfermented. A great acid put to fermenting liquors hinders the fermentation of them, and also a fixed salt is found to hinder their fermentation. From these reasons mentioned, I am convinced that alkali volatiles are no ways the efficient causes of fermentation, but only the products of it, by a composition of oil, acid, and earth. The seeds of plants are very full of an oil, which differs only from the oil in turpentine by a different digestion, for turpentine has a mucilage, or gumminess in it, which chiefly appears in mucilaginous plants. Those trees which yield a watery gum have a bitterish bark, which therefore resemble turpentines by both tastes. The seeds of alder have the figure of pine apples, and the leaves a gumminess, from whence I thought it had a sort of turpentine. The bitter milks of vegetables are only like dissolved turpentine, and they dry into a gum or resin. The laurel bitters, such as almonds and peaches, have a bitterness, and also a gumminess like turpentine, and those trees have a lasting greenness like turpentine trees, as fir and pine. The number of plain turpentine trees and plants are very great. That plants of a sweet taste have their oil from turpentine is not improbable, because we find a great sweetness in the taste of ripe ivy berries and juniper berries, which are manifestly turpentine trees, and the roots of fennel have a balsam, and taste sweet. That all aromatic oils and resins and aromatics are pure turpentines I suppose is evident enough by comparing them together, and for the reasons I have mentioned in the first part. And for the same reason, all fetids are likewise turpentines, which are fetid as well as aromatic. I cannot but believe that all effluviums in vegetables, which produce a smell, have their volatility, by which they are carried from the vegetable, and act on the sense of smelling from some oiliness. Hence earths are smelt by a sulfur in them. Acids have also an oil mixed with them, as in tartar and vinegar. Sweet tastes smell mellowy, from an oil and acid digested with water and earth. And terebinthinate smells are from turpentine particles evaporating, and all aromatics and fetids from resins. For the clearer proof of which I shall mention what Dr. Lister writes. Illustre exemplum de ligno cedrino bermudensi olim dedimus, silicet id apud me multos annos nec jam desineris inam suam tota substantia vaporare. And I cannot believe that salts could give any smell, but from their oily part, which is one of their ingredients. Therefore vegetables affect the sense of smelling, by oil joined with earth or acid, and with acid and earth and salt, or resins, all which act on the organ in the form of effluviums. And this sense is therefore quaedam tactus species as well as taste. And from this likeness of impression, and also the likeness of the object, we often find tastes and smells very much alike, the plant tasting as it smells. I did omit this about the nature of smells in the first part, and therefore have here added it, as not very impertinent. Nent, because smells are the effects of fermentation, and are most observable, and also deducible from turpentines. And I also forgot there to observe, that many smells are compounded, as bitter and sweet tastes are frequently in the same plant joined, because sweet easily become bitter. So fetids and aromatics are frequently joined in. Smells, as Galeopsis, Valerian, Pelagium and Nepeta, have both fetid and aromatic smells, from whence I argue that they differ but in degree, as sweet and bitter do. I have taken notice in the first part, that the acid of vegetables tastes like acids of sulfur, and from thence it will appear, that it arises in the discourse which I shall annex about minerals. I shall here only observe, that tartar is inflammable, like brimstone, and when it is distilled, it is very fetid, and an oil is separated from it, such is the composition of sulfur and acid. Oily part is closely locked up in it, as in common tartar. Upon the mixture of oil of sulfur per campanam, with oil of turpentine, a redness was immediately precipitated, as it happened in the mixture of the same with oil of vitriol. Spirit of salt only turned yellow, sweet spirit of nitre did not change. From these instances it appears that an oiliness is lodged in sulfur and tartar, so that the ingredients which compound the acid of sulfur and tartar, which is the acid of plants, are very much alike, as well as the taste of both. The pungency of the acid in vinegar depends on the oil of wine, and the pungency in spirit of sulfur on the sulfur latent in the acid. The roughness in acerb plants depends on earthy parts, mixed with the acid, and the roughness in the acid of sulfur, from some mineral earth joined with the acid. I find it confidently affirmed, that one acid will correct another, which I believe a mistake, for spirit of vitriol and nitre make a stronger menstruum than either of them alone. And so does spirit of salt and nitre mixed, which make an aqua regia. So far are these from correcting one another. But the ground of this opinion, I suppose, is from the effervescence, caused by a mixing of acid spirits, which happens by reason of some earth or mineral, joined to every different sort of acid spirit, from whence the difference of acid spirits is deducible. Hence some acid spirits mixed, dispossess one the other from the earths or minerals joined with their acid, and from thence comes the conflict and effervescence. For the same reason, spirit of vitriol is mixed with calcined salt, to seize on the earthy part of salt, and to make the acid of salt loose from it, and fitter for distillation. I think I have here said enough to prove that the oil of vegetables is like oil of turpentine, and the acid of vegetables like sulfur, which differs nothing from vitriol. But by being impregnated with a mineral, it becomes a vitriolate acid. So that from the experiments about the contrariety of oil and acid, above mentioned, I may conclude that there may happen the same kind of effervescence in vegetables, which we call fermentation. When a seed is placed in the earth, the oiliness of it is agitated or moved by the acid watery jice, soaking into it through its coats. By the effervescence of both, vegetation is begun, and the coats burst, and the vessels of the plant enlarged for receiving new nourishment. This consists of an oiliness from the bitumen and sulfur, and also an acid from the same, and also a water and earth mixed and digested together in the pores of the earth, all which concur to produce a nutriment for plants. This is not promiscuously admitted through the glandulous parenchyma of the root of the plant, but it is probable that each parenchyma has differently figured pores, for the admittance of oily parts chiefly, or watery parts, or earthy parts, or acid chiefly, which may be very probable, because oily parts are thought ramose, acid angular, watery round, and earthy very irregular. You may very easily believe that the seeds of plants and their roots have pores suited for the admittance of one, two, or more of these, and these are pressed into the seed by the force of the air spring, when a plant begins to swell by the rarefying of its own juices, through the effervescence of its own oil and acid, which is much promoted by the external heat of the sun, or an hot bed, and the admittance of an acid from the earth. This fermentation is very slow, and never highly raised in earthy, acid, and mucilaginous plants, and therefore in such the oil, acid, earth, and water are never much separated, but in sweet taste the fermentation separates a little, and loosens the oil and acid from the watery and earthy particles. In bitters the same are more separated, in aromatics the oil is most rarefied, in acrids the oil and acid compound a salt with an earthy part. From these instances we find that by digestion the principles of plants are separated, and now compounded into salts, resins, gums, and turpentines. This digestion differs not from the effervescence betwixt oil and acid, which differs according to the several oils which are contained in the seeds of plants. One oil ferments with acid more than another, and each oil in the seed produces that which is most suitable to the nature of the plant to be produced. From the rarefaction of this juice of plants, by the effervescence of oil and acid, the rise of the sap and the shootings of plants may be deduced. And the wonderful force mentioned by Mr. Boyle, in lifting up a great weight by fermenting beans, and from hence wines burst their vessels, so that the force of fermentation equals that of explosion. If we consider the many compound tastes of plants, we cannot believe that they can rise from the same kind of fermentation. Some plants taste rough and very acrid, as chelidonium minus. Others slimy and acrid and bitter as leucoium. And there is a different taste in many parts of plants which proceeds from the different digestion of the juice in different parts. So in cherries the taste of the bark is bitter astringent. The leaf differs from it by a sliminess. In the fruit there is a slimy, sweet, subacid taste, without any bitterness or astringency. The same difference is observable in the odors of plants. The leaves of elder are fetid, but the flowers fragrant, which is a sign of a different digestion. There are the same varieties of tastes and odors in animals. Though choler be separated by the same sort of glandules, yet it has a bitter, sweet sliminess. The serum of the blood has serose parts, and watereous and a saltness. The semen has a thin, and also a viscid part. The liquor nervosus has an oily salt, dissolved in a lympha. The diversity of taste in choler does not depend on different strainers, but different digestions of chyle, and the new supply of it, which flows continually into the veins. From hence it will fall out, that one part is perfectly digested, and another less, and therefore some part of the choler tastes sweet, and another part bitter, and a crude lympha is the vehicle of both. To help their separation, these being mixed together, give the variety of tastes observable in choler. The same thing happens in plants which, during their growth, receive fresh nourishment, which is differently digested, and therefore gives those varieties of tastes, observable in the same vessels, and the same liquor, as in milks, turpentines, and fetid gums. But I cannot well understand how such particular liquors as milk, gums, turpentines, and lymphas can be produced and kept in particular vessels, which are really different from the crude juice of the same plants, without allowing such parts in plants, as glandules in animals, which separate the milk, semen, spirits, choler, and lympha from the blood. I therefore cannot think it improbable that the parenchyma of plants is wholly glandulous, and the woody fibers are vessels, some of which are lacteals, lymphatics, muciducts, gums, or balsam vessels. An animal body is composed of vessels and glands. The vessels are branched into the different parts of both alike, and receive a prepared juice from the glandulous parenchyma, and the same may be the preparation and distribution of the juices in vegetables, because the same tastes and odors are observable in both kingdoms. And vegetables digested by an animal undergo the same separation and preparation as is manifest in animals. When one tree is grafted on another stock, the fruit is the same as the branch ingrafted. Juice in the glandules of it, giving such a particular fermentation to the juice of the stock, as to alter it into the nature of the graft. And if the seed be a perfect plant, there may lodge such an original juice in each part of the plant, as may change the nature of the same juice in the several parts. So in chelidonium minus, the acrimony is very manifest in the stalk, but neither in the leaves or root. But I rather believe that if the juice of a plant is the same in the whole plant, different alterations of the same juice may happen by a higher degree of fermentation. So the roots of wormwood are sweet aromatic, the leaves very bitter aromatic, the bark of ash is bitter rough, the flowers have also an acrid. These alterations happen by a higher degree of fermentation in the same juice. So fermented liquors acquire a ripeness by long keeping, and by the difference of vessels in which they are kept. Upon this account the juice in roots is kept more cool, but in the leaves the stalks more exposed to the agitation of the air and heat of the sun, whence will arise a difference of tastes and digestion. It is most probable that the difference of the digestion happens not only by original different juices in plantula seminale, but also by the difference of vessels, which seems very evident in seeds and fruits, where, without an addition of a ferment, the same fruit becomes sweet, subacid, and slimy, which at first was acid and very rough. And nuts become sweet and oily, which were at first austere. The root of vines tastes bitterish and rough, the leaves acerb, the ripe grape, sweet, subacid, and slimy, the seed austere as the root. So that these different tastes shew the alterations which happen in the juice of the vine. From austere it comes to an acerbity in the leaves, and from thence to a sweet subacid in grapes, but the stone or seed returns to the austerity of the root. Vinum. Wine is made out of the sweet subacid juice of the grape, and the same is the nature of all the juices of berries of the same taste. The acid is evident to the sense, and an oil produces the sweetness. This is the taste of new drink, metheglin and sugar dissolved in water, and most other liquors usually fermented, and this sweetness is a certain sign of an oil and acid, for these may be distilled out of honey, sugar, new wine and beer, by a strong fire. And there is no other eminent principles in sweet tastes but these. Therefore from them, the fermentation of these liquors must be deduced. The acid of fermenting liquors cannot produce the heat of the liquor by acting on the earthy parts, because they are already mixed with the acid and kept fluid by it, otherwise the earth would wholly precipitate. But this heat proceeds from the effervescence made betwixt the oil and acid, which will cause a considerable heat, as is manifest by the artificial mixture mentioned. All fluids have an internal agitation of parts, which produces their fluidity, which being supposed, and also a contrariety of particular figures betwixt oil and acids, the first being Rameau's, and the last angular, it may easily be conceived that a difference of motion will be natural to these two principles, which two motions meeting give a disturbance to their natural tendencies, and from thence proceeds the effervescence, which is always promoted by some external heat, as of the sun, or else the liquors are boiled before fermentation, as in metheglin, beer and some wines. The effect of a great deal of acid upon oil is to coagulate it, but a smaller quantity fermented with it expands, opens and rarefies the oil. This is evidently done in the butter of antimony, where the acids of sublimate open the close texture of the sulfur, and gives it the form of butter. The same is the effect of fermentation. The acid acts on the oil by degrees, and mixes with it, and because their mixture happens in a fluid, the water is also intermixed with them, and thereby the oil is dissolved in the liquor, and produces a winey spirit, which diluted in much water, is called a wine. And if it be distilled from it, a brandy spirit, which is inflammable like oil. If the greatest quantity of oil be evaporated out of wine, a vinegar is produced by the remaining and prevailing acid, which has its pungency from some oily parts, which are still mixed with the tartar of vinegar, and which will yield a burning spirit, if vinegar be distilled from Saccharum saturni. The agitation which happens from the effervescence of these two principles in fermentation shakes all the parts of the liquor fermenting, whereby the most feculent parts in wine, and the greater farinaceous parts in beer subside, but the more light rise to the top of the liquor in an effervescence. These heterogeneous parts being separated, the remaining liquor is clear, and consists of a winey juice, in which the oil is most prevalent, and has also an acid mixed with it. And in beer the farinaceous parts are much rarefied, having their oil very much loosened and sharpened by the acid, and from hence proceeds the quickness and briskness of liquors. Dr. Willis in his Pharmako-Basanos mentions a way of distilling an oil from spirit of wine by means of a strong spirit of vitriol. Therefore acids help the separation of oils from the mixture in plants. To this end, we put tartar or salt into the vesica with seeds which are to be distilled, for the separation of the oil is thereby promoted. The oil of wines is sufficiently proved by Dr. Willis's experiment, and the acid by tartar, but it's not improbable that some salt is also produced by this mixture of oil and acid, with a little earth, which is most clearly proved by the salts, which are described by Mr. Leeuwenhoek in many sorts of wine, which, as I remember, differ not much from the salts of vinegar. The oil, acid and the volatile salt united in spirit of wine are much of the nature of a dissolved resin, having the same principles, and therefore easily extract resins and oils of vegetables and turn milky if put to a watery vehicle. By the means of an acid in the spirit of wine, spirit of sal ammoniac coagulates with spirit of wine into an alpha alba. A slimy oil such as is in the yolk of an egg makes distilled oils to dissolve easily in watery liquors, and therefore there is found a mucilage or gumminess attending most vegetable oils, whereby the oils are mixed with their juices. Sugar is an oily acid like tartar. With this a distilled oil easily mixes, and is by this means dissolved in water. The spirit of vegetable liquors fermented and distilled is nothing but an oil rarefied, and loosened from the mixture of the juice, by means of the acid, and by their mixture. Also some volatile salt is produced, therefore these spirits are inflammable like resins, and they are no simple principles but compounded of others. This spirit is produced by fermentation, and therefore can be no cause of it, as is ordinarily supposed. Spirit of wine is, by reason of its resinous composition, agreeable to the red part of the blood, and is a familiar specific to supply its defect, and excite its brisk motion, whereby it is cordial, refreshing and supplying new spirits by its similitude of texture. The long use of it brings a phthisis by too much rarefying the blood into salts or a dropsy, thickening the serum of the blood, whereby the viscera are obstructed and sanguification destroyed, by the unaptness for mixture with the new chyle. Spirit of wine tastes sweet, very hot and pungent. The sweetness is from the oil, and the hot pungency from a volatile salt, Leaven smells strong of dough, and fermentation tastes salt and sourish. By the addition of common salt to dough, the oily parts of the meal are loosened from the mixture. For the acid of salt is pungent, whereby it breaks the texture of the farinaceous parts, and sets the oil more free, by combining with the earthy particles with which all acids readily mix. When the oil is loosened from its mixture with earthy particles, by the acid of the ferment it is easily agitated by the air, and by the contrariety of parts, the oil and acid act on one another, and cause a heat, and make the whole mixture swell, as it happens in electuaries, in which contraries ferment. Leaven is kept a good while, whereby it is made more sour, and thereby fitter to begin a fermentation in other dough. The oil of the leaven being more loosened by fermentation, is moderately hot, and also salt and sour, which temper the heat. And leaven is used outwardly in drawing plasters. Wheat and barley, considered in their perfect state as vegetables, taste sweet and slimy. When prepared for bread or beer, they are reduced into meal, which still has the principles unaltered, which in both were an oily acid, with a slime, which is a more fixed oil. When these plants are fermented, the mixture of these principles must be destroyed, the oil must be rarefied, and the acid freed from earthy parts, whereby its pungency may give a quickness to the liquor. The sliminess is attenuated by the oil and acid's commotion, and by that the oil and acid are dissolved in the liquor, or else huff the farinaceous mass in the making of bread. Barm is the fine part of the farina decocted, which wants room in the fermenting liquor, and therefore by the agitation of parts is displaced, and by its lightness is carried to the top of the liquor, and it tastes slimy without any manifest acidity. By the bubbles it is probable that some spirituous parts are mixed with it, which consist of an oily acid, and therefore it is used to excite a new fermentation in other liquors. Such frothy bubbles are observable in bottled liquors, from a windy spirit flying up to the top of the liquor, which is enclosed with froth. Sugar ferments all liquors and electuaries. It consists of an oil and acid, which being dissolved in water ferment together and obtain a looser texture, whereby a windy spirit is produced. And from this instance it appears that an oil and acid are sufficient to produce a fermentation, which must be continued by the same, by which it was produced, that is, by the agitation of an oil and acid, and the effect of fermentation is a looser texture of the oil and acid of the body which is fermented, which oil and acid give the winy taste to liquors fermented. The contrariety of an oil and acid may more evidently appear by the mixture of sulfur, which contains an oil and acid, and for that reason is the immediate matter of fire. The oil and resins of vegetables and fats of animals burn as readily as sulfur, and have the same disturbed flame. From whence, a contrariety of parts, and an agitation depending on that contrariety, may be inferred, which is yet more manifest in the detonation made betwixt sulfur and nitre, and the explosion by the mixture of both with an alkali. If oil and acid produce a flame by a violent motion given them by fire, it seems probable that the same having a gentler agitation from the parts of a ferment, or the external heat of fire or the sun, produce in vegetable juices a brisk. From this instance it appears that an oil and acid are sufficient to produce a fermentation, which must be continued by the same by which it was produced, that is, by the agitation of an oil and acid, and the effect of fermentation is a looser texture of the oil and acid of the body, which is fermented, which oil and acid give the winy taste to liquors fermented. The contrariety of an oil and acid may more evidently appear by the mixture of sulfur, which contains an oil and acid, and for that reason is the immediate matter of fire. The oil and resins of vegetables and fats of animals burn as readily as sulfur, and have the same disturbed flame. From whence, a contrariety of parts, and an agitation depending on that contrariety, may be inferred, which is yet more manifest in the detonation made betwixt sulfur and nitre, and the explosion by the mixture of both with an alkali. If oil and acid produce a flame by a violent motion given them by fire, it seems probable that the same having a gentler agitation from the parts of a ferment, or the external heat of fire or the sun, produce in vegetable juices a brisk agitation of parts, which agitation is promoted by the contrariety of parts in oil and acid. As acids help the production of flame from oils and make it burn with some noise, so in fermentation the oil and acid of vegetables, as soon as the sliminess natural to oils is dissolved in water, are set free, and are the chief active principles which may easily be agitated by a ferment, whose parts have been put into motion by a former fermentation. The great force of vegetation, and the breaking of bottles and vessels by fermented liquors, can no way be explained but by some effervescence, which comes near the nature of explosion. Such is the contrariety of oil and acid, briskly agitated by an external heat. The effects of sulfur and oil are contrary to acids, and correct them, and acids fix sulfurs, and coagulate volatile oils, and therefore they act one on the other and are contrary. I do not affirm that all oils and acids mixed will presently ferment, but there must be an actual heat given them by external fire, or internal fiery particles lodged in oil of vitriol. or by a ferment in artificial fermentations, or the sun and vegetation of plants, which grow not till an external heat excites the motion of the oil and acid, natural to all plants. And in the mixtures I have mentioned, the heat is not immediately perceived, but after some time, so in fermentation immediately produced by a ferment, but in some space of time. Chapter 8 of the Preparation of Vegetables. Since the virtues of vegetables may be known by their tastes and odors, I may also affirm that the truest way of judging what preparations are the fittest for each vegetable is by the taste and smell, and that is the best preparation, in which the taste and smell is preserved. Nature itself has prepared our medicines by mixtures, strainings, and digestions, and given to each plant a particular composition of tastes, and sometimes compounded odors, designedly suited and fitted for the particular vitiated humors in animals. For plants were not only designed for our nourishment but likewise for our physic, and those that were for food are found out by their pleasant sweet taste and grateful odor, but those for medicine by the offensive or nauseous taste and smell. If we should torture our nourishment by the same degrees of fire as medicines are prepared, we should destroy that natural sweetness of our food, which is a fitter taste for aliments than those of spirits, oils, salts, tinctures, and so it happens in medicines when we distill oils, ferment the juices into spirits, and make tinctures, we make new mixtures, and destroy the natural tastes and virtues of vegetables. This appears evidently in gentian and myrrh, which are strong bitters and correct acids. If they be distilled in retorts, they yield a great deal of acid, and a nauseous oil, neither of which can have the effects of gentian, nor the taste, which is bitter, slimy, and subacrid. I may instance in purgers as rhubarb, which will yield a fixed salt by calcination, but that will not purge. And the greatest of vegetable medicines, Cortex peruvianus, will not have so good and certain effect in extract and infusion as in powder, but its virtue is perfectly destroyed by chemistry, which dissolves its texture and alters its taste. Acid of tartar, or vegetables distilled, yields a fetid oil, and becomes of a smoky taste, less agreeable to the stomach of an animal than the tartness of fruits and the juices of sour vegetables. The fodor is inseparable from it, which is very disagreeable where acids are necessary. Spirit of tartar has not the nature of an acid, but is mixed of acid and volatile, and therefore neither the sourness nor virtue of tartar remains in the spirit, but a new texture of its principles is produced, and new virtues. If from aromatic plants, as wormwood or mint, we distill an oil, that will have the bitterness and acrimony of the plant, but will want the astringency of it. And besides the empyreuma, which makes it very burning inwardly, the oily salt is more burning and hot than our humors, spirits, and membranes can endure. Therefore, when it is thus prepared, we find it necessary to remix it with gritty powders, and take them in a cool vehicle. These distilled oils are not therefore much used, unless for outward applications. I cannot deny that some preparations are necessary for medicine as well as food, but these must be suited to the nature of each particular, so that thereby the natural taste be not destroyed. These preparations seem rather necessary, upon the account of being put into a more convenient form or dose, than for the improvement of the medicine, or separation of noxious parts from it. A resin is extracted or dissolved out of its vessels by a menstruum, but this alters not its nature nor taste. It has a stronger irritation if it be a purger, than 4 times the weight of the plant it is drawn from. In resin the dose is less, but it seems very doubtful whether the virtue of the resin equals the root of jalap, which tastes gummy and not brittle as resin. It also smells sour, and the root acrid if fresh. It is certain that the extract of rhubarb works not so much as the powder, and the resin will not work on some persons whom the powder of jalap purges very well. The most natural preparations are decoctions, infusions, juices, syrups, powders, expressed oils from the seeds, emulsions, and conserves. In all these the taste is preserved, which depends on certain principles, and by preserving the taste we are sure of that texture of principles, on which the virtue depends. But if any preparation separate the principles, it destroys the texture, on which both the taste and virtue depend. Tinctures, distilled waters, chemical spirits, oils, extracts, and mucilages contain but some of the virtues of plants, and not the whole taste and smell. Tinctures have the resins, distilled water the odoriferous resins, spirits have the oily salt diluted in water. In oils there is most oil, and less salt. In extracts a little oil, and a great quantity of tartar, and much earth. Digestion alters the nature of the plant a little, but putrefaction most. Fermentation in a way betwixt both. Calcination perfectly destroys a vegetable taste and virtue. These preparations are most genuine, in which the whole composition of taste and smells is evident. The next is to be esteemed good, which has one principle or more, or some compound juice, as milks, resins, tartar, gums, and turpentines well extracted. Those are of least note, which destroy the nature of a plant, as putrefaction, calcination, for these do not improve or extract its virtue, but produce new mixtures, which may be useful, but they have not the virtue of the plant. A catalogue of tastes of vegetables which are best preserved in the preparations following. I. Gritty tastes are best preserved in powder. If any acid be added, they lose their taste and virtue. Second, woody tastes are fittest for decoctions, and are destroyed by distillation in a retort, and also for powders. Third, watery mucilages are well prepared by decoction, infusion, expression of the juice, and indifferently by cool distillation, for borage water is slimy. The mealy mucilages may be powdered. I4. Acids yield a good, and most essential salt or tartar. They are best used in juice, syrup, and quinine. Distillation and fermentation alters the taste, and makes it spirituous. V. Styptics are good in powder, decoction, and syrup. Distillation carries off no virtue, if it be in cool stills. If in an open fire, it changes them into acids. 6. Sweet tastes appear most in powder, juices, syrups, and decoction, and but little in distillation. 7. Watery bitters are fittest for juice and decoction, and yield an insipid water by distillation. 8. Strong bitters are fit for decoction, extract, infusion, and powder, but yield little in distillation. 9. Bitter acrids and bitter aromatics yield their volatile acrid and smell, only in the distilled water, but the bitter by the ways mentioned. 10. The terebinthinates give their turpentines in distillation, and their bitter astringency in powder or decoction, but a close infusion extracts all. 11. Acrids are fittest for distillation and infusion, but are lost by powdering and boiling. All compound tastes are to be prepared according to the several tastes. But because these will not admit many times of the same preparations, we ought to take that preparation in which the fewest tastes are altered, or else mix different proper preparations of the same medicines which are contrived according to their several tastes. 12. Aromatics are good in powder, infusion, and distilled water, but lose much by decoction. The odoriferous smells of plants is best obtained in distilled water, infusions, and in oils. The narcotic smell of plants rises in poppy water, and we extract it by spirit of wine. Opium very well. The hysteric mixed fetids yield good water, and all other fetids. By the particular instances I have given, it does appear necessary that before we prepare any medicine we ought to taste it, because if we find the same taste in the medicine when prepared, we may conclude that it has the whole virtues of the plant. This is therefore the most rational way, whereby all our simple medicines ought to be examined, and for this reason compounds ought to be rejected. For though we know the virtues of the simples, yet the resulting taste of compositions is not certain, and therefore the virtues of all great compositions is very uncertain, and only found out by experience, which alone teaches us the virtues of mithridate, treacle, and c. In these confused compositions the taste of the simples is altered, and no particular taste is discernible. Therefore each particular taste has its nature and virtue altered by the fermentation, which happens in such mixtures, and also by the contrariety of one taste to another. Addenda. Asphodelus, according to Galen, is bitter in the root, like squills, and acrid like dragons, but in the Botanicum Montpelliense it is described to be acrid, with a nauseous sweetness. I only tasted the leaf. I have given the taste of veronica instead of elatine, which, as Mr. Ray says, is a linaria. Fraxinella is like the true dittany in virtue, being alexipharmac and uterine, and not like rue. The roots are chiefly used. No, mularia is not of a terebinthinate smell, as I at first thought it, for since I could not observe it to be so. Prunella is bitterish astringent in the root. Pseudomelanthium is rather a lichmus than nigella, the black seeds tasting sweet and acrid. Radix rhodia, the root smells like a rose. Umbilicus veneris is not biting, but may be accounted a sedum. The end of the first volume, or the Touch F21 of Medicines, discovering the virtues of minerals, animals, and C by their taftas and smells.
Voldoy, by Sir John Flotter of the city of Lichfield, KT, MD of Queen's College, Oxon. Ente goes hedei kachexi, και πικράν κacheglyki και almiron.
Toy. Hippocrates de Natura Hominis, London, printed for Michael Jonfon, bookseller in Lichfield, and are to be sold by Robert Clavel, at the Peacock in St. Paul's Churchyard, 1691, or The Touchstone of Medicines, Volume 2, containing 4 parts, Part 3, of the tastes and virtues of minerals and the similitude of their principles to those of vegetables, Part 4, of the tastes and virtues of animal medicines and the origin of animal humors, Part 5, containing the classes of specifics, distinguished by their tastes and the humors, which they correct. Part 6, contains a new method for distinguishing plants into classes by their tastes and smells. In the appendix, the animal medicines are reduced into a scheme by their tastes. The minerals are also digested under their several tastes, and many observations are added which were omitted in the preceding parts. To the Right Honourable William Lord Digby, Baron Digby, O.F. Gaishel in Ireland, my lord, I defame the subject of this F.A. at Colville Hall in Warwickshire, whilst I attended there as a physician, and therefore I humbly apply myself to your lordship for the patronage of it. The great favors I have received from your honorable family oblige me to make this dedication, but especially your lordship's curiosity in reading the philosophy of this age, and your ingenious studies, which have given your lordship the advantage of judging of a greater subject. To the Right Honourable William Lord Digby, Baron Digby, of Geeshel in Ireland, my lord, I designed the subject of this essay at Coleshill Hall in Warwickshire, whilst I attended there as a physician, and therefore I humbly apply myself to your lordship for the patronage of it. The great favors I have received from your honourable family oblige me to make this dedication, but especially your lordship's curiosity in reading the philosophy of this age, and your ingenious studies, which have given your lordship the advantage of judging of a greater subject. The Epistle Dedicatory. I am much obliged to many gentlemen of your country who have tasted many plants with me, and I desire to make this tract more acceptable to them, by this dedication of it to your lordship whom they justly honor and esteem, for your zealous concern for the preservation of our church and state. I will give your lordship this short account of the design of this ensuing book. I shall assert that minerals, animals, and vegetables have water, earth, oil, and acids for their principles. Of these they are compounded, and into these they are ultimately resolved, generation being the mixture of principles and corruption the separation of them. This opinion agrees with, and illustrates the antient hypothesis, that all bodies are compounded of moist, dry, hot, and cool principles. The humidity depends on the water, the dryness on the earth, the oil is inflammable, and the matter of fire in vegetables. In minerals the oily sulfur burns, in animals the oily fat is inflammable. The oils, fats, and sulfurs are the same oily principle, but they differ by their several states, mixtures, and digestions. The acid principle produces coldness in animal humors, according to Hippocrates' observation, Zeepsilon alpha upsilon amarho, pronounced oxea hygra, or in English as sharp acidic water, and it is observable that nitre, which is acid, tastes very cool, and the sulphurous acid, which abounds in the air, is esteemed the principle of cold.
The oily principle is the hot principle in animals, as Hippocrates affirms, te glycia kata pikre, katitia tapial farhod, katinam diatapial farhond. Te boiv,
pronounced te glycia kaita pikra, kaita lipra kaita fecta, kaita thermonan to somati, and in English as the sweet and the bitter and the oily and the astringent and the hot in the body. Because the ancients observed these qualities to abound in earth, water, fire, and air, they called these elements, and supposed all bodies to be compounded of them. Those constitutions they called dry, in which earth abounds, those moist in which water prevails. The oily high digested makes the constitution hot, and a great acidity renders the constitution cold. Galen describes choler as bitter, acrid, and detergent, phlegm as crude, slimy, and cool. The atrabilis is described as acid, which Galen says is evacuated into the stomach, and there becomes diptych. Hippocrates affirms the atrabilis to be viscid, chiupsilon munu gumalamda upsilon kapi epsilon to alphata omikronu, pronounced chemon glyceo taton, and in English as juice is sweet and tart, so that by atrabilis the ancient physicians understood the slimy acid of the spleen, which, when the spleen is obstructed, is carried by the arteries of the stomach into its cavity, where this slime and acidity abounding, produce the flatus hypochondriacus, and this acidity descending into the guts turns the choler it there meets into a black color, from whence it has the name of atrabilis. From the taste of these humors, bitter, acrid, choler, acid, lympha, and viscid slime, the famous Sylvius deduces his notions of all diseases, as the ancients did from choler, phlegm, and atrabilis. But I will in this treatise present your lordship with a larger scheme of animal humors. I shall endeavor in this tract to explain the virtues of mineral and animal medicines by their tastes and smells, as I have done that of vegetables. Though Galen did exactly describe the tastes of vegetables, yet he was wholly perplexed about minerals, and the same is the general fault of the chymists, who attribute wonderful effects to their gold medicines, but observe no taste, though the sweet stipticity is evident in tincture of gold, from whence it has its virtue. That vegetables, minerals, and animals have the same kind of taste at first may seem strange, but we must consider that vegetables receive their juices from minerals, and minerals have their acid, sweet, slimy, and bitter tastes. Out of these the juices for vegetables is prepared by fermentation and the dissolving power of the sulfur acid in the air. If this nourishment be ill prepared, it keeps its mineral nature, and putrefies plants, hence stony parts are observed in oaks whilst growing, and coral smells earthy and sulphureous like a flint, if two pieces be rubbed together. I must farther observe that animals have their sweet, bitter, salt, and acrid tastes from vegetables, which by putrefaction acquire an animal nature, yielding urinous spirits, and all vegetables become fit nourishment for animals, by their fermentation in the stomach. Many marine plants, such as sponge, have a middle state of principles betwixt vegetables and animals, and therefore yield a volatile salt like animals and fixed like vegetables. I will give one instance from the greatest of our English physicians, Dr. Willis, to shew his opinion of the usefulness of a rational, from the taste of an empirical medicine in the chin-cough, from whence he framed his methodical and rational cure of it.
He examined the virtue of cupmos by the taste and says, Virtutis estrictoria est, atecu particulas non nihil acur salis volatilis copiam redolentis in se continet, unde conjiciari licebit usum ejus esse sanguinem figere, seric fluxiones sedare, ac in super succum nervorum volatilisando, deithes in spasmodicam tolere.
Or in English, the virtue is astringent, and it contains some sharp particles with a considerable amount of volatile salt, from which it can be conjectured that its use is to thicken the blood, calm serous fluxes, and furthermore, by volatilizing the nerve juice, alleviate spasmodic diathesis. The virtues of medicines were first known by the tastes of our diet, which vitiates the humors of our bodies, by its bitter, acrid, salt, and aromatic tastes. And by these tastes also, the preternatural humors were observed to be rectified. These tastes were well known to mankind, whilst they fed most on vegetables, and this age therefore knows less of them, because they are little used in our diet. For which reason I believe the virtues of plants have been esteemed occult qualities, which were discovered by experience and not by our senses. But this tract will satisfy the skeptical, in giving them a sensible testimony of the nature of animal humors, and the operation of medicines on them, by their suitableness to their tastes, principles, and digestions. This design will thwart the opinion of astrologists, who fetch the virtue of plants from the planets, and also the opinion of the Helmontian Archias, and the spirituality of occult qualities in many minerals and stones, and all the sympathetical conjurations and amulets which have no sensible qualities. My lord, I have given you an account of my design, and hope you will accept it, as a testimony of my being, my lord, your faithful humble servant, John Floyer. The preface. Not only Aristotle but most philosophers since have compared the taste to the feeling of an object. And since the taste discerns all its objects by their contact, and the organ of feeling has the same nervous papillae covered by a membrane, it may not improperly be called so. I think it necessary to observe a diversity in their contact of the organ, for some tastes only superficially touch the membrane of the tongue, and therefore they chiefly affect the exterior skin of it, as those things we feel touch only the superficial skin of the fingers, the papillae feeling through the skin, as we do through our gloves. Other objects we taste insinuate their particles into the porous skin of the tongue, and immediately affect the papillae nervosae, which Malpighius describes as the fingers whereby we feel the figure and motion of some minute particles we taste, and by this we chiefly distinguish the organs of feeling and tasting. The taste is properly a more curious and exquisite touching of the minute particles of an object. Hence it is that we discern those qualities we feel by the taste also, but we taste more than we feel. We both feel and taste. 1. The hardness in woods, stones, metals, and bones of animals. 2. The softness in pulps and the parenchymatous parts of plants and animals. 3. The dryness in woods, stones, and minerals. 4. The humidity in juices. 5. The viscidity in gums, glues, and turpentines. 6. The toughness or stringiness in the muscular flesh and the wood of plants. 7. The friability in resins. 8. The roughness in astringents and vitriols. 9. The smoothness in slimes and oils. In these tastes the object chiefly affects the skin of the tongue, and the papillae nervosae immediately through that. Because we both feel and taste these qualities, these are most improperly called tastes, and the ancients did not commonly allow them all to be tastes, but since they allowed of astringent tastes, why not of hard, soft, dry, humid, and since we discern them by the tongue, which is the common organ of taste, and that does more certainly and exquisitely discern these qualities than the fingers, I have called them tastes, and I find both Hippocrates and Galen speak of some of them as tastes sometimes. By the taste only we discern most clearly and perfectly. 1. The sweetness of an object, which is only smooth to the touch. 2. The bitterness, and this is only drying and deterging in the skin of the fingers. 3. The aromatics and fetids affect the taste, and are not at all discerned by the feeling. 4. Saltness is perceived by the taste only, but it dries the skin of the fingers, as well as the tongue. 5. The acrids and corrosives, if long applied, fret the skin of the body as well as the tongue. 6. Sourness is not perceived by the organ of feeling, but only the roughness attending it. These are called most properly tastes because they affect the papillae nervosae immediately, and not only through the skin of the tongue as it is in feeling by other parts. By these tastes we perceive the minute particles of bodies, but by the former, we observe only the superficial textures of them. I will next give some instances of the usefulness of tasting our medicines, for by the tasting of them we observe a. Their consistence as hardness, softness, dryness, humidity, viscidity, toughness, friability, roughness, and smoothness of their superficies. b. The figures of their small particles. 1. The cutting edges in acids. 2. The sharp pungency in acrids. 3. the pungency and dryness in salts being like the panes of glass. 4. The pungent, hot, crooked particles in corrosive tastes. These stick long on the tongue and probably have an acidity joined to their volatile oils or salts, whereby their figures are made irregular, tearing, and corrosive. So in minerals, the acid joined to a volatile sulfur produces a burning acid corrosive, and in the roots of pellitory in the shops we first observe a burning pungency, and afterwards a sour cool taste. And these tastes, like that of Aaron's pungency, appear not till after some time. Some fixed salts have various figures, and I may suppose that volatiles have also a diversity. Acrids have straight, pungent particles like needles, but the corrosive may be crooked hooks, tearing and vesicating. C. We discern the motion of the small particles of bodies by the taste. 1. Hot, from the pungent, penetrant, acrid or corrosive tastes. 2. Coolness in the sour, slimy, watery, crude tastes. 3. A pleasing titillation in the aromatic tastes. 4. Offensive impressions in the fetid, nauseous tastes. D. By the taste we observe the dose of our medicines, for if the heat be great on our tongue, we give the less, and if the taste be not very offensive, we give the greater dose. By the taste of the medicine we observe what preparation is most fit for it, which I have mentioned in the first volume. By the taste we observe the suitableness of the medicine to particular humors in animals, which have the same, or a contrary taste. G. By the taste we observe the agreement of one medicine with another, whose virtues we know, and from thence examine the virtue by this general touchstone, viz. Those things which agree in taste, agree in virtue. I will therefore recommend this, as the chief sagacity in tasting, to discern the similitude in tastes, and when we have given all the sensible modes of tastes we ought, if possible, to compare it to some known tastes. So in the chermes there is a bitter astringency, but besides that, it has a similitude to the taste of the cortex peruvianus, and they have both the same effects in fevers. This similitude must be allowed a great latitude, for one thing may be like another in taste, but yet have some difference, but not. H. By the taste we observe the alterations made by fire in chemical preparations, and those made in vegetables, by ripening of fruits. Though by chemistry we extract the principles of bodies, yet the taste only or chiefly shews their figures, motions, and effects on the body, and also that which we can no otherwise observe, the figures, motions, and effects which depend on the mixtures of the principles. Therefore it is not sufficient to observe the acid in oil of vitriol or sulfur, and the hardness in steel, but we must observe the vitriolic taste produced by their mixture and dissolution. Therefore chemists ought, after every preparation and mixture, to examine their new products by their tastes and smells, and from thence, and the tastes or smells of the ingredients, together with due reflections on the manner and nature of their operations, to give their rationale of the virtues of their new medicine. Whereas at present, we have too much hyperbole in the descriptions of chemical medicines and their virtues, and no taste. First I shall affirm, that it is very necessary for the making of an experiment on any medicine, for before we try anything on the body of a man we ought to take the best information our senses can give us, about the taste and smell of it, by which we shall know the consistence of the medicine, the figures and motions of its particles, the quantity of its dose, the preparation of the medicine, the agreement with other medicines of the same taste, the tastes of its chemical principles, and their alteration by mixtures, and its suitableness to the digestion, temper, tastes, and principles of some particular humor of an animal, which indicate peculiar taste for their preservation in health, or alteration in sickness. J. By the tastes we shall more fully understand the ancient authors of our faculty, as Galen, who quotes the number of tastes out of Plato. Dioscorides mentions many tastes of plants, and Galen transcribed them from him. Hippocrates has grounded his aphorisms on tastes, and Galen uses them in his Methodus Medendi, and gives an account of some medicines from them, so that it is impossible to understand either Hippocrates, Dioscorides, or Galen without a full information about the taste of plants. Hippocrates gives us these general rules about tastes. Omicroncopalpha tau alpha thetapsilon romo alpha pir hoepsilon munitauiotecapalpha, deltapsilon mu alpha, rot tau alpha iota, mu alpha lem de lem da omicronu deltaota alpha gl for hoepsilon sigma-iota. Ocosita therma pramantica adimia, eratai malin adieshriazi, or in English, all hot, acrid, and fragrant herbs, are more diuretic than purgative. Taualpha gamalam dupsilon kapalpha taualpha deltepsilon mualpha taualpha, lambda epsilon iota taualpha piota epsilon rho taualpha alpha sigma toatarho kappa alpha hopideltepsilon alpha, thetapsilon romo alpha iotanu epsilon iotanu, pinu epsilon epsilon mualpha ta glycae ta dimie ta alini a ta piere ta austera carpodia thermina numa, or in English, sweet, acrid, salt, bitter, austere, and fleshy fruits do heat.
Okosa nesti xirnia I axtira, decima. Okosa nesti exernia I austera, decima. Or in English, all acerb and auster plants are binding. Oxaleptpinin I direte.
Oxaleptinin I diretai. or in English acids extenuate and are diuretic. These instances from Hippocrates are sufficient to prove that the tasting of medicines is no novel design, nor thought unuseful by the best of physicians in the purest ages of physic, when the knowledge of medicines and animal humors was deduced from sensible qualities. By the taste we may distinguish plants into classes as I have done, and also remark some defect in the classes of our plant anatomists, and also observe the difference of the specific juices in plants, and the difference also of their vessels, in which the different tastes are lodged. In vegetables, 1. We taste the woody part, and that may be called a ligneous, dry, hard taste. 2. The juices of vegetables which taste humid, and these are either the watery juices which lie in the bladders of plants, or else the juices of plants which are well digested, and I call them the oily specific proper juices, lodged in the turpentine vessels of plants. If we describe both the watery and oily juices of plants, we may easily discern the virtues of the medicines. The smell very much conduces to the discovery of the particular degree of digestion, which each specific juice of vegetables has by the effluviums they emit. Galen advises us to taste each particular part of a plant, for in the root is not the most crude juice of a plant as is vulgarly believed. He says, the leaves are less acrid in Aron dragon squills than the roots, and that Althea roots disgust tumors, by a latent acrimony which the leaves do not, and garlic, onion, and radish roots are most acrid. We must taste vegetables in the soil in which they naturally grow in their perfect state, some best while fresh, but others dried, juiced, or in decoction. And observe, not to taste many at one time. Some plants are best smelt when bruised or rubbed, but if they be very odoriferous, I only draw them through my hand. I believe that all the criticisms about the tastes of vegetables cannot be settled in the space of half an age. Therefore I hope for pardon where I have erred or omitted some modes, and beg the assistance of all my profession in this useful design, for this design must be undertaken by physicians, and not herbalists, who cannot judge truly of the virtues, without the assistance of our art, and the knowledge of the humors of our bodies. In animals we taste, 1. The toughness or tenderness of the muscular fibers and viscera, 2. The cirrhose juice with an animal savor of fetid, and also a smell resembling the same taste, so in rabbit's flesh we taste and smell a strong rankness. In the hard parts of animals we smell a fodor, as in horns and hoofs, from whence they have their virtue. Hence it is that fetid sulfurs, animals and vegetables are nervines, being strong or fetid, like the spirits. I will here only give a scheme of animal humors, that the taster may observe what is to be tasted in animals. Chyle is the first and original humor prepared in animals. From chyle all the other humors arise either by digestion or percolation, mediately or immediately. First, from chyle is prepared in either of these two ways by digestion. 1. The serum of the blood, and from thence the fibrous cake or part, or preparation by percolation from chyle. 1. The fat, which is the butyrose part of chyle. 2. The milky lymphoglandularum conglomeratarum, like spittle, and the pancreatic juice, and that of the stomach and guts. 3. The semen, which is also milky, slimy, and fetid. 4. The milk of the breasts. From the fat returning into the veins is chiefly produced the red part of the blood. From the red part of the blood, 1. Choler. 2. The spirits of animals. From the serum of the blood by percolation, 1. The sweat. 2. The urine. 3. The lymphus serosa glandularum conglomeratarum, which is observed in the lymphatics. All these I have more fully described in the ensuing book, together with the original of saltness and acidity in animal humors. The taste of insects is also to be observed, for in millipedes is an acrid taste, in churmes a bitter astringency, like the ilex on which they are bred. So that it is probable that insects taste of the plants on which they are bred, each plant having its particular insects and galls, and I believe the acid in pismires is from some vegetable on which they feed. And I must here remark that insects have their acid and also the choler of animals, which is pungent, both like the acrimony of vegetables and not of a salt taste. Third, in minerals we must observe, 1. The dry grit in stones and metals, and their calces. 2. The saltness in mineral salts of divers kinds, and in the salt of lime. 3. An acidity in the acid spirits and sulfurs. 4. A vitriolic astringent taste in all the vitriols of minerals and some earths as bole, etc. 5. A sweetness in sugar of lead and other vitriols. 6. A bitterness in niters, and North Hall waters, and the crystals of silver. 7. A burning corrosive acid in arsenic and calx viva tastes burning with a saltness, from whence the corrosiveness depends. By the smell we observe the sulfurs of minerals, and some authors mention the odoriferous smells of the preparations of antimony, as Etmüller, and in Bonetus we find this arcanum vitrioli nocte in tempesta instar carbunculi lucet, cujusque, odor omnia alia odorifera anticelit, Talindius. The different pungency of the sulfur smells must be observed, but these are sometimes so locked up by the preparation and addition of acids, as not in that state to give a manifest taste, but But by being in the stomach, the acid is taken off, and the sulfur becomes pungent, vomitive, or diaphoric. Therefore, in judging of some antimonial preparations, we consider the taste and smell during the preparation. And when we find a sulfur evident in that, we must allow that some of it sticks to the calces, and from thence we must deduce part of the virtue of the mineral calces. So the oils of plants are not perfectly separated from the fixed salts, from whence they have their different virtues. If we reflect on the actions of our other senses, they may be imposed on as well as our tastes, and not discern that object in one state which they did in another. So we both see and feel salts and sugar when dry, but if they be dissolved in water we shall only perceive them by our tastes. Therefore we use the testimony of all our other senses to supply the defect in any one. We may rationally infer from the sulphureous smells in the preparation, as well as the effects in the stomach, that sulfur abounds in antimonial vomitories. And it is enough that both taste and smell can discern the antimonial sulfur in more loose preparations, wherein it is more separated from the earthy particles. Vegetables and animals are the most proper objects of taste, but most of the mineral sulfurs are better smelt than tasted, and in the judging of our medicines we must consult both taste and smell. It is necessary to prepare some bodies that they may give their smells, so pearls and other precious stones must be long ground in a mortar before they will give their fragrant smells, which by Diolaus Borrichius is observed to be like violets. He mentions, it is necessary to prepare some bodies that they may give their smells. So pearls and other precious stones must be long ground in a mortar before they will give their fragrant smells, which by Diolaus Borrichius is observed to be like violets. He mentions other stones struck with a hammer smelling like musk, others like burnt horns, or the excrements of animals, and our flints and common stones smell like sulfur, being struck against one another. These varieties of smells in stones sufficiently evidence that their virtues are no occult qualities. I must confess that some medicines acquire new virtues in the stomach, from the animal acid, so bowls are made aluminous, salts vitriolated, and the testaceous medicines made salt and styptic by it. Therefore we must allow those the same virtues, as if they had been prepared by an acid, and thence deduce them. Mercury and other minerals acquire a vitriolic taste in the body, as they do by preparation with acids. Without this alteration mercury crude can have no considerable virtue, as other minerals have not. I have tried mercury decoctions in water and put worms into it, but found it not to kill them, whence I may justly doubt of its virtue. Half an ounce of crude mercury injected into the veins made no alteration in a dog, neither by vomiting, purging, or salivation. Bonetus, 2 or 3 pounds of crude mercury are given sometimes inwardly, and pass through the guts without injury. These instances suffice to shew the small virtue as well as taste of crude mercury. But the fumes of mercury taste sweet, as the Guilders inform me, and Dolius mentions the stypticity of the fumes of mercury in the throat. Part 3rd, or the touch ft1 of medicines, and see the 2nd euvolume, of the Tafties and Virtues, of, and mineral S sticks to the cha-pi of the principles of veg, tables which are deducible from minerals. 3rd part of all, I of Vegeta, Blaise, and see Pharmako-Basanos, or the touchstone of medicines, and see the 2nd volume, of the tastes and virtues of minerals. This is an appendix to the 3rd part of volume 1 of vegetables, and see chapter 1, of the principles of vegetables which are deducible from minerals. As the best of physicians says, we are that very thing by which we are nourished. So, without a paradox, every vegetable may be said to be a mineral, as being nourished by something mineral. And a treatise of minerals may very aptly be joined to one of vegetables, without any fault in coherence or absurdity in method. For vegetables receive their earth, oil, and acid from minerals. And I must further observe that the soil from which vegetables receive their immediate juice is a congeries of mineral bodies, viz., sand, which looks like gems in a microscope, clay, marl, chalk, flints, limestone, and divers other sorts of earths, in distillation, yielding an acid spirit which is the product of some sulfur in them, and the same sulfur gives an oily fatness to many earths, as marl, clay, bole, and sea. It is observed that saltpetre abounds in all fertile earths and has a mineral acid in it, so that, if it anyways conduce to the production of plants, it must be allowed that in the production, vegetables receive some acid from it. Sulphureous damps are most evident in some particular places arising from the superficies of the earth, and boggy grounds have always an offensive air, which is not vitiated by the water only, but also by some sulphureous effluviums which, upon standing water, shoot into a bluish cream, like that on standing vitriolate waters. I cannot but mention those bodies which have a middle state betwixt minerals and vegetables, from whence I infer a great analogy betwixt their principles, and a gradual transmutation of mineral principles into vegetable oils, acids, and earths. Vegetables are changed towards minerals sometimes. Coral grows as a plant, and afterwards has the hardness of a stone, when full grown, to which the astringent liquor observed in it conduces, for from a drop of it, new coral is said to spring. So in other vegetables, some seed cases become stony, which lie in the middle of an acid pulp, as in cherries, plums, and C. Gromwell's seed is stony, though it have no exterior acid pulp, and the seeds of apples and lemons, which have an exterior acid pulp, are not stony. Pears have a stoniness in them. Petrification in vegetables depends on an acerb juice, in which the acid and earth are mixed in a certain proportion, for all acids will not produce it for want of the due proportion of earth to them, and of that particular texture of both which is necessary for stones. So that when coral and the cases of fruits become stones, there is no change of the principles, but the vegetable acid and earth acquire a new texture. The bitumens in the mineral kingdom are in a middle state betwixt minerals and vegetables. They are product from mineral principles, otherwise mixed than in minerals, and in a near disposition to become vegetable, for the bitumens in minerals and turpentines in vegetables are very like in smell and taste, and yield the same chemical principles in distillation. The soot of coal is of a smoky smell, and tastes bitter and acrid, in which it is like to the soot of wood, and also both of them yield the same volatile salt and oil. The narcotic quality of sulfur anodin, vitrioli, resembles the fetid narcotics in vegetables. The ashes of minerals and plants may be vitrified alike by a strong fire, and therefore there is no great difference betwixt them. The fixed salts of plants have the nature of mineral salts, as appears in lime water, which tastes salt, and both are the product of fire, for neither minerals nor vegetables have any natural fixed salt. It is not improbable that these fixed salts of both kingdoms agree in the figure of their crystals, and both may be cubical, as common salt, or of some irregular figure, near to a cube. The reason why all minerals cannot be calcined into salts as plants be, is the indissoluble texture of their parts, which not being perfectly destroyed by the fire, they cannot thereby acquire new mixtures, as it happens in plants for the production of fixed salts. But this dissolution of principles and remixture happens in lime, in the production of the fixed salt, evident in lime water. I have mentioned the most known bodies, which have their rise from minerals and afterwards become vegetables, as bitumen, and those which from vegetables become minerals, as coral, and the stones of fruits, and I might here add the petrification of vegetables, by petrifying waters which contain a nitrum calcareum by which plants are petrified, having the nitrous limestone particles closely united with their earthy parts. I shall have a further occasion of comparing the nitrum calcareum with the tartarous earth in plants, by both which plants are petrified, by the last, naturally, and by the former, artificially and externally. Minerals are product out of juices, like vegetables, which sometimes grow into figures resembling perfect plants, and have branches and joints like them, as if they had been petrified plants, but are really natural stones. From this likeness of stones and plants, it is not improbable that there is a great similitude in principles, and a propensity to change from one to the other. In the discourse about fermentation, I have more fully compared the oils and acids of minerals with vegetables, vd. Chapter 2 of the similitude betwixt mineral principles and those of vegetables. The principles of minerals are of the same kind and number as those of vegetables. Water is distilled from salts and mineral earths, and is necessary for the mixing of the other principles. Therefore liquors are found in mineral stones, and stones had at first a liquid form. Water is the same in all bodies, but if extracted by distillation, it retains some tincture from that particular body from whence it is distilled. An oily principle is manifest in sulphureous bodies, as antimony, which may be reduced into a butyrose form by distillation, and all the mineral sulfurs may be easily extracted by oil of turpentine, with which they readily mix, because of the similitude of oleous parts. Oiliness of mineral sulfurs is more evident in the distillation of coal, which yields a black oil, fetid like hartshorn, and is black and smoky. The bitumens, which have the nature of turpentine, do most clearly convince us of the oiliness of mineral sulfurs, so that I need add no more to prove this principle of minerals. The third principle of minerals is an acid, which is acknowledged by all, being evident in the distillation of sulfur and the chlysis of antimony. This acid adheres to the oily sulfur in minerals, and locks it up, thereby making it appear in a dry form, and therefore this may be compared to the tartar in vegetables, which has always some oil in it. By means of this acid, the oily sulfur and the earthy parts are readily united in mineral bodies, and therefore this is that the chemists call the mercury of minerals, when they distinguish it from mercurius corporum, and common quicksilver. The fourth principle of minerals is an earthy part, which in perfect Mi. The oiliness of mineral sulfurs is more evident in the distillation of coal, which yields a black oil, fetid like hartshorn, and is black and smoky. The bitumens, which have the nature of turpentine, do most clearly convince us of the oiliness of mineral sulfurs, so that I need add no more to prove this principle of minerals. The third principle of minerals is an acid, which is acknowledged by all, being evident in the distillation of sulfur and the chlysis of antimony. This acid adheres to the oily sulfur in minerals, and locks it up, thereby making it appear in a dry form, and therefore this may be compared to the tartar in vegetables which has always some oil in it. By means of this acid, the oily sulfur and the earthy parts are readily united in mineral bodies, and therefore this is that the chemists call the mercury of minerals, when they distinguish it from mercurius corporum, and common quicksilver. Fourth principle of minerals is an earthy part, which in perfect minerals is a limestone or spar, which adheres to the ore of metals. The mineral fumes coming from the lower parts of the earth fix in such stones and are intimately united with them into the nature of a metal. These mineral fumes are sulfurous and acid, which readily fix and combine with earthy parts, which the chemists call the alkali of minerals. From the number of principles I have excluded both volatile and fixed salts, they being the products of other principles combined by nature or art. The volatile salts in vegetables being evident to our senses, and product naturally I did in the first part call them one of the principles evident to our senses. But because they are compounded of the other principles, I cannot think they deserve the name of a principle. From the different proportions and perfect mixture of all the former principles, all the perfect metals are product, and from a different imperfect mixture, all other minerals arise, as earths, bitumens, regular and irregular stones, gems, salts, vitriols, and sea. In vegetables, trees have a mixture of the principles analogous to metals, which their solidity, weight, and aptness to be petrified sooner than herbs sufficiently manifests. The texture of gums, resins, turpentines, mucilages, and stones of fruits agrees with the imperfect minerals above mentioned, as will appear by a particular analogy observed betwixt the products of both kingdoms, which differ only by their several digestions and mixtures, but yet manifestly agree, as the chemists speak, in radis, that is, in their principles. Chapter 2 of the Principles, Taste, and Virtues of Metals and Their Preparation. Aurum. Gold has the sulfur and acid most digested, and intimately mixed with some stony earth, like flint or spar, such as visibly adheres to gold ore. In this the sulfur fumes, which are subacid, intimately fix themselves with that stone which is fittest for a strict union with them. Some stones are not moved by acids, and others very violently. And hence does happen so small a quantity of gold, and other metals, in a great quantity of ore. Fire cannot diminish the weight, nor separate the principles of gold, because of their perfect union. Gold will not rust, nor color the fingers, unless mixed with other metals, and then the rust is blue. The vapor of sulfur colors it, and therefore tartar salt and warm water cleanse it. Aqua regia dissolves it, which is compounded of salt and nitre, whose spirits have the greatest pungency of any acids, and the least roughness and sourness, and also a strong pungent smell. By the united pungency of both spirits, the body of gold is broken or corroded into small parts, which, joining with the menstruum, produces a vitriol, by the precipitation of which aurum fulminans is prepared, which therefore purges and vomits, and gives blackness of stools, as other vitriols do. The tincture and flowers are said to have some sulfur in them at least. They may have somewhat of a vitriol, which being altered by addition of salts does not purge but sometimes vomit, and they have the effects like tincture of steel, in curing acids, which is also the virtue of crocus solis, which in the quantity of a few grains, may correct a considerable quantity of acid, since 1 grain of gold may be extended into above 50 inches square in leaf gold. Gold may be best compared to aromatic trees, which have an oily salt of the same cordial virtue, that chemists allot to the pure sulfur of gold, of which gold has more than other perfect minerals. So these aromatic trees agree with gold in their principles, by having more oil, and that better digested than other trees. Argentum. Silver has the sulfurous acid in smaller quantity than gold, and that not so highly digested as in gold, yet so closely united, that the principles can neither be separated by fire nor spirit of nitre, which only breaks the silver into small particles, and therewith constitutes a bitter acrid vitriol, purging and vomiting violently. The blue color of the tincture of silver is from copper and vomits, but the true tincture is purple, and it has some considerable virtue, as containing the sulfurous parts of its vitriol, or rather of the acid menstruum, which made the vitriol. The crystals of silver are very caustic, the acid becoming more corrosive by being fixed in the mineral. Silver may be compared to those plants which are purging, abounding with earth, acid, and oil, united into an acrid salt, to which is joined a bitter taste. Such is the taste of hellebore and colocynthus, which are bitter acrid purgers. Silver is easily mixed with copper, and is scarce separable from it, to which its purging virtue is much attributed by many authors. Cuprum. Copper is called a crude silver, for in cuprum the sulfur and acid are not so strongly united to the earthy parts as in the former, but are easily dissolvable by volatile salts. Spirit of sal ammoniac dissolves it into a green tincture, spirit of sulfur into a blue vitriol, which is the most purging of any mineral vitriol because of its sulfurous parts easily separated and making it corrosive. Copper melted smells most of brimstone, and a preparation of copper is made by Mr. Boyle which is inflammable. The acrid purgative resins of plants may be best compared to copper for their equal purging faculty and their most remarkable principles. Oils and acid which in plants produce a salt, and also in some preparations of copper which Becher mentions. Copper has an acid sulfur in it which makes it easily extracted by spirit of salt ammoniac, and copper is easily turned into a vitriol which will vomit by stimulation of the membranes as aquafortis does. From the nauseous brass favor taste the purging and vomiting quality proceeds. Stannum. Tin has much sulfur in it whence jovial medicines have a purple color. It will not so easily dissolve by acids as lead and therefore not so much used for medicine. Neither have I observed its taste nor any virtue proper to it. It is easily melted and it burns with nitre, both which argue a sulphurous nature in it. Lead is something of the nature of plumbum. Silver for silver is mixed in all lead. Tin differs from lead by having more sulfur. Lead fumes give colics, palsies, and shortness of breath to the miners. They say, the smoke of melting lead smells sweet. The preparations of lead do outwardly cool, because of its density and weight. It has the least internal agitation of any metal and will vitrify. Red lead is calcined lead to a red minium color, very cooling and drying in ulcers. White lead is prepared by the fumes cerussa of vinegar by which it is made white and the cooling quality increased by the vinegar. Burnt lead turns black by the fumes plumbum of sulfur, and some salt is produced by ustum, which makes it drying. All these preparations may be reduced into lead again, so that it cannot be reduced into its principles, no more than silver, gold, or tin. Lead may be compared to the austere plants, which cool much and have little oil but much acid and earth. So lead has little sulfur but much acid and earth. Ferrum. Iron abounds with sulfur and gives fetid fumes in melting. The sulfur is extracted by volatile salts where it is turned into steel by horns with which it is calcined. But because of that sulfur, iron is preferable to steel, for by that sulfur and the earthy parts, iron cures the animal acids, and thereby removes obstructions. Sal martis. Salt of iron is made by the acid of vitriol, dissolving the iron. It tastes sweet and rough. The roughness is from the mineral mixed with the acid. As astringency is produced in plants, the sweetness is from the sulfur and the acid menstruum, as the oil and an acid produce sweetness in plants. This salt may be precipitated into a crocus martis, and that melted into iron, and therefore this salt is no principle of iron, but a composition betwixt an acid and the particles of iron, and it will absorb acids, and also acts as a salt by its figure, and by its roughness cooling the blood, and stopping all fluxes in the same manner as the sweet astringent ferns do, and both of them are accounted splenitic. The tincture of steel tastes vitriolic sweet, as also the preparation with tartar and sulfur. Ons veneris smells like spirit of salt, and tastes rough, and not sweet like iron, but is a composition of iron and salt. It has not any taste of copper. The lodestone hath the nature of iron, and so hath smerus, which is used for polishing gems. Iron may be compared to the fetid plants, by its sulfur smell, and also by its uterine virtue. Mercurius. Common quicksilver is very fluid from mercurius, the roundness of its parts by reason of its volatility. It contains sulfur in it, for it is usually found in gold and silver mines, mixed with sulfur in the form of cinnabar from whence it is distilled. We observe the acidity of quicksilver in corroding the teeth in iron and by its salivation, and we prepare it with more acids to make it salivate in a smaller quantity. Quicksilver seems to be a fluid amalgama of some metal and looks like melted lead. The chymists seem most confident of their extraction of quicksilver out of lead, and quicksilver is easily mixed with it, and fixed by it and equals its great weight, and both soften the metal they are mixed with. Quicksilver seems compounded of a metallic sulfur, acid, and lead. The sulfur contained in quicksilver seems arsenical, because quicksilver is found in silver mines, in which arsenic is found also. Arsenic colors other metals white as well as quicksilver. Both of them are very corrosive, and have a white color and easily sublimed. It may be observed in minerals and other bodies, that nature often decompounds a mineral with one of its principles or two. So vitriols are compounded of acid and a perfect metal, sulfur and mineral stones and marchesites, and sometimes two compounds are recompounded, as in cinnabar, which contains quicksilver and sulfur. Quicksilver easily coagulates by acids, by reason of its sulfur and earth, but these can not destroy it, but it revives again. All metals by their sulfur fix it. Spittle by its subacid salt kills it, and so turpentine and oils by their latent acid destroy its fluidity. A solution of mercury precipitated, spirit of sal ammoniac is white. By oil of tartar is red, lime water is yellow. Mercurial medicines have the nature of alkali, but in preparations are disguised by acids, and by them made very noxious and corrosive. The mercurial particles, though without an acid, if only by an unguent or fume, they pierce through the pores of the skin into the blood. There they imbibe the acid salts, and from their mixture act like sublimate, coagulating the serum of the blood, and by that means produce salivation, the thin parts of the coagulate serum running off by the glandules of the mouth. The ammoniac salt of animals may dispose the mercurial particles into corrosive pointed figures, as the acid of common salt does in the preparation of sublimate. Mercurius sublimatus. Sublimate has the acid of spirit of salt, joined with it by sublimation, and I believe something of a vitriol taste is produced by the mixture, for sublimate has a brass flavor taste which is very nauseous, and also a roughness, by which it coagulates the blood, and outwardly repels strongly, and resists putrefaction in gangrenes and ulcers. Sublimate is a kind of vitriol produced by the acids in mercury, and by its brass flavor taste, purges and vomits violently. Spirit of vitriol, distilled from quicksilver, tastes luminous. Turbith mineral is a mercurial vitriol, produced by oil of vitriol and vomits violently, and also salivates. Mercurius vitae. Mercurius vitae, after the use of it, a vitriolate taste is in the mouth like copper, from whence its vomitive virtue arises from the quicksilver, as well as antimony. Mercury is precipitated from its solution by lime water, and is thereby rendered sweet and innoxious, therefore fixed salts are good. When any body is poisoned by sublimate, white precipitate purges gently, as well as mercurius dulcis. Both are of a mild vitriolic nature, having less acid in them. Red precipitate is corrosive by the spirit of nitre, by which the quicksilver is vitriolated. Chapter 4th of Imperfect Mineral Principles, and their tastes and virtues. The principles of minerals appear most evidently in these following minerals, in which one principle appears more evidently than in others, and sometimes two principles are compounded as in sulfur, and sometimes the three principles are very loosely mixed, as in antimony and marcasites, in others most closely united by fire, as in salts, and the last sort is a composition of acid, and a perfect mineral, as in vitriols. Terra mineralis. Mineral earths are compounded of a greater quantity of earthy parts, impregnate with fumes from a particular mineral, by which it obtains the virtue of that mineral whose fumes it receives, and becomes astringent by the acid of the sulfur joined to the earthy parts. And the oily part of the sulfur gives it a fat oiliness, and also a strong earthy smell. Fat earths are like the mucilages of vegetables, cooling and also astringent. Vid. Bolus armena ans. Lapide pretiosi. Gems have their originals in mines, and their color from minerals. The green color of smaragdus is from iron. Rubens, granites, and hyacinths have their color from gold. The blue of lapis armenus and lazuli is from copper. Topaceous and chrysolithus have their yellowness from iron. Gems are at first in the form of liquors, and then shoot into plates, like salts, and of divers plates is made the gem. This is the opinion of the Honorable Mr. Boyle. Gems have their originals in mines, and their color from minerals. The green color of smaragdus is from iron. Rubens, granites, and hyacinths have their color from gold. The blue of lapis armenus and lazuli is from copper. Topaceous and chrysolithus have their yellowness from iron. Gems are at first in the form of liquors, and then shoot into plates, like salts, and of divers plates is made the gem. This is the opinion of the Honorable Mr. Boyle. This salt which compounds gems seems like to cream of tartar in vegetables, which consists of acids and earthy parts, tasting gritty, and shooting into crystals. So in minerals, the sulfur acid joins with a stony grit, and constitutes the nitrum calcareum, which, if crystallized by itself, constitutes transparent stones, which may receive the fumes of some mineral, or else the sulfur in the acid appears, when the acid is fixed on an earth, and gives it a color, which is the color of red precipitate, from the red sulfur in nitre. Vid. Lapides pretiosi, crystallis, and lapide communes. Common stones have the same principles as the former, and besides, a great deal of mineral earth or bole with them, which hinder the regular shooting of the nitrum calcareum, and the transparency, and from those mixtures, stones have their colors. Lime, marble, alabaster, and shells of animals have a great deal of earth and acid, and not much sulfur. They are easily calcined into salt, by reason of their dissolvable texture. So astringent, mucilaginous, and bitter plants have much acid and earth, little oil, and yield much salt. But those stones which have much sulfur, and a close texture, yield little salt, like resins and vegetables. But by addition of salt, these stones are fusible into glass, such is the nature of osteocala and flints. Those stones which have an indissoluble mixture of oil, acid, and earth, and probably in equal proportion, are very easily fused, as metals be, as in spar and mineral stones. Limestone cannot turn into glass because its sulfur is separated by the fire, and the acid of the stone joins with some earthy particles, upon the wetting of the stone, from whence the effervescence in lime proceeds. Atites is a flint, and so is lapis bubonius, by which we may be assured no virtues can be expected from them. Vitriola. Vitriols are made by metalline bodies, compounded with a sulfurous acid. From copper a blue vitriol, from iron a green, from silver a white, from lead a white sugar of lead, from mercury and a luminous brass-favored vitriol. Quare the color and taste of the vitriols of tin and gold? Right. A firestone or markaphyte, it consists of a stone, mineral ochre, and sulfurous acid. Out of the markaphyte both vitriol and sulfur may be made. There are as many markaphytes as sorts of metals. These they add to the metals to make them more fusible, which spar and all other sulfurous stones do. The firestone which was sent to me from Wedgbury was black on the outside and silver-colored within. This I put into a glass of fair water, which after a little time had a vitriolate taste, and the water turned purple with galls, but after a long standing, it turned green again. From such sorts of stones, chalybeate waters receive their imperfect vitriol. There appeared a blue and yellow scum on the top of the water, in which the firestone was put, as there does in all chalybeate waters when they stand a while. I burnt some gray iron stone, with a sulfur roll in a crucible, some edges of it melted. I put that part of the iron stone, which looked black and was not melted, into some fair water, with galls, and thence arose a purple color, and a sulfur scum. Whence I infer, that chalybeate waters have their virtue both from sulfur and iron. The fetids in vegetables are of agreeable principles and virtues to markaphytes, being like the fetid gums which are contained in plants and, like them, are used outwardly in plasters, in which powdered pyrites is good for the sciatica. Sulfur vivum. Common brimstone is a compounded body of an oily part and an acid, both which, in the burning of brimstone, strike the nose with a pungency like volatile salts. Nothing is volatile in minerals but sulfur, and this gives the volatility to quicksilver, where I can compare nothing in minerals to pungent volatile salts but sulfur fumes, which in distillation of pit coal compounds a volatile salt. And a volatile salt is made out of soot, which is a compounded body of oil and acid as brimstone is. I have tried some flour of brimstone gathered from the fires in Wedgbury coal pit, which differ not from ordinary flowers of brimstone, for it burns blue, and looks and smells like ordinary sulfur, but something stronger, it being the sulfur of coal. Common brimstone, given inwardly with milk, purges very conveniently in the piles, and dries them. See flowers of sulfur below, and spirit of sulfur per campanum. See antimony below, arsenicum. Arsenic is like common sulfur, the soot of metals, and is compounded like it, of an oily part and an acid, and it is naturally joined with a mineral from which it is separated by sublimation. The best orpiment is of a yellow color, and smells strong of sulfur, but by putting it into a pot over the fire it becomes a sandaraca. Arsenic sublimes like sulfur, and may be changed into a butter by sublimate, which shews its oily part. Arsenic given inwardly vomits violently, corrodes the stomach, causes thirst, heat, faintings, convulsions, and at last death. The sulfur in arsenic may be fixed by spirit of nitre, and salt of tartar alters its corrosiveness by imbibing its acid. Therefore the corrosiveness depends not wholly on either acid or sulfur, but on a proportion and texture of both, which makes it a strong caustic outwardly, for eating proud flesh. Acids have pointed figures, by which they are pungent and corrode, and when they are compounded with sulfur, they are figured into pointed particles, which by reason of the activity of sulfur, tear and corrode stronger than when they are compounded with minerals or earths. The poisonous acrids of Nepellus and aconite, and the caustic milks in vegetables, may be compared with arsenic, for its poisoning quality, which is its corrosiveness. The principles of minerals cannot so easily be united into volatile salts as vegetables are, but the oil and acid in sulfur want only an earth to give them the nature of a salt, and they sometimes may acquire that texture, as appears in the volatile salt of coal. The high degree of acrimony in mineral sulfurs makes a poison, though a lower degree makes only a purger, as appears in antimonial medicines, which have their stimulus from the like texture of sulfur and acid, and in many sorts of vitriols which purge, especially in copper medicines, in which is manifestly a sulfur and an acid, and from the mixture of copper or arsenic, which is mixed with the mineral of silver. The preparations of silver purge so violently. Common sulfur is not corrosive, because there is too great a quantity of acid mixed with the oily part in itself, by which means the oily part is less volatile. In antimony the acid is less than in sulfur, and therefore the sulfur oil is more volatile, and purges. In arsenic, the acid is in a lesser proportion, and more intimately mixed with each particle of sulfur, as it happens in the butter of antimony, from which the corrosion proceeds, so that arsenic is corrosive, not only by the volatility of sulfur, but also by the particular mixture of each particle of acid, with a like particle of sulfurous oil, and therefore the butter of arsenic is extremely corrosive, in which the acid is mixed with the oil. As in milk, the butter and acid are united, and the acid opens the sulfur, and gives it the form of butter. Bitumina. The bitumens of the earth arise from the sulfur of minerals when it is butyrose, or less coagulate by the acid. If then it be mixed with clay or bole or earth which is fat and soft like a mucilage, it produces a composition like turpentine in taste, smell and virtue, all turpentines having an oil and acid in them, besides a mucilage or gumminess. The mineral bitumens may be divided as turpentines be into Fetid bitumens, like resins, as succinum, which is a hardened petroleum. Asphaltus is as hard as pitch. Gagates is like succinum, both stink when burnt, and yield an oil and an acid spirit, like resins. Pit coal distilled in an earthen retort yielded a volatile smoky salt, which made a great effervescence with spirit of nitre, and tasted pungent, and also a black oil fetid like oil of hartshorn. Thought this a considerable experiment to prove that a volatile salt and oil may be made from minerals as well as vegetables, and confirm my opinion about the similitude of principles. Other fetid bitumens are more liquid, as naphtha and other bitumens swimming on water. Second, there are bitumens plainly like common turpentine, as petroleum, which distilled yields an oil like oil of turpentine, and a colophony remains, which is a resin. The petroleum swims on waters and gives them a healing virtue, like oil of turpentine. Petroleum is either white or red. Oleum terrae is more sweet and fragrant than petroleum. Third, some bitumens are more fragrant than the rest. Ambra grisei is a greasy, soft bitumen, of a fragrant, cordial smell found in the sea, and it is not improbable that the salt of the sea may render this bitumen fragrant, as the salts of the blood give turpentine a violet smell. From the similitude of taste, smell, and principles betwixt bitumens and turpentines, I could not but infer the production of the vegetable turpentine was from the supply of the mineral bitumen, which is dissolved, and swims on many waters, and in the springtime may easily be rarefied, and the fumes of it lodged in the surface of the earth to give an oil fit for vegetables. The acid of vegetables is from minerals, and therefore the oil comes thence also, for the oil and acid in both kingdoms are usually associated, and go together, and produce the chief effects in both, constituting salts and resins in vegetables, and sulfurs in minerals. A and C. The oils and resins of vegetables are inflammable, as sulfur. The antherae ex pino, junipero and musco terrestri clavato are observed to be very inflammable, but especially those of club moss, which yield an oil by extraction, with tincture of salt of tartar, and afterward by distillation, as it is mentioned in Mr. Ray's History of Plants. And the learned Delia says that the lixivium of woad being precipitated by an acid yields the same sulphurous smell as appears in the preparation of sulfur auratum antimoniae, and a yellow sulfur is precipitated, which has the smell, color, and inflammability of sulfur, such as the artificial sulfur I will mention hereafter, made by oil of turpentine and oil of vitriol. See Flores Sulph. Chapter 5 of Salts. Salts are either simple from one principle or compounded of many. The acid of sulfur is the universal acid spread through minerals, vegetables, and animals in each kingdom, varying only by the several mixtures, compositions, and decompositions, which are mentioned hereafter, and there is no other simple salt but the acid of sulfur. Compounded salts are either, first, artificial, as 1. Volatile and fixed salts, which are made by distillation or calcination, but the composition, necessary to produce a volatile salt, is made naturally in vegetables, and the same is made artificially out of vegetables, by putrefying any vegetable, and then distilling it. Fixed and volatile salts may be termed simple salts, because they may be compounded again by an acid as 2. In vitriolate salts, ammoniac salts, and nitrose salts. Secondly, compounded natural salts are either compounded 1. Of an acid and mineral as vitriolate salts, 2. Of an acid and earth, as alum, nitre, sal gem, and sea salt. 3. Of two salts as the ammoniac salt in animals, evident in blood and urine. 4. Of an oil and volatile salt as in aromatic vegetables and other acrids. Or 5. Of an oil and acid as in tartar, and the sulphurous acids of minerals. Of all these compositions I will give divers instances, but first I will collect out of Dr. Grew's Anatomy of Plants what he observed about the proportion of fixed salts in the different tastes of plants, and give some reflections on them. 1 pound of marjoram affords a scruple of lixivial salt, which is an aromatic plant. Of oak bark, which is astringent, 1 pound yields half a drachm. Of licorice, which is sweet, 1 pound yields half a drachm. Of anisphides, which is sweet, acrid, and aromatic, 1 pound yields 2 scruples. Of sorrel, which is sour, 1 pound yields a drachm. Of garden scurvy grass, 1 pound yields 2 drachms and half a scruple. Of sea scurvy grass, 1 pound yields 9 drachms, which proportion is greater than in any other plant, and more than in the garden scurvy grass. Mint, which is bitterish, subacrid, aromatic, and astringent, 1 pound yields 5 drachms and a scruple. Of agrimony, 1 pound yields 5 scruples and 6 grains of salt. The taste of it is bitterish, astringent, and subacrid, with an aromatic smell. Of mugwort, which is bitter, subacrid, and of a mixed smell, 1 pound yields 2 drachms and 2 scruples. Of rosemary, 1 pound yielded 5 scruples. Of mallows, which is a watery mucilage, 1 pound yields 5 drachms and 2 scruples. Of resins and turpentine gums, very little salt is collected, as out of mastiche, olibanum, and assa foetida. Gum arabic yields a little salt, Euphorbium yields 2 scruples of salt. Myrrh, the same quantity, which is strange, the one being very acrid and the other bitter. Opium yields near a scruple of salt, and is bitterish, fetid and very acrid. Aloes, which is sweet, bitter, gummy and subacrid, yields 1 scruple of salt. Scammony yields half a scruple of salt, in 2 scruples of caput mortuum. Gutta gamba, in 1 scruple of caput mortuum, has 5 grains of salt. Rhubarb yields very little salt. Jalap, 1 pound yields 1 drachm, and 15 grains of salt. Jalap is clammy or gummy in taste. Senna, 1 pound yields 4 scruples and a half of salt. The taste is bitterish, slimy and subacrid. Colocynthus, 1 pound, which is extremely bitter and acrid, yields 1 ounce, which is more than any plant except sea scurvy grass. Of ash bark, 1 pound yields 32 grains, this bark is bitterish and rough. And bark of blackthorn yields 1 scruple and 5 grains. I have transcribed the instances mentioned, to confirm my hypothesis about the nature of salt, that it is a composition of oil, acid and earth, in different proportions in volatile and fixed salts, in the latter of which, the fire makes the composition. And these plants which have a due proportion of oil, acid and earth, yield the most fixed salt, therefore sea scurvy grass yields the most volatile and fixed salts, and all other of the crest taste, and also amongst gums euphorbium and opium. Bitters have less oil, and more fixed by the acid and earth, therefore mint, agrimony, mugwort and rosemary have less salt than the acrids above mentioned. But where there is an acrid joined with a strong bitter, as in coloquintida, those have more fixed salts than pure bitters. Mucilaginous plants as mallows yield a proportion not inferior to bitters, because of a great quantity of oil, acid and earth, and these principles in mucilages are not suddenly driven into smoke, but are united in the fire into salt. Sweet, astringent and acid tastes yield least salt, for want of a due proportion of oil for its composition, and watery gums have little salt, for the same reason. Marjoram and aniseeds have too little acid for producing a fixed salt, resins want earths for the composition of salt, and the oil and acid burns away too soon. The various figures of salts, marine and essential, are described by Dr. Grew and Fracassatus in his epistle to Malpius, of which variety of figures we cannot give any probable reasons. But from the various proportions of oils, acids and earths in plants, and the remixtures of them in the fire for the compounding of a fixed salt, the change of a lixivial salt by the air is an undeniable argument of the composition, for it will turn from a salt lixivial to nitrose and marine salt, and at the same time precipitate an earth. The separation of the oil from the acid and earth gives this nitrose salt a bitterness, but, after the evaporation of that oil, the acid and pure earth remain, and make a marine salt, which I think may be the clearest solution of this great experiment. I find this experiment in Dr. Willis, that volatile salts, though very white, turn into a red liquor by being exposed to the air, and then taste not very salt but smell smoky from the oil which is loosened from the mixture with the acid and earth. Since therefore the fixed and volatile salts may be resolved by the air into oils, acid and earth, I do conclude that they are bodies mixed in the fire by distillation and calcination only, which makes fixed salts. But I cannot omit the modes of tastes in salts, for from the acids, which are pungent, the volatile salts have their pungency, and from the volatility of distilled oils, the volatile salts have a volatility and smoky smell. The fixed salts have their pungency from the acid, and a lixivious smell from the oil, and from the earth. Both salts have a dry taste, very considerable in salts. We find many alkalis mixed with an acid, as crab's eyes in vinegar, which taste salt, so that, from many experiments and likewise from the taste, I affirm that salts are compounded bodies. Chapter 6 of the Taste of Salts. Alumen. Alum is of a rough acid taste, alumen, by which it coagulates milk, serose humors and choler, and therefore it becomes a good febrifuge, and stops all hemorrhages from the kidneys and womb, by giving an restriction to the fibers of the membranes, as well as by the coagulation of humors, and checking the fermentation. Outwardly it cools, repels, and cicatrizes. In suppositories the acid stimulates, and given inwardly in a great quantity, it purges and vomits. Out of a black calcined slate is made a ley, of which is made alum. The alum is precipitated by a lixivium and urine, so that alum has a composition of salts besides the acid and earthy parts. The alum stone in the air produces a copperas. Alum has not so much acid as vitriol, and therefore is more rough. Nitrum. Nitra is cool, bitterish, pungent and saltish in taste. It is inflammable, and seems to be a mixed salt, having a great acid by which it cools, and has the effects of an acid. But it will not curdle milk or choler, neither the blood nor serum, but the spirit of it will coagulate all these liquors. The bitterness argues some oily sulfur in it, and the saltness, the mixture of some either volatile or lixivious salt with it, and therefore it is diuretic. Spirit of nitra joined to an alkali becomes a new niter. Inflammable spirit of nitre fixes volatile salts most and is the strongest acid in dissolving minerals and stones and therefore a great acid diuretic. Spirit nitri dulcis. Sweet spirit of nitre is made more sp. Nitri grateful to the stomach by the spirit of dulcis. Wine. Spirituous acids being more agreeable than sour tastes, or acid rough. The sweet spirit of nitre is used in colics, windiness, tympany and all hot inflammations. The acid of the nitre coagulating with the hot volatile oils and salts in animals. Spirit of nitre distilled from nitre and lime, turned the serum of the blood black, as in black vomits and stools. Sal prunella. Sal prunelli tastes cool, nitrous acid sal, saltish, and a little sharp or pungent lay, by which it cools thirst and heat and is diuretic. It will not ferment by the addition of any acid nor curdle milk or color. Borax. Borax tastes cool, like nitre and sal borax. Tish pungent, having a fixed salt added to it to purify it. If it be factitious, it is mixed of a volatile salt and nitre. It is most used as a diuretic, and for ulcers of the mouth, it seems not to be very apparative, nor proper for forcing labor, otherwise than as a diuretic. Sal ammoniacum. Sal ammoniac is salt, pungent, subacid, and a good diuretic, being composed of a volatile and acid salt. By grinding it with an alkali, it flies quick into the nose. Sal ammoniac is also used as an antifebrific. An artificial sal ammoniac may be produced by mixing volatile salt with spirit of salt, and is a good medicine. Sal volatile cornu cervi. Volatile salt of hartshorn tastes cool, saltish, pungent, with an urinous, quick, smoky smell. It corrects acids, and gives a quick motion to stagnating spirits in blood. It is a good diaphoretic and diuretic, and preserves the mixture of the blood. Sal fixum. Fixed salt tastes salt, pungent, and smells weakly urinous. It corrects acids and is digestive and diuretic. Observe that fixed salts agree in smell and taste with volatile, and therefore are of a like nature and production. Salt of ash, I tasted it in the shops cool and saltish, but I believe it was altered by the long keeping of it in the air, the fresh being very corrosive. Salt of wormwood unpurified, tastes cool, saltish, pungent, and bitterish. Salts unpurified taste of the oil of the vegetables, and therefore are better than clear salt. Salt of scurvy grass tastes only very saltish. All fixed salts are of a salt taste, but those plants in which is most acrid, give the strongest saltness. But this may be altered by the dryness of the plant, and the degrees of fire, or quantity of oil joined with acid and earth. By the acid in the air, fixed salts turn nitroff and get a cool taste. Salmarium. Sea salt tastes salt, subacid and pungent. It hinders putrefaction by the acid, and is diuretic, helps digestion but is not altered by it. Spirit of salt put to an alkali produces a sea salt. Dr. Grew says that the marine salts of plants taste like sea salt and have a cubic figure. The nitroff salts of plants, he says, taste bitter and have figures a little corresponding to their nitroff taste. Sal succini. Salt of amber tastes saltish and pungent, and smells of amber. Spirit of vitriol will not ferment with it, but spirit of sal ammoniac will. All gums, resins, and bitumens yield a great deal of acid, and some volatile salt mixed with it, by which this salt is diuretic, and by the smell, like amber, it is also cephalic. A volatile salt may be distilled out of the salt of amber by an addition of a fixed salt. Vitriolum. Vitriol tastes sweet and styptic. White vitriol gives a pale blue with galls and water. It is used in distempers of the eyes and inwardly for a vomit. Vitriol gives a purple color, with galls and water. Green vitriol gives a deep purple, with galls and water. The stypticity of vitriols makes it good for the itch, and for proud flesh and ulcers. Some vitriols have an acritude in the taste, besides the sweet astringency, says Dr. Grew. This acrimony is from the sulfurous acid, lapis hibernicus. Irish slate, this put into fair water with galls, gives a purple color. The taste of it is vitriolic, rough and acid. It is therefore most proper to stop bleeding and overflowings, but not to cleanse childbed women, as the midwives use it, and thereby occasion a stoppage, and fever. Tartarus. Tartar tastes sour and gritty. It is precipitated from the wine, by the earthy parts adhering to the acid by which it is cooling and diuretic. All acids in vegetables are of this nature, and are called the essential salts, some of which are thought to be nitrose because of a bitterness, which is produced by the oil of the plant adhering to the acid. Tartar and essential salts distilled yield a volatile salt which is a little acid, and such a mixed spirit is the spirit of all woods. A fetid oil arises with this mixed spirit of tartar, and the caput mortuum has a fixed salt. The acid of the tartar being wholly destroyed, part fluxing with the earth produces a fixed salt. Part of it ascending with the oil carries some earthy parts with it by its acidity and produces a volatile salt and subacid spirit of tartar. The rest of the acidity adheres to the fetid oil, which yields a further volatile salt, by addition of salt of tartar, which affords new earth to the oily acid, for production of a volatile urinous salt. The same is produced by an addition of burnt alum or lime sal essentia acetosete. The salt of the joists of wood sorrel tastes sour, like tartar, and has a grit or white vitreous earth with which the fixed parts of the acid being melted in the fire produces a fixed salt. The acid of vegetables contains an oil in it but very fixed. This acid in the ripening of fruits, and in fermentation of acid joices, fixes upon some earthy parts, and then the oil appears, which by virtue of a little acid mixed with the most volatile oil, fixes on some grit or vitreous earth, and produces a volatile oleose salt, which being much diluted by water, a spirituous liquor is produced. Wood sorrel yields most essential salt, by which it's inferred that all of them are pure tartar, tartarus vitriolatus. Vitriolated tartar tastes gritty and saltish, and is diuretic both by the acid and fixed salt. It will not coagulate any liquor, it is an aperitif without any heat. Oleum tartari nitrati per deliquium, aka oil of nitrated tartar by deliquescence. Oil of nitrated tartar, made by deliquium, curdles color and milk, and is diuretic, as a mixed salt, and tastes salt and subacid like nitre. Spiritus vitrioli. Spirit of vitriol tastes sour and rough, by which it cools, and is a good astringent. The oil of vitriol is strongest, but has an offensive burning heat upon the tongue, from the fire. Spirit is best in fevers and hemorrhages. Spiritus nitri. Spirit of nitrate tastes sour, very pungent and rough. The sour and rough are less in this than other acid spirits. It fixes mineral sulfurs, and therefore condenses all animal flatuosities. The great pungency makes it diuretic, and fitter to dissolve, as a menstruum. Spiritus salus. Spirit of salt tastes sour, saltish, and pungent from the sea salt, and differs only from it by being more acid and cooling. It is an opening diuretic and stomachic virtue, and good against the putrefaction of the gums. Spirit of salt from the pungency is aperitif, and it has a roughness to strengthen, as well as sourness to cool. Spiritus sulphurus per campanam. Spirit of sulphur tastes sour, and a little sharp, for so I think it most proper to call the pungency of acids, for the better distinguishing of it from the biting of acrids. The acid of sulfur is more agreeable to the stomach than any other mineral acids. There is also a roughness in spirit of sulfur, but less than in vitriol. Acetum. Vinegar tastes sour, sharp, and winey, and is of a sharp winey smell, by which it appears to be a mixed body of the volatile spirit of wine, and the tartareous acids of the same. When acid liquors are decayed, they taste flat, without pungency, but yet sour. Therefore the pungency is from the oil, and not the figure only. Saccharum saturni. Saccharum saturni tastes sweet and styptic, by which it cools, repels, and cicatrizes ulcers. This sweetness is from the winey spirit in vinegar. For chalk with vinegar gives the same taste, and a vinous spirit may be distilled from the sugar of lead. The acid of the vinegar, fixing on an alkali, lets the oily parts of the wine loose, on which the sweetness depends, and not on the lead. So the bitterness in the pilule lunue depends on the sulfur in the nitre, which appears most when the nitrous acids are fixed in the silver. So that, in the spirit of vitriol, mixed with the oil of tartar, some authors have observed a bitter. The oily acid in Saccharum saturni has a smoothness of parts produced by the fixing of the acids in the lead, and the bitterness in the crystals of silver come from a rough texture of the compounded parts, resembling the texture of bitters. The acid in the composition of Saccharum saturni makes it cooling. Chapter 7. Of minerals, and mineral earths and stones. Flowers of sulfur taste dry, subacid, and smell strongly fetid. There is a great acid in sulfur, and an oily part. By the acid it cures the itch, corrodes minerals, and fixes volatile salts. By the oily part it is a balsamic pectoral, and cures the acid stagnating lympha. Oil of turpentine and oil of vitriol mixed and distilled yield a sulfur vivum, and being the bitumens and petroleum are so like turpentine in taste and smell, I thence argue that there is a great agreeableness in sulfur and turpentine, which last seems to be only the oily part of sulfur, deprived of much of its acidity, and therefore less coagulate by it. Which opinion I shall farther confirm by observing that turpentine is composed of the same principles as sulfur, of an oily part, and an acid, and besides has a great deal of water to make it fluid. Sulfur easily mixes with the oil of turpentine. Both are inflammable, have the same physical virtues, and are the causes of all smells, the one in minerals and the other in vegetables. Et Mullerus says, anthrax distilled yields an oil like petroleum, therefore out of sulfur, turpentine bitumens are product, and I have instinct above, that out of turpentine, sulfur may be product, which are convincing experiments, that turpentine and sulfur have the same oil and acid, only in different states and mixtures. From hence it is evident that chymists speak not much amiss, when they call the oil of vegetables their sulfur, but I do not think it proper to explain the nature of vegetables by mineral principles, though Galen calls all bitter plants nitroph, because they resemble the bitterness of nitre, and not for having any nitre in them. For the same reason I might call acerb tastes aluminous, because they resemble that taste, but none will allow that any alum is in the plants of that taste. I will give an instance of sulfur's fertility in producing all the salts in the earth, as well as the acids in vegetables, which I have above intimated, the sulfur acid being one part of the composition of mineral salts. Vitriol is known to be the product of the fumes of sulfur, which corrode iron into an imperfect vitriol. But the perfect vitriol is only made in the air, out of a pyrites. Spirit of sulfur put upon iron produces a vitriol, and so does the melting of brimstone with it, and likewise the mixing of flour of brimstone with filings of iron, and sprinkling them with water. This put into fair water with galls turns purple. Alum is product from the acid fumes of sulfur dissolving some stony matter, for spirit of sulfur will, with chalk, constitute an alum, and alum stones are full of sulfur, as Dr. Lister informs us, and where there is most vitriol and sulfur bred, alum abounds most. Sea salt is compounded of an alkalizate body, or vitreous earth, and a sulfurous acid, hence flowers of sulfur are sometimes gathered in the neck of the retort, in distillation of spirit of salt, as Etmullerus intimates. Spirit of salt being reaffixed upon an alkali, becomes perfect sea salt again, and shoots into cubes after the distillation of sal ammoniac with salt of tartar. All sulfurous waters have a sea salt in them, which is an argument of the acidity of sea salts being the same as sulfur acid, which coagulates with a stony matter into a fixed salt. Sea salt will be fused in a strong fire, by reason of the alkali. Nitre consists of a very sulfurous acid, which in places impregnated with the urines or dungs of animals, has a volatile salt for its alkali. In old walls and stony places, nitre has some of the stone or lime for the alkali. In the springs of the earth, the sulfurous acid fixes on sea salt, whence, after the burning of nitre, a sea salt remains. Cinnabar corrects acids by the sulfur and quicksilver, of which it is made. It smells sulfurous and tastes gritty. The acid of the sulfur fixes the mercury, which happens also in the making of all amalgamas, in which the quicksilver is fixed by the sulfur of the metal. Cinnabar is given inwardly for all distempers depending on acids, and outwardly dries ulcers and cicatrizes. Antimonium. Antimony is compounded of much sulfurous acid and vitreous earth. Antimonial medicines have either sulfur flowers in them, of which the tincture plainly smells, or else an acid in them, most manifest in the clisses. From a mixture of both the flowers and acid of antimony, the vomitory faculty arises, for sulfur in minerals answers the resin in vegetables, having both an oily pungency, and both may be produced from the oil of turpentine and oil of vitriol. Verdigris is very corrosive, good for erugo. Lapis lazuli, armenus. They partake of the nature of copper and very little of silver, by which they are purging, the sulfur acid in copper being offensive to an animal body, and most of the preparations of silver, which are purging, have their virtue from copper mixed with it. Lapis lazuli, besides the copper, contains some gold. Etmuller says, they have their earthy part from marble, and are found in copper mines and gold mines. Tutia and pomfolix. Tutia and pomfolix are the products of copper and very drying in ulcers. They are the soot of copper. Lapis medicamentosus. Lapis medicamentosus is of a salt astringent taste by which it cleanses and heals ulcers. Pumex. The pumice stone, burnt and quenched in vinegar, is a good dentifrice. The virtue of stones that have neither taste nor smell are only absorbent of acids and drying in ulcers. But pumice yields a green tincture with spirit of vinegar, and therefore contains copper. Calx. Lime water tastes saltish and is of a calx, mixed nature, partly alkaline because it gives a volatility to sal ammoniac, which is a salso acid, and it precipitates minerals dissolved by acids, but it has also an acidity, and coagulates oils into butter, so oil of roses grows thick and butyrose, if mixed with lime water. Spirit of salt, distilled from lime, yields a volatile urinous salt, like spirit of urine, which shews the little difference betwixt volatile and fixed salts, and that an acid is an ingredient of both sorts. An excellent and useful salt may be drawn from the caput mortuum, Etmuller. Quenched lime is very cooling and drying in ulcers, though the unquenched be caustic, which proceeds from the mixed salt of lime. The oily part of the sulfur is lost by the fire. The acid mixes with the earthy parts into a mixed salt. Silex. Flint has no lixivial salt in it. When burnt and quenched in white wine, it is used as a diuretic. Flint has a sulfurous smell, and communicates somewhat of a sulfurous acid to the liquor it is quenched in. Creta. Chalk has a gritty taste, and a strong earthy smell. It corrects acids. Outwardly it corrects acids in ulcers, and has something of the nature of lead. Crystallus and Lapidis pretiosa. Crystals and precious stones, I cannot find anything in them but a grittiness for curing acids. The mineral tincture is too little to have any effect, and effluviums are not to be expected from such solids of any force. Corallium. Coral has a gritty taste, and a musky smell. When ground to powder, by the former it absorbs acids, and by the latter is cordial. which cordial fragrancy I believe depends upon the milky, acrid astringent liquor observed in corals. Corals calcined effervesce upon the effusion of water, like lime. They yield an acid phlegm in distillation, and are of a middle nature betwixt minerals and vegetables. Ettmuller says the tincture and salt of coral are compounded of coral, and a menstruum which is acid. Perlay. Pearls taste gritty, and have the same musky fragrancy when ground, and the same cordial virtue as coral. They have their origin from a milky liquor, somewhat saline, which is bred in the animal and becomes a mineral. Testaostrium. Oyster shells yield but a little volatile salt in distillation but much water. There were some volatile salts which turned the syrup of violets green. Therefore oyster shells have little of animal substance in them, and are not of the nature of bones, for shells have a lixivial salt in them, like lime. I doubt whether the volatile salt obtained from them was not from some part of the oyster sticking to the shell. Burnt oyster shells absorb acids, are drying in ulcers, and are good dentifrices, if burnt with common salt, and cure putrid gums. The curious observers of the crystallization of common salt tell us of a white sand which settles to the bottom, distinct from common salt. It may not improbably be supposed that the shells have their original from such like sandy coagulations in the oyster that lives on salt water, the water in the shells being perfect sea brine, as was manifest to my taste, when I had evaporated the liquor, and therefore it is not antiscorbutic, as is supposed. Such an insipid earth, Dr. Grew observed to fall out of the lixivium of ash balls, and the like earth is precipitated upon the vitriolating of the salt of tartar. From such a principle I suppose petrifaction does proceed. Lapis spongii, sponge stone distilled, yields a volatile oil and salt like animals, for which reason the calcined is used for scrofulas to absorb acids. Oculi cancrorum. Crab's eyes are of a gritty taste and a strong chalky smell. If dissolved in vinegar, they taste bitterish salt, and therefore are diuretic, having a latent volatile salt. Chile cancrorum. Crab's claws have a strong fetid smell and act as a grit in absorbing acids, and by their fodor they are a little diaphoric. A solution of seashells or other stones in spirit of salt produces a saltish taste, and so becomes a diuretic. All marine things calcined are like calx viva. All alkalizate medicines change their taste and nature in the stomach. The fixed and volatile salts by the animal acid turn sal ammoniac or common salt. Testaceous medicines become also saltish. All earths change to a luminous and astringent tastes, and minerals, especially iron and copper, become vitriolic in the stomach of an animal. Marmor. Marble is of the nature of lime, and yields the same salt. Alabastrum. Alabaster, the lixivium of it differs alabat not from aqua calcis, the powder of strum. Alabaster is taken against the dysentery, and a cooling ointment is made out of it for the head. Lapis humatitis. Bloodstone is of the nature of iron, and lapis hay may be used instead of crocus martis for matitis, hemorrhages, and is a good ophthalmic cicatrizer. The flowers of it, sublimed with sal ammoniac, are of an orange color and saffron smell, and therefore make an excellent medicine. Lapis calaminaris. Calamine stone is of a martial nature, easily absorbing acids, and cicatrizing very well. It becomes astringent by the mixture with acid. Ochre. Ochre has the nature of iron, and is a styptic earth in taste, because of some copper that ochre has mixed with it. The use of it is most externally, as an astringent. Bolus armena, terra sigillata, lemnia. Bole armenic, sealed in lemnian earth, they stick to the tongue at first, which shows their astringency, whereby they are fit for all fluxes. They taste also fat and mucilaginous, by which they allay sharp acrid salts, and the earthy parts absorb the acid. They have also a strong earthy sulphurous smell, whereby they may be also diaphoritic in ulcers. They cicatrize, and in fevers resist putrefaction. By their astringency and by their mucilage, they can glutinate wounds. Bole armenic has something of the nature of iron and its sulfur, and yields an acid in distillation. Kateku. Earth of Japan is bitterish and astringent, whereby it stops catarrhs in lozenges. It is a little sweet and perfumed, and fat like bole and gritty. These tastes it seems a composition of juice of licorice, bole, and some perfume, and not a natural earth. Ettmuller says, it is compounded of sang, draconis, gum arabic, and glycyrrhiza. Margamaril tastes rough, and feels oily, and has very small sandy parts. It will not burn in the fire nor melt. It improves ground by furnishing a slime for plants. It is used outwardly for the acid in ulcers, and corrects the same, given inwardly to half a drachm, in sharpness and incontinency of urine, depending on the acidity of it. It has the nature of iron by rubrica, which it is apparative, but most like other earths, astringent, good in fluxes, like crocus martis astringens, in ulcers cicatrizing, and it cures the acid in humors. Or the touch ft1 of medicines, amp.c the fourth part, of the taftas and virtues, of animal medicines, phi alpha homu alpha kappa omicron, bet alpha sigma alpha nu omicron sigma, or The touchstone of medicines A and C, Part 4, of the tastes and virtues of animal medicines, Chapter 1, of the origin of animal humors and their natural tastes. It is very probable that animal humors and tastes have the same principles, mixtures, and taste depending on them as the juices of vegetables have, because animals are fed out of vegetables and thence prepare their humors. Plants prepare their juices by fermentation, reducing them from the state of mineral mixture to a more rarefied condition. So animals, by their digestions in their stomach, rarefy and ferment vegetables into a looser texture, and in higher degree, to fit the vegetables for the proper nature of animals. Therefore the same principles are observable in minerals, vegetables, and animals, and differ only by different digestions and mixtures, and I shall also prove that from animals the same principles turn into minerals again, because vegetables are but a middle state betwixt minerals and animals, and are designed for the food and medicines of animals. I think it very necessary to discourse of animals next, and to give an analogy betwixt the principles of both kingdoms, and from thence the operation of medicines will be more evident, especially of the friendly specifics which so much resemble the animal humors in taste, principles, and mixture. When a vegetable is taken for food, and chewed by the animal, it is thoroughly mixed with the saliva of that animal, which, when the pulpy nourishment is heated by the stomach, begins by its natural acid to work on the oily part of the vegetable, as also the acid relics of the former digestion do, and by their contrariety, a fermentation is produced, which loosens the whole texture of the plant. Whence the plant is dissolved by the liquor which is drunk, as also by the lympha of the stomachic glands, into an alimentary tincture. From this efficacy of the saliva it appears how much spirituous acid medicines conduce to the promoting the fermentation necessary for the dissolution of aliments in the stomach, and we find by experience that testaceous medicines, by destroying the natural acid, abate the appetite and hinder digestion. Have affirmed that the effervescence betwixt oily and acid is the cause of fermentation in vegetables, and the same is the cause of digestion in animals, which therefore is not any ways different from fermentation, in which the acid acts on the oily chiefly, and not on the whole mass, as a menstruum. Acids are most manifest in the stomachs of animals, and in their chyle, which is milk, and also in their urine, sweat, and salts, of which I will give instances hereafter. Acid smells are manifest upon the artificial fermentation of vegetables. This alimentary tincture smells subacid, but that is corrected by coagulating with a choler in the duodenum, whence the mass of nourishment there seems to be huff and coagulated, and therefore yields the thinner part like milk, which is strained into the lacteals. Bitters and bitter acrids are stomachics, and help digestion, because they have an oily acid in them, which, by digestion, is easily separated in the stomach. And for the same reason, vinous medicines are stomachics, helping fermentation. Chyle in the lacteals has only the state of milk, and therefore meats are not immediately dissolved into perfect oils, and volatile salts, as is commonly thought, no more than when wines are fermented. No inflammable spirit is produced, till a full fermentation has proceeded. In this milky chyle the oleose parts are kept fluid in the serum, by mixture with the acid naturally mixed with all oils and fats, and the caseous or viscid parts, which also naturally attend oils, are intermixed with the former, and make the oils dissolution more easy in watery liquors. Chyle in the lacteals has only the state of milk, and therefore meats are not immediately dissolved into perfect oils, and volatile salts, as is commonly thought, no more than when wines are fermented. No inflammable spirit is produced, till a full fermentation has proceeded. In this milky chyle the oleose parts are kept fluid in the serum, by mixture with the acid naturally mixed with all oils and fats, and the caseous or viscid parts, which also naturally attend oils, are intermixed with the former, and make the oils dissolution more easy in watery liquors. The nature of chyle being not different from milk, that is rationally used to supply the defect of it. This milky liquor runs into the receptacle of chyle, and there, from the lymphatics and also the glands of the mesentery, meets a saltish serum which gives the milk a saltish taste and preserves it from coagulation. Whence we observe the use of salts in attenuating chyle and helping its distribution. This salt serum, added to the chyle, corrects the acid of the chyle, dilutes its thickness, and disposes it to turn into the serum of the blood. But this abounding acidity in the chyle is fully absorbed by the salts of the blood, and the oily parts of the blood imbibe the same, and therefore the milk immediately turns of a clear limpid color like the serum of the blood. I have frequently turned the serum of the blood into a milky liquor by spirit of nitre, which must be stirred after the mixture, and I have reduced the same into serum again by spirit of sal ammoniac. From whence I conclude that milky liquors have an oily acid in them, and milk is turned into serum by the separation of its acid, as the forementioned experiments sufficiently prove, and for this reason we use volatile salts to help sanguification, and oily vegetables which absorb the acidity of chyle. This milky chyle does not suddenly change its nature into blood, but but circulates with it and is observed swimming on blood if let out after a full meal. Whilst it continues in this state of milk, it produces the lympha of the glandules which are conglomerate and are designed for the use of the child. This lympha being like barm, which is separated from a fermenting liquor, and is therefore fit to raise a new fermentation in other liquors, experiments sufficiently prove. And for this reason we use volatile salts to help sanguification, and oily vegetables which absorb the acidity of chyle. This milky chyle does not suddenly change its nature into blood, but circulates with it, and is observed swimming on blood if let out after a full meal. Whilst it continues in this state of milk, it produces the lympha of the glandules which are conglomerate, and are designed for the use of the child. This lympha being like barm, which is separated from a fermenting liquor, and is therefore fit to raise a new fermentation in other liquors, the new chyle circulating with the blood, has only its thin part separated by the salival glands, and also the pancreas, and this has a milky subacid taste. The thicker viscid part is separated by the glands of the stomach and guts, which I have gathered in the guts by their ligature. And this in the guts serves for a sliminess natural to the guts, and is of the nature of mucilages, and its defect may be supplied by them, but the defect of the conglomerate glands by milk, which supplies them with a milky subacid lympha, which is the proper ferment for digestion. The greatest portion of the oily part of chyle turns into fat, which tastes not unlike butter. This being full of an acid is easily separated from milk by a long agitation, which also happens in the chyle of animals, whose butyrose parts are separated from it by a long circulation with the blood, and then separated into proper vessels. Some part of the oil and acid of the chyle being much cleared from the caseous parts is digested by long and frequent circulations into the red part of the blood, which looks florid on the top of the blood. From this mixture of oil and acid the redness is produced, so by the mixture of oil of turpentine and oil of vitriol, a reddish color is produced and a clear red, by mixture of the same acid with oil of aniseeds. Therefore this red part of the blood may be compared to the resins in vegetables, and the sulfur in minerals which give the same red color, which is evident in tinctures from resins and in tinctures of sulfurs. Resinous plants and sulfurs supply the defect of it and rarefy the blood, and increase its red color. The blood appears most florid in scurvies and hectics, where the oil and acid are most exalted and fermented. Wormwood and bitter acrids have the same effect on the blood, and heat it, and many times rarefy it too much, by their analogous mixture of oil and acid. From this effervescence of oil and acid the heat of the blood arises, to the increasing of which, the circulation of the blood much conduces. For in the mixture of oil of turpentine and vitriol, the heat increased as I stirred it with a stick, and this heat is more lasting than any effervescence made by contrary salts. This opinion may be confirmed by the mixture of fresh oil of turpentine, and spirit of aquafortis, which will produce a flame. We may not improbably conjecture, that the ferment is of the same nature in epidemical fevers which depends on the air. And all infections may be produced by the like combinations of oil and acid which are very volatile, and subtly insinuate themselves into the blood by the lungs or saliva. This oily acid or red part of the blood produces animal spirits, which may be fitly compared to the effluviums of aromatic plants, which are small, oily, acrid particles of the resins or turpentines of plants, lighter than the air, and therefore continually spent by effluviums. This opinion may be confirmed by the virtue of aromatics which refresh the spirits, and of narcotic fetids which offend them, but by both it is plain, smells work most on the spirits. This oily acid, whilst it is less digested, has a viscidity attending it, and then produces a sweet taste in the serum, and by a higher digestion, a bitterness. Both which tastes of sweet and bitter are evident in choler, with a mixture of a glutinous serum which makes choler ropy. This being separated by the liver acts like fixed salts, in correcting the acidity of chyle. The same is the use of bitter hepatics, and some of them taste bitter, sweet, and slimy. The caseous or thick viscose parts of the chyle, by a long circulation through the pores of the flesh, are drawn into fibers, which are the immediate nourishment of the fibrous parts in animals, but the glandulous viscera of the body taste slimy and not fibrous, and therefore are nourished by the caseous parts, before they be digested into fibers, and whilst it remains in the state of viscidity. The fibrous sediment in the urine is from hence and therefore is a sign of a good digestion in the blood. The oily acid of the blood, when it has arrived to a perfect digestion, and is in a disposition to breed spirits, supplies matter for the semen in the testes, and from hence arises the fodor of it, when it is further digested, than was necessary for spirits. So in vegetables the seeds are oily and slimy, and the smells of fetid and aromatic differ only in degree, and both arise from resinous mixtures. The oily acid of the blood, being farther rarefied and digested, fixes on some light earthy parts in the blood, and unites into a volatile salt. So plants putrefied yield a volatile salt from the same kind of mixture. This production of salt is the ultimate resolution of chyle and blood. This fixing on the acid of new chyle becomes an ammoniac salt, which is natural to the blood, and preserves it from putrefaction and supplies the salt, observable in sweat and urine, and therefore all mixed salts are diuretic and sudorific in choler, which is more than the bitter part, very considerably. The glandules of the pancreas were too many to have their situation in the guts, for by that thickness of the glandulous coats their motion would have been hindered. Therefore the pancreas was placed near to the guts, to supply that quantity of lympha, which was necessary for the chyle. And such is the use of the spleen, which supplies the liver with a sufficient quantity of ropy slime, which invesgates the bitterness of choler, and disposes it for percolation through the liver. Aloeus may be mixed with watery liquors, by means of the sliminess in the yolk of an egg, and by means of its gumminess. Turpentine is dissolved in water, and in vegetable seeds. The oil and slime are generally joined, the oil without it being indissolvable in water. There being so great a congruity betwixt the slime and oiliness of vegetables, it is very probable that the slimy juice of the spleen mixes readily with the oily acid of choler, and therefore it was necessary that the succus glandulosus of the spleen should be immediately remixed with the blood, for to associate with the oiliness of choler. If we consider the use of the rest of the branches of the celiac artery, the like juices are carried through the rest, to be separated in their proper glandules. That branch which goes to the omentum carries the oily fat of the animal, which oil has a sort of gumminess mixed with it. That branch which goes to the stomach carries a slimy lympha thither, and the other carry the same to the pancreas and guts and glandules of the mesentery. Therefore that branch which goes to the liver and spleen carries some analogous slimy liquor. That to the liver carries a sliminess sufficient to preserve the coats of the gallbladder and porous from the acrimony of choler. But these are not sufficient, without the supply of the slimy liquor of the spleen, to give so great a quantity of slime, as is evident in choler at least, 3 parts of it are slime. This sliminess is not only necessary for the separation of choler, but also for the preservation of it in the vesicofelia. For the slime tempers the acrimony of the bitter in choler, which would irritate the membranes of the bladder, and cause its expulsion, as it does in the guts, when it comes in great quantity thither. This sliminess causes choler to descend leisurely, and by parts into the guts, that it may be the better mixed with the chyle descending out of the stomach. In the guts this ropiness of choler collects the grosser parts of the chyle, as the white of an egg clarifies decoctions. And by this means the acid tincture of our food coagulates choler with the thicker parts of the alimentary mass into a consistence which grows more thick, as the thinner part goes into the lacteals. If we consider that this slime is easily thickened by acids, we may thence believe that an obstruction may happen in the glandules of the spleen, as well as in the other glandules in hypochondriac distempers, in which acids abound in the blood, and by coagulating this slime produce those obstructions observed in the spleen, by a pulsation on that side of the hypochondrium. If the separation of this slime be hindered in the spleen, it is carried into the other arteries neighboring to it and is strained by the glandules into the stomach, whence a great appetite is observed in dogs that have their spleens cut out, and also in splenetic persons. And by this sliminess the stomach is loaded with phlegm, and the guts with slime, and the pancreas and liver suffer with the spleen, and also all the glands of the mesentery. And from the slimy phlegm in the stomach, the natural ferment is perverted, and ructus continually raised, and the whole digestion is vitiated. From whence, and the obstructions, all the hypochondriacal symptoms are deducible. The medicines which cure spleen distemper are absorbers of the acids which produce them, and openers of obstructions, as bitter acrids, and aromatic acrids, and c. A volatile salt is not produced in animals by any of the viscera, neither is an acid, for the acid comes from our chyle, and the volatile is made by a long fermentation. Upon a due mixture of both, and healthy state of our blood depends. When the volatile salt abounds, hot scurvies and hectics are produced, but from the abundance of acid, a cold scurvy, and the distempers of the spleen. All authors call the humor prepared by the spleen Tartarius, and Galen plainly says, melancholy is an acid humor. Others call the splenetic humor a ferment for the blood. We may more rationally argue from the structure of it, that a glandulous humor is separated, which serves for the separation of the choler, and such is necessarily glutinous and viscid, and this is manifest in the choler itself. But I cannot find that the spleen tastes acid, as authors affirm, but rather slimy, and has the savor of blood mixed with its slime. The acidity is rather supposed than manifest to any sense. The use of the spleen in the sense I have explained it suits with the opinion of Aristotle, who calls the spleen pl pharho nutheto macronu, and is not much disagreeing from that of Galen's, who says, the spleen cleanses the limos thick melancholy humor, and he affirms that it came from the liver to the spleen, but I have given it its natural course. To all which I must add, that the same distempers affect both liver and spleen alike, both are obstructed, and the same medicines are used for both, viz. Openers of obstructions. This slimy humor, separated by the spleen being the true melancholy humor, I must declare that melanagogues must be also phlegmagogues, because this humor is separated with the choler by the liver, and therefore bitter slimy must be the composition of the tastes of melanagogues. So senna is bitterish and slimy, and so is agaric, aloes, colocynthus, and the hellebores, besides which tastes there is a moderate degree of acrimony, for a suitable irritation in the purging of the melancholic humor, which is a composition of choler and phlegm, thickened too much by an acid, and therefore a purging medicine which is bitter, slimy, and acrid, is proper and peculiar for the purging of melancholy, and altering of it, and by the acrimony which is a volatile salt. Chapter 2. Of the analogy between animals and minerals. Animal humors return to the state of minerals immediately, without passing through the nature of vegetables. The tartar or acid of animals unites into a stone in the kidneys and bladder, and the salt of the blood shoots into sandiness, which lodges in the kidneys, though some salts shoot into chalky earths, in the lymphatics of gouty persons. Of this nature are the scales on the teeth of scorbutic persons. Bones, nails, and horns are not far from the nature of stones, for the ligaments of animals are often found petrified, and there is scarce any part of the body in which stones have not been found. The nitrum calcareum is the principle of petrifaction in minerals, tartar in vegetables, and the ammoniac salt in animals. This has a great congruity with the nature of nitre, which requires animal parts for its generation, and some crepitus smells like gunpowder and burns like it. A natural sal ammoniac is bred amongst minerals, like that in the blood and urine of animals. Hence the calculus humanus yields a volatile salt in distillation. The shells of oysters have limestone in them, and yield a salt by calcination. Like it, they are also more heavy than animal stones, and yield nothing of an animal substance, but an abundance of water and a little salt. Therefore these are undeniable instances of animal humors returning into the nature of minerals, so that Dr. Lister's assertion that calculus humanus is a metallum is not unreasonable, which he proves by the likeness to the color of the ochre of the pyrites and limestone, but especially by the following of the lodestone. The stony particles may be supplied from stony parts taken in with the water we drink, but it is necessary that a salt be coagulate with it to give it the nature of a nitrum calcareum, which may shoot into plates, and those compose the several coats in stones. The sulfur of animals is not unlike the sulfur of minerals, hence putrefied flesh has a fodor, equaling that of brimstone, especially that of urine and blood, which yield those curious noctilucas, which differ nothing from sulfur, by their smell and burning. Anidaros roctus resembles the fodor product by the sulfur of iron, in its dissolution by an acid, and steel, prepared with volatile salts, has the smell of marigolds, saffron, and consequently, the menses. An epileptical person complained to me of an aluminous taste in the spittle after every fit. I have been often sensible of a vitriolic sweet taste in my mouth, by the spitting of blood from the head and gums, which made me think I had tasted vitriolum martis, or some steel medicine, and by that taste I perceived the return of that scorbutic spitting of blood. I cannot understand whence this sweet taste proceeds, unless from an acid corroding the teeth. I have observed divers hysterical women, who have vomited an acid which would corrode metals and set their teeth on edge, like vitriol. I have mentioned a volatile salt distilled from coals, and a fetid oil, like that of hartshorn. The earth of animals will endure fire beyond minerals, and therefore cupels are made of burnt bones. And Beccaris mentions the vitrifying of animals, as well as minerals. I shall mention but one thing more, from which the congruity of principles is supposed, which is that many mineral stones have the figures of animals in them, and some resemble bones and the brain, and other parts of the body, which argues the similitude of nature. As the salts of plants resemble the figure of the plants from whence they are product, and the salts of vipers shoot into like figures, and the salts of harts horn into figures like horns. The spirits of animals I have compared to the smells of vegetables, and if they rise from the oil, acid, florid part of the blood which I have compared to resins. Because the red part does not dissolve in the serum, it must be acknowledged that the spirits of animals are inflammable, like sulfur, from whence arise the flashings before fits of convulsions, the sparkles appearing in the eyes, and the flashings observable in plethoric bodies, upon the pulling off their stockings and clothes. And sulfur are the cause of all the explosions, fires, and earthquakes amongst minerals, and such is the mixture of the spirits in animals, from whence strange and great motions are product. Chapter 3. The tastes and odors of particular animal medicines. Sal ammoniacum animalium, natural salt of animals. The natural salt in the blood and urine is a mix of volatile and acid like common sal ammoniac. The same mixed salt is in an imperfect state in the dung of animals, from which nitre is bred, by addition of a sulphurous aerial acid, and from this salt, blood, urine, and dungs have their virtue and saltness. If the sulfurous acid of the air did by inspiration of the air mix with the blood, the salt of the blood would be purely nitrose, which is not apparent to the taste. Urine smells strongly lixivious, and by the addition of calx viva, easily in distillation yields a volatile salt, the acid thereby being loosed from the volatile salt, as well as by fermentation, in which the acids of urine fix upon the earthy parts and give liberty to the volatile salt. The higher any animal humors are fermented, the stronger is the salt, as in salt of viper's flesh, blood, urine, choler, and of all fetid animals. The volatile salts of insects are most penetrant and their bodies smell strongly fetid. The oil of animals chemically prepared is very fetid and antihistoric. Urinous spirits and oils of animals are externally good discussers in scrofulous tumors and allay arthritic pains. Sal volatile animalium. Chemical volatile salts of animals. When spirit of hartshorn is distilled, it wants many rectifications to clear it from that acid, which is naturally mixed with animal humors. Our diet being of fruits, herbs, liquors, bread and milk, they all afford a great quantity of acid, from whence they receive their sulfur acid. All stomachs of animals being opened, smell something of acid. In an acid ructus it is more evident, and also in acid urine and rheums, and also in subacid spittle. Yet we can meet with no humor naturally and purely acid in animals. The most purely animal acid appears in buttermilk, which is therefore very cooling in fevers. The oily part of the chyle in animals mixes with the acid, and obscures it as in milk, and the volatile salts in the blood absorb the acid, as appears by the fixedness of the salt in urine and blood, being salso acid. All volatile salts as well as fixed retain some acid, from whence they have their salt taste. They are also easily united with oils, as is manifest in the oils of vegetables and animals, none of which are free from a salt, and some acidity adhering to the oil. In a production of a fixed salt by fire, the crude acid of a plant joins with some vitreous earth, and unites into a salt. So in the production of a volatile salt, the oily acid of the plant carries with it some earth, and unites into a volatile urinous salt. Sulfurs and oils being of themselves naturally volatile, piercing and subacid, want only an earthy part to give them a salt taste. Such a mixture is made in the production of a volatile salt from antimony, nitre, tartar, and flints, and in the soot of woods, which yields a great acid fume, by which it is offensive to the eyes, and a volatile salt is produced by that acid and vegetable oil, and some light earthy parts mixed with them. A volatile salt may be distilled from oil of turpentine, by addition of the salt of tartar. Volatile salts are either produced by a violent fire, by which a mixture of oily acid is made with earth, or else they are produced by putrefaction, so from blood and urine putrefied, a greater quantity of volatile salt and oil may be drawn than can be by a violent fire without putrefaction. A volatile urinous salt may be distilled from vegetables putrefied, as mint, wormwood, scurvy grass and these vegetable urinous salts are much of the same nature, and differ as animal salts do, by their fetid oil. Lac, milk. It is sweetish in taste, and is that chyle out of which the serum of the blood is immediately made. It consists of much water to dilute the blood, and to supply the defect of the lympha in hectical and scorbutic persons, and also of much oily butter, which lubricates all passages, and supplies fat for the animal, and also of caseous fibers which are the immediate nourishment of the solid parts. Ass's milk is the thinnest, goat's is the next, cow's has the most butter and caseous parts, women's is most agreeable to our nature, having had a like digestion, and passed a circulation with the blood, most like to our natures. Caseous. Cheese smells like sweat, tastes clam caseous, my and gummy if new, but the very old has an acrid, bitterish, biting taste, for which it has been used in medicine. For the tofa in the gout, by the clamminess it is conglutivative. Moldy cheese tastes like moss. Rotten cheese is friable, and full of insects, of a livid color, offensive smell, and quick pungent taste. Old cheese distilled with quick lime yields a volatile salt. Butyrum. Butter has the nature of oil or fat. Butyrum, mollifying and anodyne, good in the stone and for expectoration by the oiliness. Adeps animalis and pinguedo. Fat of animals is of the nature of adepsene, oil, mollifying and easily melted. Adeps malicin is more like wax or gums, more difficult. Pinguedo, lie melted. Medulla is like pinguedo in virtue. The fats or greases of the most fetid animals, viz., adeps ursi, taxi, cati, vulpes, homines, canis, vipere, as also that of the males and that which has been longest kept, is most mollifying and disgusting by the fater. Spermaceti. Spermaceti, it has an oily fat taste, and is used in bruises and pectoral diseases, outwardly and inwardly, as oil, lenifying and making slippery, but because it has a greater digestion by being a part of an animal, it disgustes more than common oil. And it may have some virtue from the preparation, with a lixivium. It does not seem to be the brain of any animal, it is best given with oil of sweet almonds and sugar. Caro animalium. Viper's flesh smells fetid, and I have upon the opening of the body of a snake, observed it to stink intolerably, which fator depends on a higher degree of fermentation in that animal. Viper's wine cures the leprosy, but causes thirst. The broth of animal flesh contains a mucilaginous juice which was not perfectly assimilated to the animal. It is very nourishing and easily digested, but by the latent oily volatile salt, it is too high in nourishment for persons in fevers. That flesh is most easily digested, which is least fibrous and tough, as is the flesh of young and fat creatures. We ordinarily eat mustard with beef, to help digestion, for by the vinegar and volatile salt of mustard seed, a mixed salt is produced which helps digestion and fermentation. The slimy parts of animals are very hardly digested and are crude, like mucilages in plants. But Dr. Lister gives a remarkable instance of glue, dissolved and putrefied, which thereby grew thin and lost its viscidity, so that slimes are digested by fermentation, and all other flesh after the same manner. The liver of an eel is commended viscera animalium in difficulty of labor, and is given in powder. In the liver there are a great many bile vessels, from whence the livers taste bitterish and smell fetid. From the bile therefore it has this virtue, as all other livers given for fits of convulsions. And mad dog's liver is given against madness. Each of the viscera contains something of the humors they separate. So the lungs have a pituito slime, the brain, the pancreas and most of the glandules the same. The stones have lean, the spleen has a sliminess from the joints, separated by it, so that the same virtue is to be given to each of the viscera, as to the humors separated by them, which humors, being in an healthy state, may help the separations in each particular viscera. So all the medicines which taste like color are properly called hepatics, and all other medicines resembling the taste of other humors are splenitic, diuretic, ANC, respecting the separation of that humor. The inward skins of the gizzards of pigeons ANC have the taste of the gall, being bitter, sweet, subacrid, fetid, and slimy. They are good diuretics, stomachics, and hepatics. All salts tasting like urine are diuretic, and the kidneys have a fator from the urine and may be diuretic. Pulmo-agninus ANC. The lungs of animals yield, in distillation, a slimy water for hectics, with some smatch of a volatile salt, a slimy lympha being separated by the glandules of it. Parta animalia mucilaginose. Mucilaginous parts of animals, the decoction of horns, bones, and cartilaginous parts, as the feet of animals, is mucilaginous and emollient in baths and clysters, and by boiling high becomes a jelly. Snails have a slime, which runs into a syrup with sugar. If they be boiled in milk they give a cold slimy nourishment for hectics, but the slime is destroyed by distillation, and becomes offensive and hurtful. Snails will conglutinate a wound, and discuss tumors, and stick fast to the skin. Fresh earthworms have a sliminess in them, good for consumptive persons if boiled in water gruel. The white of an egg is slimy, and tempers sharp humors, and outwardly cools inflammations of the eyes. I distilled a volatile urinous salt from it. Frog spawn is slimy, cools inwardly and outwardly. The yolk of an egg is oily, and yields an oil fried and distilled. Turpentine, and volatile oils mixed with it, will easily dissolve in water. Ichthyocolla is very conglutinative outwardly, in ruptures and wounds. Blood dried to powder is very glutinative, and stops bleeding, and heals wounds. Therefore warm pigeon's blood is put into the eyes. A distilled water is made out of swine's blood, for to cool and dilute the hectical blood. Blood by its salt cleanses the hands and face. The spirit of blood is good for convulsion fits, for which also blood taken fresh into a warm dish, out of the arm to the quantity of 4 ounces, and immediately drank, is used to cure the fits by its salt and a new digestion. Partes animalium ossi. The bones of carps, perches, the jaw of a jack, the tooth of a boar, the hoofs of an elky, horse, ass, ants, man's bones and skull, bull's pistil and sea. The virtues of these medicines depend on the earthy part, which absorbs acids, and on a volatile, whereby they are fetid and antihysteric, all the parts of animals yielding a volatile salt and oil in distillation. Insecta, toads, earthworms, and wood lice dried, have a strong fator, by which they are medicinal. All insects yield a volatile salt by distillation, excepting ants, which yield an acid which is diuretic and venereal, but this acid spirit may be turned into an urinous, by addition of calx viva. Kermes are bitterish, and of a great fragrancy and therefore cordial. Out of these insects, confectio alkermes is made. Odor animalium. Gall mixed with hot water smells sweet and fragrant, like musk, which smell is observable in a pig's eye roasted. Every animal has a particular scent, which smell is communicated to oil, by the boiling of the flesh in it, or otherwise is perceived in the distillation of the fresh flesh, in a close still, or may be drawn from the dungs of animals. A cow, veal, or sheep have a moderate and milky smell. A fox, horse, cat, dog, or fidget have a very fetid offensive smell. A marten killed smells musky, and a king's fisher is also said to smell so. Salt fish has a strong offensive smell. Shellfish and salmon have a different smell, resembling the semen, and therefore may be a venereal diet. Ducks, geese, swans and divers other wildfowl have a moorish smell and taste, and are crude and less wholesome diet. All fetid animals have an offensive flesh, and by the smell and taste, animals are chose for diet or left to medicine. The taste of the flesh of mutton, veal, ainsi, is fresh, stringy, watery. The taste of the entrails is more soft and slimy, and have an unpleasant smell. Each particular sort of animal has a particular scent agreeable to the food, and the degree of the digestion of it. And from the particular odor, a particular virtue may be inferred, but because all these different scents depend on an animal volatile oil and salt, they differ but in degree the one from the other, fetid animals being accounted medicinal, but the moderate smells shew what animals are fit for food. Excrementa animalium. Choler is bitter, sweet, slimy, subacrid and very nauseous to the stomach. It is used for an ophthalmic cleanser, and so is the distilled water of it. The bile of birds is more acrid and less viscid than that of quadrupeds. The bile of a bull opens the piles. The bile of a puppy is given inwardly for convulsion fits. Tincture of dried bile with spirit of wine is used for noise in the ears. The wax of the ears is like choler. The stronger fater any animal has, the stronger is the bile. Urine is of a salt taste, and quick lixivious odor. The salt of it is like sal ammoniac, and therefore urine is diuretic, good to wash scald heads, putrid ears. And edematous legs, and inwardly is used in pains of the stomach, colic and stone, in putridness of the gums, and acidity of the saliva. Dungs of animals have an acid, from the meat fermented in the stomach, and a bitterness, from the bile coagulate by it, and also an oiliness or fater, from the volatile oleose salt of the aliment opened by a fermentation. Therefore dungs differ according to the differences of meat, and the different digestions of animals, to which I must add, that sea salt is mixed with the dungs and urine of those animals who eat salt meats. Dungs cleanse by their choler and by their fater are discussing. By the relix of the meat, which has undergone a digestion, and also by the stomachic lympha, which promoted the fermentation and remains mixed with the dung, they may rectify the ferment of our stomachs. Horse dung is used in pains and stitches, infused in beer or distilled in milk, with antiscorbutic herbs. Album graecum is gritty and fetid, by the fater it discusses, and is a good drying medicine in malign ulcers, and particularly in dysenteries it is given in milk. By the grit and unctuousness it corrects the sharp humors. Outwardly it is used to the throat, as a fetid discussant in the quinsy. Ass's dung is an astringent in hemorrhages. Goat's dung is very fetid and disgusting. Cow's dung is moderately disgusting, and anodyne in the gout. Sheep's dung is accounted good in the jaundice, for which the white dung of hens is used. Pigeon's dung is used in hot plasters. The stercora of the carnivorous are most fetid. Zibethum. Civet is of a strong odor, whereby it is outwardly disgusting. A little of it is sweet-scented, but fetid in a great quantity, and the more fetid the more pure it is. Muscus. Musk is of a burnt sweet odor, whereby it acts on the animal spirits, in giving them a quick motion, and therefore is cordial, and good in the hiccup, to 3 grains in pills. Musk has a bitterish taste. Castoreum. Castor is acrid bitterish in taste, and of a strong fetid scent in powder, tincture and spirit. It is hysteric by the strong smell, giving a different agitation to the spirits, from that irregular motion in fits, and abounds with a volatile salt and fetid oil. Coagulum vitulineum. Rennet. I took a piece of the calf's stomach, which was dried and salted. This being washed was laid in fair water all night. By this water I coagulated milk. I could not find any acid in this rennet by tasting of it, but only a sliminess. 1 spoonful of it would coagulate more milk than so much vinegar could. I put some spirit of sal ammoniac into it, which gave no effervescence, nor precipitation, but, notwithstanding, 30 drops of it, in a little quantity of the rennet, curdled milk. The only argument of any acidity in the rennet was, that it soon dissolved fillings of steel, and in a few hours gave a tincture with galls. This acid in the rennet adheres to the common salt, and is thereby made less sensible to us, for the rennet is a little saltish, from the common salt with which the bag is salted. And the lympha of the stomach is naturally subacid, though not much observed by our tastes because it will fix quicksilver. Such is the acid of rennet, in the making of which, the curdled milk is thrown away, and only that part of the stomach used, which is next the guts, which is lined well with the thick coat of glandules. The other parts of the calf's maw dried and salted, will not so well curdle milk. This rennet I distilled, but could not find, that the liquor which came over, would coagulate milk. Rennet would not coagulate gall or the serum of the blood, but milk is coagulated by sack and strong ale, in which is no apparent acid, though it be coagulated by it. I cut a piece of a fresh calf's maw, only washed clean from milk and not salted. This was boiled a little in a small quantity of milk, which I set by at least 12 hours, but this fresh maw did not at all coagulate the milk. Therefore I thought the common reason, which supposes the coagulation of rennet to depend on the coagulated milk, from whence it may have some sourness, must be wholly rejected, because the fresh bag has the greatest tincture of acid from the milk, and yet will not coagulate milk, and because the acid lympha is most plentiful and strong in the fresh maw, and yet that will not coagulate milk. I therefore doubted of my own opinion I have mentioned, and rather believe that the coagulative virtue in rennet depends partly on the salt whose acid may be loosened, and in part separated by a kind of half-putrefaction by the maw. The putrescence smell of the rennet bag, and the nauseous taste of the rennet are some proof of the putrefaction. We observe that some acid may be separated from common salt, when quicksilver is sublimed from it, and more evidently by distillation of spirit of salt, which coagulates milk like rennet. What the fire produces suddenly, may by digestion or putrefaction be attained, so volatile salts of plants are product by a violent fire. And the same is also product naturally in plants, by their particular digestions and fermentations, which are tendencies to putrefaction. Out of astringents the fire immediately separates an acid, and the same happens when the astringent joists in the roots of sorrel are better digested in the leaves, in which is an evident acerbity or acid, but this acidity is not sufficient to curdle milk, but is only one part of a ferment, which, as I have described it in the discourse about fermentation, ought to contain an oil and an acid. This acid is from common salt, but the oily part, from the putrefied membranes of the calf's stomach, which smells offensively, and gives a strong taste to cheese. Rennet therefore acts not like an acid by coagulating the milk, but like a ferment in disposing milk to a fermentation, by which milk which is long kept coagulates, for upon the adding of rennet to milk, it is not immediately curdled, which is the effect of an acid, but after some time standing, and often the milk is warmed, to hasten the fermentation. From this fermentation cheese receives from rennet. It is thought to help digestion, as all things once fermented do. The fator of cheese is an argument, that the milk was fermented out of which it is made. The end of the fourth part, for th, touch ft1 of medicines and c the fifth part, specifics claft, as they are distinguished, by their tastes and by the humors which they correct. File for homo alpha copy omicron beta alpha sigma alphano omicron sigma, or the touchstone of medicines ANC part 5, specifics classed, as they are distinguished by their tastes and by the humors which they correct. The preface. I thought it very useful for my own practice to reduce plants into specific classes and distinguish them by their taste and smell, for by them I can best judge which medicine is most suitable to the nature and taste of the humor producing the disease, and also to the constitution of the patient. By these classes I can readily find the medicines of such a particular taste, suitable to my intention, and in the same tables I have set no medicine which experience has not long approved of, as specific for the disease. I will only give one instance for the better illustrating the design of these tables. I want an opening hepatic and a cold constitution. In the table of hepatics, I find the bitter acrids to be the most suitable taste for that purpose, both as bitter and acrid. I find also under that taste ranked celandine and turmeric, with others of that taste, which experience has approved of. In the disease I here mentioned, I might give as many instances, as there are classes and tastes, but I will only observe that by this method the patient may judge whether proper medicines are prescribed, and the physician may by these tastes of his medicines give a good and sensible account of the virtue of his medicines and the effects to be produced by them. I have set down first the class of acids and mixed acids, and the class of acid absorbents, as generally mentioned in the humor producing the disease, and also to the constitution of the patient. By these classes I can readily find the medicines of such a particular taste, suitable to my intention, and in the same tables I have set no medicine which experience has not long approved of, as specific for the disease. I will only give one instance for the better illustrating the design of these tables. I want an opening hepatic and a cold constitution. In the table of hepatics, I find the bitter acrids to be the most suitable taste for that purpose, both as bitter and acrid. I find also under that taste ranked celandine and turmeric, with others of that taste, which experience has approved of. In the disease I here mentioned, I might give as many instances, as there are classes and tastes, but I will only observe that by this method the patient may judge whether proper medicines are prescribed, and the physician may by these tastes of his medicines give a good and sensible account of the virtue of his medicines and the effects to be produced by them. I have set down, first, the class of acids and mixed acids, and the class of acid absorbents. As generally mentioned in every class, I have set down those medicines which evacuate the cause of the disease. And after that the classes of hot and cold alterers, and those that help some symptom. Outward medicines are mentioned last. I find many purgers to have three tastes, but because many of them are brought dry to us, they are not so sensible to the taste. In Diagridium, Jalap and Cambogia, the acrid taste is most obscure, and therefore I judge of them by analogy to the rest that are resinous, as turbith. And if I had these purgers fresh in the plant, I could easily demonstrate those tastes which give them their purgative virtue, which I conclude to be acrid joined to gum, resin or gummy mucilage in Cambodia. I find many plants to have above 2 or 3 tastes, but I seldom mention more than 2, because they contain the chief virtues, and other tastes are very weak. And if more should be mentioned, the classes would be too many to be useful. I have referred some of the dispensatory compositions to particular classes, as well as they can be done, but the ingredients are so many and so contrary in some compositions, as to give no certain taste to the whole mass, which makes their virtues less known, and what is to be ascribed unto them. But by this method of tasting, all compositions will be best examined and amended. I will, upon this occasion, give this advice to imitate nature's composition of tastes in simple medicines. First, to compound those tastes she does, and no other. Secondly, not to compound above 3 or 4 tastes, for when we find so many naturally compounded, they produce a nauseous purging medicine. Thirdly, if possible to use simples according to that true assertion, dolus est uti compositus, ubi simplicia sufficient. But if composition be necessary, let us compound but 2 or 3 tastes, so that the whole may have some certain sensible taste, which is necessary for curing the disease. I cannot but reflect on the humor of jumbling many tastes together, and often changing of medicines, as the occasion of unsuccessful practice, for by that means no certain quality or taste of medicine is used, to conquer the contrary nature and tastes of humors, which have a particular preternatural state in diseases. And a contrary quality and specific taste in the medicine is required to alter and reduce them to a natural temper, or else a medicine of the same taste as the humor is necessary to perform the office of that humor, and to help its separation, which sort of medicines I have called friendly specifics, and the alterers I call common specifics, vid. Part 1 of specifics. The physician is to choose a suitable taste to the constitution of his patient, as well as to the nature of the disease, to continue at a due time, and to give it in a full dose, which I conceive to be rational practice, for whosoever knows not the taste of the humors in man's body, nor understands the prevailing taste of his medicine, cannot deserve the name of a judicious practitioner, and generally has no success in his business. I do believe the observation of the differences of taste, and the contrarieties of one to the other, will give a great improvement to the practice of physic, and the knowledge of the preternatural state in diseases. For instance, if acids abound, bitters are necessary to correct them. And if bitterish acrid aromatics cure cephalic distempers, then the peccant quality of the succus nervosus is inclining to an acid, and to stagnation, both which the taste mentioned corrects. And it ought to be observed, how humors in the body are mixed in some complicate distempers, and therefore require mixed medicines, in which both tastes seem equal, as bitter astringents in fevers. Most authors, under the name of one specific, have classed medicines of very different natures, which I have here endeavored to distinguish by their several tastes. And that the use of each particular taste, in the altering of the humors, may be observed, I have mentioned in the following classes the peccant quality of the humor, as requiring such a contrary taste. I will now give a class of all the tastes I have observed in the Materia Medica. The ingenious Dr. Grew, in his Anatomy of Plants, hath computed all the possible varieties of tastes in plants, amounting to 1,800. But I thought it not necessary to make some nice distinctions he has taken notice of, and therefore, under the name of acrid, I have comprehended hot, biting, pungent, penetrant, being they all depend on a volatile salt, more or less oleose, and each particular acrid is distinguished by its composition with other tastes. These following tastes are all the varieties I have observed in these tables, though I have mentioned more, as appears in the last part of this essay. The catalogue of tastes. First, dry earthy tastes are: 1. In woods, husks of fruit and their stones. 2. In common and precious stones. 3. In animals, as horns, bones, hoofs. 4. In minerals, as iron, lead, gold, silver. Secondly, waterish tastes. 1. Crude watery. 2. Watery mucilages. 3. Mealy mucilages or clammy gummy mucilages. 4. Earthy mucilages. Thirdly, acid tastes and astringents which depend on an acid mixed with earth. 1. Acid watery or pure sour tastes. 2. Acid bitter. 3. Acid acrid. 4. Sweet spirituous acid. 5. Acid astringent or acerb. 6. Earthy astringents or rough tastes. 7. Styptic bitterish or austere. 8. Styptic sweet. 9. Styptic aromatic or bitterish. Fourthly, bitter tastes. 1. Watery bitters. 2. Bittersweet. 3. Strong bitters with an aromatic smell. 4. Bitter acrids with a dead nettle smell. 5. Bitter acrids without any considerable smell. 6. Laurel or bitters astringent. 7. Elder bitters or bitter slimy. 8. Terebinthanate bitter astringents, and these are either purely terebinthanate or else fetid or aromatic terebinthanates. 9. Bitterish slimy astringents, with a dead nettle smell. Fifthly, aromatic tastes. 1. Bitterish acrid. 2. Sweet acrid, and some of both these are extremely acrid. Sixthly, fetid odors, joined with divers tastes and are contrary to aromatics. 1. Bitter, acrid, bitter acrid. 4. Mucilaginous fetids or narcotics. Seventhly, acrid tastes. 1. The cress tastes. 2. Acrids, with a rank smell and taste. 3. Exulcerators are A. Watery, B. Oily, milky, gummy, resinous, C. Corrosive fetids which are venomous as Nepellus aconidum. Eighthly, sweet tastes are P tastes which are A. Sweet pea taste slimy, B. Bitterish pea taste slimy, C. Rough pea taste, D. The acrid bitter slimy pea tastes. 2. Watery crude sweet tastes. 3. Sweet acrids. 4. Sweet oily. 5. Sweet subacid slimy. 6. Sweet mucilaginous. Ninthly, nauseous tastes of purgers. 1. Bitter slimy subacid astringent. 2. Bitter sweet slimy subacid. 3. Bitterish subacid slimy or strong bitter slimy acrid. 4. Fiery gummose or resinous acrids. 5. Extreme bitter slimy, with caustic acrimony. Ninthly, saline tastes. 1. Vitriolic sweet, styptic. 2. Aluminous subacid rough. 3. Nitrose cool bitterish pungent and saltish. 4. Salso acid or muriatic. 5. Sulfurous acid. 6. Sweet subacid spirituous spiritus salus dulcis. 7. Pungent salt with a quick urinous smell. 8. Pungent salt with a weak lixivious smell. 9. Salt, acrid hot aromatic or oily volatile salts. 11thly, unctuous tastes as fats and oils which are either 1. Crude slimy. 2. Rank bitterish. 3. Penetrant acrid chemical.